Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Hello everyone, good day to you all. Hi, how you feeling? Welcome. Day 2 of Reimagine at 75. Great to see you all. We are, as you know, at the Taj London, home of the India Global Forum as part of UK India Week. I'm Mark Barton.
I'm Edie Lush, and it's so great to be back here today. How is everyone today?
Good.
I didn't hear that, did you?
Good, yeah.
How is everyone? All right, that's what we got. As India marks its and reflects on 75 years of independence, we are here to ask the questions, showcase the investments, and highlight collaborations, as well as seeking the solutions that are needed to achieve, in the words of Prime Minister Modi, a quantum leap in UK-India relations.
Now, how can that relationship, how can the UK-India relationship be reimagined beyond the blurred lines of history? And very good afternoon to our online audience, particularly in India. If you're on social, we'll be posting at IGF Updates. And if you want to share, be sure, do you like that? If you want to share, be sure. Let's do some share shores, everyone. Share, sure. Be sure to tag hashtag UK India Week.
Exactly. And yesterday we were joined by dozens of leaders from politics, business. We tackled the future of mobility. We looked at the future of trade. Our digital future crept in everywhere. And we finished up reimagining the future of Great Britain.
Now, we are spoiling you today. We have 3 UK Secretaries of State. We've got 2 Indian ministers as well. We're going to be discussing health, education, trade and investment, and how digital disruption affects all those areas.
Speaking of disruption, it doesn't end today. We've got Disrupting the Thames still on the calendar. That's India Global Forum's boat cruise. And if you would like to sign up, don't forget to let us know if you would like to join us.
Yeah, you may sail away now.
Oh, I'm going to hoist my jib.
Yeah, we'll see you a little bit later. Thanks, Edie. Coming up next, we have our opening interview, conversation chat with the UK Home Secretary. Secretary, thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
How are you feeling?
Very good, actually. And having not been able to come earlier on in the week, I'm really pleased to be
How's
here.
the chatter? How was the talk this morning? How was the spiel,
it's fantastic. It's fantastic. And I have to say, it's very personal for me to be here and a privilege as well. Mainly because I get to catch up with family members and friends too. So it's, you know, it's really good. But I think importantly, this week is very important. You know, India Global Forum, well established, very well established. But actually, it is the forum, in my view, that actually brings our 2 countries together, very much on the people side. You know, this is the type of thing, I think, particularly because of the pandemic, we've just not been able to do as much of. We've not been able to bring the innovators, the investors, the people that actually, you know, enable the world to function effectively and our economies to thrive and grow, and also for those partnerships to develop, to come together. So
that
this is really
quantum leap, which Prime Minister Modi talks about, how are you seeing progress in achieving this wonderful quantum leap in relations between the 2 countries?
So I think the quantum leap it's a great phrase. I think it stretches the imagination, and I think that's exactly what we should be doing. No one can say that, you know, India, the DNA of India and the DNA of the United Kingdom, you know, is deeply ambitious. And the quantum leap, I think, as a phrase, is a really strong analogy to use. But you've asked the key question, it's the how. You know, what would that materialize into? And I actually think we do have to frame a lot of our life still post-pandemic, because, you know, the United Kingdom is one of the few countries in the world that is fully open. You know, we're not wearing masks, we're not doing all the checks and things of that nature. We made a really bold move in terms of coming out of the pandemic and doing what we've done. And for the, you know, to illustrate quantum leap, I think you have to look at the strength of the bilateral relationship, how personal it is. And I'm a great believer in this. I mean, I'm well documented in my entire time in government. I'm very much bilateral rather than multilateral. Institutions serve a purpose. But, you know, Prime Minister Modi, since, you know, 2012 going forward, you know, his time as Prime Minister, I think back in the various ministerial portfolios I've held, my visits to India, the engagement that I have, you know, and I'm going to be very political now, our 2 parties are sister parties. That helps. That really does help. So that brings the quantum leap together. And both from Prime Minister Modi's side and obviously Boris Johnson's side, PM was in India this year as well. Yeah. He was in the home state, Gujarat. You know, it matters. It absolutely matters, because you have to have that implicit understanding. And linked to that, which I think is why, you know, the relations are not just strong, the roots are really firm, but actually they are accelerating because of, I think, actually, if we look around this room right now, because of one key element, and that's the people-to-people ties. You know, we are rooted together. Culturally, people, education, skills, our economy, we're vested. We are absolutely vested
We need more
together.
of it, though. This Living Bridge, you're part of the Living Bridge, which you're a wonderful example of it. But we spoke to many tech leaders, Home Secretary, in the last 24 hours. They want more skilled workers here. Will we get that? Is this FTA going to enable more skilled workers to move freely between the 2 countries?
So if I may, FTAs, free trade agreements, are absolutely there in terms of trade. We should, you know, trade agreements are for trade purposes. We are very clear. I mean, I'm just going to spell this out pretty strongly right now. when it comes to people movements, migration, we're speaking about migration, they should not necessarily be linked to trade agreements, primarily because we have introduced a points-based immigration system, and that it actually was established. We campaigned on it in the 2019 election. It was established by October 2020. We had the pandemic then, by the way, folks. And I had introduced a brand new electronic digital immigration system, literally within 9 months. If it had gone badly wrong, you would have seen it being criticised and all the rest of it. That is up and running, it is working. The nationality that tops the list is India. So it is absolutely working, and it's high skill. It is all high skill. It is sponsored by employers. It's for people that are coming here to work, basically, across a range of sectors. And if I may, I should just give another illustration. That is just one element of it. The other element is healthcare. We actually have a very, very strong healthcare partnership. And we have a bespoke route, basically, for healthcare workers around the world. Now, you could argue either way, is that the right thing to do? But we have created that route. So India tops the list in terms of high skills. And there's no cap on this as well, by the way. There are no caps. So anything you hear about, and I know from my previous visits and my interviews with the Indian media, over several years in the past, it's always, well, you've got this restriction, that restriction. It is simply not true. The other point to make is that we're going to have the highest number of Indian students come to the UK towards the end of this summer for the new semester year in universities. So it is, India dominates literally our immigration system.
But India is calling for concessions on visas, on immigration quotas.
Yeah, there are no quotas. There are no quotas, that's the point. So, I mean, I think we should disaggregate this from the wider FTA because, quite frankly, I'm an old-fashioned labour market economist. FTAs are the territory of tariffs and, quotas and all the rest of it. It does not apply to immigration. The system we have in this country is legal migration, points-based system. And then, as Home Secretary, one of the big challenges we have, I've inherited it basically, is illegal migration issues, which are totally separate. But, high-skilled countries, the brightest and the best, we want high skills and high wages. We've spoken about that a lot. That is absolutely in the DNA of this government. We believe we have to drive skills. We are welcome to the world, always open to the world. And I think I've sat on this stage in previous years and I've spoken about, you go to some parts of the City of London, go to other parts of the country, you can close your eyes and you'll hear almost every single Indian dialect being spoken across certain sectors. That is a good thing, and we are incredibly welcoming, and we support that.
On the subject of illegal migration and migration in general, one of my wonderful co-hosts shared this quote with me earlier. I'm going to give Edie the credit. Migration's ancient, migration is unstoppable, migration is positive, but only if it's well managed. Would you concur that we the UK and the world, we're not managing migration very well?
So I think we have to recognise, we have to look at migration through a range of lenses. I'm a former development secretary, so I'm afraid I've seen people movements through all sorts of dreadful events and, in-country fighting, war, conflict, etc., etc. When I became Home Secretary, the calculation was there are approximately 80 million people on the move. UNHCR have said, literally in recent months now, there are about 100 million people on the move. That's displacement. It's global displacement. War, climate change, conflict, famine, you name it. I mean, the list goes on and on. The other factor is economic instability. So nation states not doing what they should be doing to support their own population, not investing in people. And that is a reality. We can't close our eyes and ears to that reality. We can't. So I have a very clear position in this country, in the United Kingdom. We have something called the New Plan for Immigration, which is our policy around dealing with not just illegal migration, but actually asylum, because the two are linked. People that come to our country through some of the most appalling and dangerous routes, putting their lives at risk, they come and they automatically claim asylum. That is actually doing a massive disservice to our asylum system and also to people that genuinely should be claiming asylum, people fleeing war, conflict, etc., etc. But to your point and the quote that you've given, to manage flows of this nature, there are things that we as responsible countries and governments have to do. So creating safe and legal routes, for example, for people that are fleeing persecution, conflict. Afghanistan, we brought over 20,000 people last year in the space of about 6 weeks without the infrastructure to accommodate them and house them. Linked to that, Ukraine, 130,000 people have been given the permission to come to the United Kingdom. And then we've got a bespoke scheme for Afghanistan, literally another 20,000 people over a 4 or 5 year period. We also have to be able to cater for that and manage that, while also, I think, the policy has to be absolutely fair to those that are fleeing persecution.
What about the Rwanda asylum policy? It's been called unethical, unworkable, a shambles, putting the UK...
They're quotes from the Labour Party, by the way.
They're quotes, many share them. A short-term stunt, even I gather Prince Charles calls it appalling. If the Supreme Court rules the policy unlawful, what's plan B?
No, so first of all, let me just put all of this into context. Yeah. I think it's really important. It's easy for actually opponents to just criticise a policy without a solution themselves. So my political opponents, they have no alternative. They would just have the open border policy. That is not acceptable to the British public. The British public are very supportive of this policy on Rwanda. What they don't like and what they find unethical are foreign courts actually ruling on UK domestic courts. UK domestic courts have not ruled our policy to be unethical or unlawful or unworkable. So let's just be very clear about that. And I'm going back to, it's actually the High Court, not the Supreme Court, to demonstrate the efficacy of the policy and the development of the policy. I think what is a scandal, actually, is how armchair critics would just basically condemn a country like Rwanda. Rwanda has just hosted the Commonwealth Heads of State Summit, CHOGM. So it's a beautiful country. It's one of the fastest growing countries in Africa, double-digit growth before the pandemic. So the critics are basically saying that it's fine to have international summits and drink champagne and have lovely photo calls, but it's not okay to send people to be resettled. And Rwanda has a history, and I've seen it myself, by the way. So for the critics that say this is all sort of rushed together, this has been 2 years in the making. Our critics will, go down those very lazy accusations. Rwanda has resettled 130,000 refugees. And they do it pretty well. They do it very, very well. Better, if I may say so, than many Western countries and Western European countries that do not give employment rights to refugees, that give them inadequate accommodation. So we are investing, and this is called, the partnership is actually a migration and economic development partnership, because we're investing in the systems in Rwanda. So processing, accommodation, but also investing in the individuals so that they can have economic livelihoods, skills, jobs, etc., etc. And that is a responsible partnership. And, it's easy for the left and everyone to say, you're just removing people. UNHCR just don't like the policy because actually it has bigger repercussions for them.
What's the plan B then if it's ruled unlawful?
Well, it won't be ruled unlawful because, quite frankly, it's also gone through legislative processes in Parliament. So it is embedded in our Nationality and Borders Act, the work that we've done with the new plan for immigration. So it has been, you've got to remember, this is a government policy. So the courts can't automatically deem government policy that's linked to legislative changes that we're bringing in as unlawful when it's actually become an act of Parliament. It's more about the delivery of the policy. And quite frankly, the courts can argue over that, but it'll be based on, yes, it'll be based on facts, that I think there are a number of claims that have been brought, accusations. It'll now be for the courts to hear the case and to effectively decide. If I can just give one example, when we were in the High Court about a month ago, I think it was less than a month ago, 3 weeks ago or so, one of the accusations that was levelled against the government was that we hadn't planned for malaria cases in Rwanda. Now, of course we have, but that can't halt the work of the government and the policy of the government. So I think this is very much, this is a very political comment, but this is a clear difference between my party in government and the opposition. The opposition's very blended now as well, because they would rather carry on with the status quo rather than actually putting forward workable solutions to the British public.
Talking about workings of the government, the mood of the government, how is the mood? A couple of by-election losses, 40% of Tory MPs don't stand behind the Prime Minister. Is he going to last to the next election at the end of 2024?
Well, I think first of all, you've asked about the mood. I've been a member of the Conservative Party, and you can all now say you don't believe what I'm about to say, for 32 years. So I know my party pretty well. I know our politics over here pretty well. I've been involved in by-elections myself in the 1990s when there was a Conservative government, where there are losses, midterm losses. It happens to every government. It absolutely happens to every government. And we should not just sort of start wringing our hands and sort of condemning ourselves at that particular point. This government was elected with a clear mandate, but also a plan for delivery. Now, I'll speak from my perspective. As Home Secretary, I'm delivering virtually every single manifesto commitment that I took to the British public, and I will do that. To govern is to choose. We make choices. We are here to serve our country and deliver for the public, no matter how hard it gets. That is those are the responsibilities that we have.
If Boris Johnson wasn't to survive until the next election, which
he's the leader of our party.
Yeah.
He will. He absolutely will.
Do you have ambitions to be Prime Minister one day?
He will be the Prime Minister of our country and the leader of the Conservative Party going into the next general election. I can guarantee
beyond that, would you one day have ambitions to be Prime Minister? Is it something you think about?
It's actually not something I think about, because I can tell you now, you can see, we've only just touched on a tiny sliver of my portfolio. I'm absolutely focused on my job and my responsibility to my country and the British people.
Thank you very much, Home Secretary. Wish we had more time. A big round of applause. Right, that's it. 2 more Secretaries of State coming your way. So we're being spoiled today to talk about trade and health as well. Up next, redefining the trade relationship with Lord Bilimoria. We'll be talking to you for about 4 or 5 minutes. Stay with us, don't move.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
The furniture a little bit for you to make our next panel look extremely comfortable and well presented to our online audience. Wasn't that fantastic? How great to have a brief visit from the Home Secretary. What an absolute treat. One of the things that she discussed there was about the free trade agreement. Interesting comment there that people should not be linked to trade agreements. I wonder what our next speaker has to say about that. We'll get his views. We've had so much discussion here about the free trade agreement over the last couple of days. Some skeptics on what it might achieve. Lord Marland last night. Many voices here at India Global Forum urging bravery, especially, to take bold steps on immigration. Bold steps lifting tariffs and creating opportunities to build growth and jobs, both in the UK and in India as well. We have another very passionate voice to join the chorus now, fresh from his presidency of the CBI, now Vice President of the CBI, founder and chair of Cobra Beer. Please do give a very warm IGF welcome to Lord Karen Bilimoria. Yeah, if you stand up here, that's perfect.
Thank you very much. And it's absolutely fantastic to be here. So I'm just going to make a few opening remarks. India at 75, an ancient country, an ancient civilization, and yet such a young country. I remember when I was a boy in India, born and brought up in India, went to university in India first and graduated at the age of 19 before I came to study over here in the UK. I dreamt of that closed, insular, inward-looking, protected economy one day opening up. I just not only dreamt that, I believed it would happen. And look at the serendipity of it. My business career founding Cobra Beer in 1990 is almost coterminous with India opening up as an economy in 1991. And in these 3 decades, I have seen India open up, expand. It has been absolutely phenomenal. And I'm proud, and I'm boasting. At Harvard Business School, they said, be confident but not arrogant. Be ambitious but be humble. Be ambitious. So ambitiously, I say, I'm proud to have created a household name, Cobra Beer, in this country, that everyone in this country, from Northern Ireland to Wales to Scotland to England to every corner, whether it's in the rural areas or in the city, everybody knows and loves Cobra Beer, an Indo-British brand that I'm so proud of. So today, India. India is now on the move. India is on the move. We are 1% of the world's population over here in the UK. India is 17% of the world's population. Next year, the CBI forecasts the UK growth to be a mere 1%. And I'm saying that we need to be ambitious in the UK and have a growth target of at least 2.5% to 3%. But what are the forecasts for the rest of the world? Eurozone, 2.3. America, 2.4. Japan, 1.7. China, 4.5. And the fastest growing of the major economies in the world next year in 2023 is going to be India at 6.5% growth. So here we are, the 5th and 6th largest economies in the world. Phenomenal. And now we've got this free trade agreement, a free trade agreement that I think will power our relationship ahead. But look at how things change. India's on the move. It was just a few years ago that India only had 9 bilateral free trade agreements with any countries in the world. Today, there's an FTA with the UK being negotiated, an FTA with the EU being negotiated. India is on the move. And as president of the CBI, I'm so proud to be the first ever Indian origin president of the CBI, the first ethnic minority president of the biggest business organization in this country ever. Indians are now reaching the very top in this country. You've just seen a cabinet minister, one of the great officers of state here, and there are more of them. Our Chancellor Rishi Sunak, our Attorney General, the head of climate change, our ambassador and chair of COP26, Alok Sharma. I could go on. We're at the top table of this country, where more and more Indians are running the biggest and most successful companies in the world. Now, one of the things that came up in Preeti Patel's discussion just now was students. I'm proud, as a former international student myself, to be chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on International Students. How we pushed for that 2-year post-graduation work visa. I personally initiated that in 2007, 2008. It was taken away in 2012. Boris Johnson brought it back on my mother, who was also an international student's birthday last year on the 1st of July. And now we've got the 2-year post-graduation work visa back. And what's happened as a result? The number of Indian students is rocketing. We set a target of 600,000 international students. In spite of the pandemic, we've beaten it. And now I've set a target of 1 million international students. And here's my prediction. Chinese students have forever in this country in recent memory been the largest number of international students by miles. I predict very soon Indians will overtake the Chinese and be the largest number of international students here in the UK. And with the free trade agreement, which we're going to be talking about, as president of the CBI, I worked with the rollover of the 69 bilateral agreements from the EU and other countries, including Japan, including Canada. We got those over the line in time, and I worked myself personally get the Australia Free Trade Agreement, a new one, the New Zealand Free Trade Agreement, a new one, and now in the midst of the negotiations of the India Free Trade Agreement. Let's make it the most comprehensive free trade agreement possible. The Australian one is very, very comprehensive. Let's make it as comprehensive as possible. That's my ambition, and let's get it done this year. So to conclude, I think we've got a great opportunity. I took part in a session which was led by Grant Thornton, who produced their latest report on the Indian diaspora over here just yesterday. And in that, we championed and thought about the 1.5 million people like me, the living bridge between the UK and India. And here's an idea for my friend, Professor Manoj Ladwa. Let's have the India Global Forum. Let's take it to another level. One of the ideas from that session that I put forward is let us have an India Global Forum festival in India. A festival in India that will bring together young Indian entrepreneurs, bring together universities, bring together the government, bring together the Indian diaspora around the world, especially from this country, the 30 million people. And let's go there. Let's celebrate India's success. Let's make the connections, and let's take things to another level. This is Pravasi Bharati Divas. Let's build on that platform, but do it in a projected way with business and entrepreneurship and universities powering India ahead. India is on the move and is unstoppable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely a pleasure to have you, as always. Have a seat, and let's bring the rest of our... Oh, no, wait, you have to stand up. A family photo first. Thank you. If you'd like to have a seat here, and I'll bring up the rest of our panel. Thank you very much for joining us. So we are going to be discussing this free trade agreement. We've got a fantastic panel for you. We have the executive director from Tata, Tim Jones. And we need another. Sorry, if you come over here, Aileen, come over here, and I'm going to stand. We have Aileen Keyes here, just here, head of international public policy for Diageo. We also have, on the other end, we've got the chief economist and head of public affairs from Vodafone Group, Ben Rentschler. Very nice to see you. And we also have non-executive director Ashok Swarp. Thanks very much for coming from Sman.
Thank you.
Right. Let's first of all get some reactions to what we heard from the Home Secretary. I'd love to hear a reaction to that comment about people should not be linked to trade agreements. What do you think about that, Lord Bilimoria?
Well, it's great to have my friend Preeti over here, and we're very proud that she's Home Secretary, a matter of great pride for India and for the Indian community. And of course, immigration is a big area under her watch. And here's the challenge. With immigration is a big part of the free trade agreement. Now, whether it's in the free trade agreement or alongside the free trade agreement, movement of people is absolutely crucial. I spoke about students just now. That's very important. But it's also movement of business visitors.
Yeah.
Now, over here, the number under the points-based system, the highest number, I think she said, are the Indians. And that's great. It enables Indian workers, professional workers, to come in through the points-based system. Students, more and more, great. What about the other way? At the moment, a British business visit can stay for 90 days, but ASEAN members can stay for 180 days. So let's hope that this free trade agreement enables our business visitors to stay longer, because mobility of people is important. But on a wider basis, I would say this. The points-based system has to deliver the migration that our country needs and our economy needs.
And is it?
And at the moment, we've seen, going back to last summer, a year ago, labour shortages, lorry drivers, butchers, welders, which I brought to as CBI president in Parliament, and the government wouldn't really listen. And here's my advice to the Home Secretary. We have the Low Pay Commission that regularly sets the minimum wage, and the government has to implement it. They can't say we don't like it, they have to do it. Every month, the Monetary Policy Committee sets the interest rate. The Bank of England has to implement that interest rate. Let us have a completely strengthened Migration Advisory Committee of economists, business people, civil servants, bring them all together and have a Migration Advisory Committee that on a regular basis says we need sector by sector, so many thousand visas, 1 year, 2 year visas, Home Office, issue them because the economy needs them. That's what we need right now. I wish the government would listen, because we need access to the global labour at every level, whether it's agricultural workers or super skilled people.
Or doctors or nurses, as we heard from the NHS
we
this
need
morning.
That, and that's when the shortage occupation list needs to be activated, and the government should have no option to disagree with it, but give the business and economy the labour that we need.
All right, well, that was a strong statement. Thank you very much. Let's bring the rest of our panel in, because this isn't just about immigration linked to the free trade agreement. It's about the entire free trade agreement. I'd love to get some reactions to what you heard from the Home Secretary about the free trade agreement. But in particular, let's look at this phrase, a comprehensive trade agreement, which you brought up, Lord Bilimoria. Tim, why don't you start us off? What does that look like for you in particular? What do you need to see from this FTA to make it a resounding success for Tata?
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. I think the Tata Group covers a whole range of different activities, and it's moving into a whole range of new activities, some of which would be a surprise to some people who see us here.
So tell us what you're in now and where you're going as well.
So, 16 million watches, power stations, steelworks, cars, trucks, buses, TCS, one of the biggest information system companies in the world, etc., etc., etc. But we're moving into electronics. We're building a significant defense and aerospace capability. We've built a fantastic new digital app, Tata New, for India. The list goes on. And so what's exciting about the free trade agreement is that we need it to enable these new businesses that not only us, but our partners, our competitors in India are developing. We need these free trade agreements to enable completely unthought of businesses to develop between our two countries.
How do they do that? How do you build flexibility for the future when you're not quite sure what the future holds?
You try to be as open as you can. You try to take a risk by enabling new things to happen without worrying about tariffing them or quotaing them. And you just, let the things build and develop. I mean, for example, we're building a 4G, 5G stack, which will be fantastic, led by TCS. What a great export opportunity for India that's going to be. We're building it in India. It could be a fantastic competitor to Nokia and Ericsson around the world. So there's a range of businesses that India hasn't been thought of as an exporter of, but could be. And then if I can talk with JCB, you know, the JCB story of taking English IP or British IP and taking it across to India and having a fantastic manufacturing experience in India gives JCB a platform to export to far more countries off the cost base they enjoy in India than they would be if they were merely working off the cost base they have in the UK. So that kind of scale-up relationship of British IP going across to India is also another major opportunity. And you know, I think we're seeing some of that. You know, Norton Motorcycle, we're seeing some of that, but it would be great to see even more of it.
So let's look at that issue of exporting IP from India. And I know that from speaking to Ivan Menezes yesterday from Diageo, that is one of the things that Diageo is most keen to come out of this FTA. Very keen, not only to see tariffs lifted on Scotch whiskey coming from the UK to India, but also what that would do for India's own exports in terms of using some of the products that Diageo sends to export to the rest of the world. So tell me what, for you, for Diageo, Aileen, what does an FTA need to include?
Yeah, and I think it's interesting listening to Tim actually that, you know, the range of products that Tata cover is just massive, and actually our ask is quite a simple one, that, you know, that India has the largest one of the largest import duties in the world at 150%. And we want to see that liberalised through the free trade agreement. Now, that's not only important to jobs in Scotland and the exchequer in the UK, but it's also important for Indian jobs. As you say, you know, Diageo has the world's biggest whisky brand in McDowell's, and that is it's made in India and it's exported to 20 countries around the world. Now, we'd like to see more of that, and there's huge opportunities for growth. So, you know, what we are saying in this FTA is let's get around the table, let's look at how we can liberalise those tariffs to the benefit of India and to the benefit of the UK. So a win-win.
How optimistic are you, Aileen?
I think, you know, both Prime Ministers have set a really ambitious timetable for before Diwali. We hear that negotiations are progressing well. I am an optimist, and from what I hear, things are going well. So, you know, what we want is, you know, to get to, in the next round of negotiations, for Scotch to continue to be prioritised and to have that really in-depth discussion about what tariff reduction would look like.
Okay, interesting. Ben, I know you've got some concerns around what we might not see in this FTA, especially around data privacy. We've got Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar sitting in the front row ready to listen about concerns. Tell us what you want to see, what you need to see in this FTA for Vodafone Group to feel confident in expanding its business within the UK and India.
Thank you. So, especially building first on a couple of the comments already made. So, for us, Vodafone, obviously a mobile telecom operator predominantly, but also increasingly moving into digital solutions. In the end, the digital world we live in crosses borders, hopefully seamlessly, but sometimes not seamlessly. And what we really want is the seamless, borderless transactions in the digital world to be enabled through this FTA. And there's certain things which are going in either direction. So firstly, where there's opportunity for IP transfer. So we are investing heavily in Open RAN, which is slightly different to the Tata 4G, 5G stack, but nonetheless, it's good to have competition in these technologies. It's a way of separating hardware and software in the mobile base stations. And then we see great scope of opportunity for the UK and India to collaborate on Open RAN innovation to create a more. Just
tell us a little bit more about what that is.
So it's effectively imagined by. I'll try to make it simple, although it's not a simple topic. You buy a computer and you completely separate the hardware of the computer from the software, which we have. At the moment, when we have our vendors supplying our equipment for our mobile networks, we get the hardware and software together, and that constrains the number of vendors there are in the market.
Right.
By separating hardware and software, we can have more innovation on the software side, and eventually make it more efficient and even more energy efficient. So that's what we're trying to invest in. It's a new technology. We think it's very exciting. The skills in India, the know-how there is a big opportunity. The UK government is behind Open RAN. We just believe this is an area of collaboration, so one which we're very excited about. But on the other hand, talking about the seamless trade on the digital side, data is obviously a big issue for us. And we understand the importance of some of the provisions in the India Data Act on some of the data requirements. But what we really want to see is the ability for especially anonymous or non-personal data to travel across borders and go between UK and India. Because one of the things we set out as a group, we have different innovations in different parts of the world, and we really try to create a competition. So who can innovate best? And what we like to say is we innovate once and then we roll it out at scale. And a lot of that innovation that takes place relies on the exchange of non-personal data And
just explain what you mean by non-personal data. So you anonymizing data coming from people?
Not even people, from machines,
Okay.
right? So it could be anything. So we're putting a lot of energy into automated factories, right? So having data around how machines are moving around a factory is really important to be able to exploit that data to create efficiency. The world we live in today, everything is about making more out of less. We're increasingly understanding that we have scarce resources, and we need to make the most out of our scarce resources. So efficiency, it needs to be everywhere.
But if we've got such great engineers in India, why can't you just keep that data in India and then have the engineers look at it there?
Because every time you create a board around data, whether it's India, whether it's UK, whether it's EU, the US, wherever it might be, you're just limiting the potential scope of innovation. Right? The more data is shared, the more non-personal data is shared, or anonymized data is shared, the greater innovation potential that we have. Every time you try to constrain something, it comes with a price. Now, we understand that there are concerns around certain types of data for security reasons, whatever it might be. Of course, you need to put that into the mix and balance out the need for security, the need for personal data protection, with the need for innovation, with the need for economic growth. And then you find a reasonable balance. And we hope the FTA can find that reasonable balance, that we can have the trade or the exchange of data which drives innovation and economic growth, but not at the expense of privacy and security.
Okay, so we've heard from some big global companies. Ashok, you work with small, medium-sized enterprises. What do you want to see in this free trade agreement to help them?
Well, I've heard all the big boys, and frankly, I think they've said it all. As far as we're concerned, we're a company, we are a market entry company. We bring in small and medium-sized institutions and hold their hands in the country. We help them explore, enter, explore, and expand. And we've started in 2008, and we've now got over 200 clients whom we are sort of actually helping grow in India across educational institutions, across small not-for-profits, as well as small and medium-sized things. So we're concerned that we are really looking forward to this FTA, because once this FTA is there, a lot of other small and medium enterprises will look at India, may it be for trading, or they may be setting up entities. And for us, it will be a tremendous business opportunity and help both, growth on both the sides.
What verticals what kinds of companies do you help at the moment? What do you expect to see more of?
Well, at the moment, I'd say 70% of our clients are normally educational institutions, but we have fairly sizable companies, medium-sized companies, out of England, out of the US, and in other parts of the world who enter. And we think that the SME and the MMEs in the UK have a tremendous potential to do business in India, provided their hands are held and we can, actually monitor them. In fact, last week I've been going around all of northern England and parts of southern England, and there are a lot of companies that are, would be delighted to come if they knew. I mean, if the tariffs were reasonable and if they knew how they could come in and the process was made easier. So for us, the FTA is something that we're really looking forward to.
Okay, sure, of course.
We see that with Scotch as well. There's a number, of course, Diageo was one of the big players in Scotch, but we see a number of small Scotch producers who would love to be able to trade with India, but actually the 150% import tariff is something that just puts them off. And so I think there's a huge opportunity there for smaller producers to get involved.
Two or three of them are already talking to us. So I think the FTA is going to really, if it comes through the way we hope to, and from what I hear, I think the Indian government will reduce the duty, Ali. How much we have to see. And
interesting.
Yes, it's exciting times.
Lord Bilimoria, you've been scribbling away there. There's a number of things to reflect on that we've heard, concerns around data, around privacy. What's on your mind from the discussion?
Well, I mean, what I would, and I meant to make this in my opening remarks as well, an area that's really crucial and that's come to the fore just now is, of course, the sad war in Ukraine, is defense.
Yeah.
And I said in the 70th anniversary of NATO, I spoke in a debate in the House of Lords in 2019, and I said then that we need to increase our defense spending from 2% of GDP to 3%. And I think I was foresighted and prescient over there. We need to do that. And of course, the NATO meeting is taking place, just taking place as we're speaking. Now, defense is an area of huge collaboration between the UK and India. Minister Piyush Goyal, who came here, said, we would welcome British collaboration with defense, and we're not even asking for technology transfer. Isn't that brilliant? That's marvelous. That's collaboration, know-how here, manufacture in India, make in India. It all fits together. absolutely perfectly. And look how impressive the Indian ministers are now. There's India going places, the confidence. Ministers like Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Secretary, who really gets business, understands business, a chartered accountant. When you see Minister Jaishankar, the foreign minister, on stage, my gosh, is he impressive. So here's the point I want to make as well. Defense. I've just become a trustee of Policy Exchange, the leading think tank in the UK, I would say. And we came out with a paper last year on the tilt to the Indo-Pacific. And we came out with an integrated review. Britain, for the first time as a country, we produced a review of our defense, security, development, foreign policy, all in one. And in that, we speak about a tilt to the Indo-Pacific, not the Asia-Pacific. And that is so important that with that, you've got Australia, free trade deal. Australia has a security agreement with the UK with AUKUS, the submarine deal, with the USA, the UK, and Australia. Australia is part of the UK and Five Eyes, the security agreement. India has joined Quad, and the Quad is Japan, Australia, India, and the United States.
Should the UK join?
So
Should we make it a quint?
I was the first person, I claim this, to suggest that India, UK should join Quad and should become Quad Plus, and then you circle the whole world.
Or a quint.
The Indo-Pacific, and you circle the world. So that's what.
Right.
And I make another recommendation. India has 2+2 agreements with many countries where on a regular basis, the foreign minister and defense minister of India meet with the foreign minister and defense minister of the other country. There is no such agreement with the UK. And I say, let's go one step further. Let's make it 3+3. Let's have the foreign, defense, and the trade minister at the table and have it 3+3 between the UK and India.
Interesting. All right. Well, Tim, you've got a lot to say about on the defense front as well. But there's something that we haven't discussed yet, which is the issue around China constricting supply chains. I wonder how that influences India's ability to manufacture more goods, some of the things that you're talking about and you're interested in continuing to build.
Yeah, well, we as the Tatars have been around for over 150 years, and we trade and manufacture in many countries, including China. So we're very proud and happy to have a joint venture through JLR with Chery Automobile in China. But in terms of the global geopolitics of the last few years, I think it is true that some of the businesses we are now building, whether it's in a highly softwareized, by the way, stack for telecoms, or whether it's in defense and aerospace, whether it's in electronics manufacturing, I think, yes, they have been, in a sense, aided by the pull away, because we're going from just in time to just in case, and you know, all that stuff about supply chain resilience being very, very important means that there are global purchasers looking through their supply chains and saying, wouldn't it be great to have some resilience? Let's look at India with its massive scale and capabilities. And they've come to us and others to make that happen, and we're delighted to be part of making it happen.
Interesting. I wonder, Ben, what you're worried about. What keeps you awake at night thinking free trade agreement doesn't go through? What does that mean for Vodafone? I remember interviewing the CEO of Vodafone last year for IGF. There's so much legal wrangling that happens in India around telecoms. He, in fact, said that he thought he ran a legal company sometimes rather than a telecoms company. What could the free trade agreement do that might alleviate some of that concern?
Well, thank you. Well, you asked me what keeps me awake at night. I thought you were going to ask me, stop there and ask me what keeps me awake. I'm more worried about the cricket, to be honest, but I'm sure that would appeal to many people in the room. No, so on a free trade agreement, the story of Vodafone in India is a long and complicated story, and I don't think we need to go through it all today, but it started actually, I think, with an Indian CEO of Vodafone, who actually was before my time just at Vodafone. But number one, what we could get out of an FTA is also bringing investor protection. That's something as a company we've invested in many different parts of the world, and having investment built into whether it's bilateral investment treaties or whatever it might be, having some investor protection is really important for us, and that's one thing we'd really like to see built into this FTA.
Investment protection.
Yeah. So not just about how we trade more going forward, but actually the investment that has been already made
around IP.
Not just about just protect the share the billions of dollars we put into India. How to make sure that there is protection for that investment through this agreement, so you can can't have discrimination against us, that rules can't be put in place that discriminate between a non-Indian versus an Indian company. The standard terms go into an investment protection treaty, and building into that as well, some sort of also protection against the cases we've had in the past. You know that, as you said, it's almost like a legal entity that we have running the show there because of the number of cases. So having some sort of protection through and limitations of the past would be very helpful in terms of the FTA.
Do you want to come back on that, Lord Bilimoria, on protection of investments? It's incredibly important for business to have that, isn't it, in order to build that trust between the UK businesses and Indian businesses.
Yes, and with the FTA, we all want it to happen as quickly as possible, but let's be realistic about this. We've shown in the UK we can do a comprehensive, and you do not get more comprehensive than the Australia Free Trade Deal. It is the most modern UK-Australia deal, the most modern comprehensive free trade deal you can imagine on this planet. Now, I want the Indian deal to be as close to that as well, as comprehensive as possible. India's done 2 deals very quickly, within less than 3 months with the UAE and with Australia, but they're relatively much lighter than our FTA with India is going to be. So I want it to be comprehensive.
What do you think? Is it going to be comprehensive, or are you worried it's going to be quite narrow?
I'm very keen that, yes, there's this Diwali deadline. As far as I'm concerned, if it goes to the end of the year and it's more comprehensive, but rather it goes to the end of the year than finishes at Diwali, if it's going to be more comprehensive, if it includes things like IP, if it includes services, if it addresses the tariff issues we're talking about, whether it's cars or whether it's Scotch whiskey, it's services absolutely key. And to me, the comprehensiveness is there and the will is there between our 2 countries, the 5th and 6th largest economies in the world. We can do it.
Interesting. Ashok, I want to give you a word in as well. Small and medium-sized enterprises are, let's face it, the majority of where most people are employed. So they are incredibly important, and they lift up so many more people from both countries when we do that. And a rising tide lifts all boats. How important do you think this idea of protection of investments is? And can you give me an idea of the kind of impact that you could see in both economies, in the UK and India, if we were to see more small and medium-sized enterprises encouraged?
Small and medium-sized, as you rightly said, form the bulk of any industrial capacity of a country. And even if you see the figures now, about 75 to 80% of UK exports are from medium-sized and small companies. So I think that the answer lies in that. And if the FTA comes up and the tariffs are reduced to reasonable levels, or even if there are no tariffs, it's going to be a big help. In fact, already if you see there are about 600 British companies invested in India, providing about 320,000 jobs. And in India, the Indian investment in India, I think, has about created 90,000 jobs in the UK. And last year itself, 30,000 jobs were created in North England. So, I mean, the answer lies there, and they're all medium and small-sized companies.
Right.
So, the faster the FTA is done, as Lord Bilimoria is saying, I think it'll be extremely good for both the countries.
Fantastic. Well, we've run out of time, but ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lord Bilimoria, Aileen Keyes, Tim Jones, Ashok Sharma, Ben Rentschler, thank you so much. We'll allow you to drift off for the moment, but stay with us to the rest of our audience, because in just a moment we'll be back up. Oh, we have to take a picture. Thank you very much. We'll be back in just a moment talking about investment and the 2030 roadmap, so stay with us. Welcome back. It's delightful to be here. Session is on investment and the 2030 roadmap. We're just over a year on from Prime Minister Modi and Johnson's announcement of that 2030 roadmap. Realizing its full potential will, of course, require investment and cooperation in areas like manufacturing, renewable energies, electronics, telecoms. And both countries will be required to commit some cold, hard cash, right? So let's find out what it might take to make this roadmap a reality and focus in on the startups as well that are driving some of this. Please welcome CEO of Invest India, Deepak Bagla. How are you today?
Thank you, Eddie. Good to be here.
Lovely to see you. So first of all, I'd love you to tell me about Invest India. Tell me what you do, what you're in charge of, and how when you look at this roadmap, what are you looking at to implement?
Okay, very quickly. 4 verticals. The first is investment promotion and facilitation. So for example, for the UK, we have a dedicated team and they work right through the investment cycle. We have a dedicated relationship manager for each investment coming in. And that means they help them with their business strategy, getting them all approvals, getting them a location, and hand-holding them right through their journey in India. The second is Invest India is the execution arm for Startup India. Mm-hmm. The third, it's the execution arm for the Prime Minister's innovation program, which is the accelerated growth of New India innovation. And the fourth is a large part of the digitization effort of the investor journey. Within the government and outside the government is being executed by this team. So essentially, that is what we do. But coming very specifically to the UK, Eddie, which you mentioned, as I speak, the team has managed about over 500 business requests from the UK, but more interestingly, it's come across 37 sectors. You know, if I drew this pie chart just 5 years ago, the number of those sectors would not have exceeded 18. The breadth of this relationship is expanding and expanding at a very fast rate. And if you want, can I just add on a little to that, since you were talking about FDI. So, you know, we close our financial year on 31st March. This year, we closed with $83.5 billion, the highest ever FDI India has got in its history. In fact, what's interesting is that for the past 7 years, each year, we set a new record subsequently. But more interesting than that, it came from 101 countries.
Who's investing the most?
Well, there are many and they keep changing very fast, but you still have some of the old partners which are coming in big and some of the new ones which are coming in very fast. And the interesting thing is today you have, it's unprecedented by the way, in the midst of the lockdown, you have 101 countries which have trust in India, its leadership, its potential, its opportunity and its future. But let me tell you something more interesting than that. It came across 57 sectors. The transformation what India is experiencing today is unprecedented in the history of the free world of democracies. And I know it's a very strong statement, but let me tell you, both in terms of scale and the pace at which this transformation is happening, it'll be tough to find an equal.
What's the average size of an investment coming in?
So our average size has moved from 40 million and it's gone above 75 to 80 million. The big ticket sizes have started coming in now much more, especially in the past 48 months. The capital absorption ability of India to hold on to the larger projects is now coming in very significantly. And that's where we're seeing a decent participation coming from the UK too, including some of our new partners coming in. But you know, when I talk
Who are those new partners?
I have a Zimbabwe, I have a Djibouti, and I have Rwanda. And I have all those countries which are now adding up to that basket of 101.
Do you think the UK could do more?
Of course, it's a very special relationship. It's one of the oldest ones. And from the investment perspective, if you look at it, I think the bilateral side on both sides has been seeing a very robust activity happening. But you know, finally, Eddie, capital moves where it is respected, where it has trust, and where it gets returns. And I think those are the three elements where we are seeing India stand out prominently on a global landscape. Can I just take a minute before?
1 minute, but then I'm going to come back to you.
May I?
You can.
So let me just start. 2014 to 19, see where India moved. Ahead of Russia, Italy, Brazil, France, and if I may dare say UK. It's just the exchange rate worked again, so we just sort of slid a bit.
Right.
So in terms of GDP, we moved from number 10 to number 5, just before the pandemic. And now let's see where we are after the pandemic. We've retained our position of being the fastest growing large economy on the planet. And I was telling you both in terms of scale and pace, and if you give me another minute, I'll just explain why I'm saying that.
All right.
Very
You're
important,
stealing my
Eddie.
time, though. I've got a
Eddie,
really
please.
good question for you, I promise.
But the scale and the pace is critical. Let me tell you about the scale. I'll have a consumer market of 1.6 billion consumers by 15th August 2047. That's about just 9,000 days when I turn 100. 1.3 billion of those will be under the age of 35. I'll be the youngest on the planet with the average age of 29. That's the scale at which it is happening. Now let me tell you the pace at which India is changing. Every minute, 30 people are moving from a village to a city in India. And you know about 11% of the world's population lives in my villages. That means by 2047, I would have created another EU. Think about the scale at which it is happening. By the way, let me put it in perspective. 2018, just before the pandemic, do you want to take a guess how many people traveled on my railways with an official ticket?
Official ticket? Tell me.
8 billion. We moved the entire planet on my railways. Now let me tell you about the pace of change. You'll agree with me, data is the new oil. 2015, the Honorable Prime Minister launched Digital India. That time, my global position was 123 in per capita data consumption. Guess what it was last year? Number 1 in the world. We consumed more per capita mobile data than the US and China put together. In fact, last year, 48 billion real-time transactions originated out of India.
But there is a problem with that, because what we didn't talk about this time with Vodafone, but what I have spoken about with the Vodafone CEO is those incredibly low prices of data are actually really hard for some of these companies to compete on. And while it is great, and every time I go to India, somebody offers me their a hotspot because data is so cheap, but it does have other sort of business implications, right? I mean, there are issues when you have data being so cheap for companies to be able to maintain good practice.
Eddie, look at the bottom lines of a large number of companies already there. The scale is what India offers. And that is the scale which slips into the bottom lines and where you're seeing very attractive bottom lines. I mean, a large part of that gets reflected in our stock market. But coming back to that digital point which I mentioned to you, 48 billion real-time digital transactions originated out of India last year. That is 41% of the world's real-time transactions. You know what was number 2?
China?
At what? 16 billion.
Okay.
You see the difference.
I do see the difference. Tell me your views on what we heard there from the other concern coming from Vodafone, which is around what happens with that data. Where should it live? Who should be able to use it? Who should be able to look at it? Who should be able to analyze it and make new software or new algorithms out of it? Where should that data live? That issue around the privacy is something that, we've got a problem. I think somebody else is trying to zoom into our conversation. We may be off message, Deepak. But tell me, because I know you work on the digitization as well, tell me what you think should be done around where data is managed, where it's allowed to move.
I think the privacy and safety of data is prime. And most importantly, the origination of that data, which is you and me, Eddie, individuals.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the protection of that data is very critical. So from that perspective, whatever is the evolution of the new sets of policies and rules and regulations which a country will have to take force. And here I do see India playing a very big role on the global scale, just for the very fact that we are number 1 on the data itself. So as a result, this is something which is center of plate for us. And I think the government's looking at policies to see how we can maintain those objectives. And more so in a democracy where the primacy and the focus on the individual is prime.
I agree with that. We are running very quickly out of time. I'd love you to just, in one word, tell me how you believe we can see the UK-India relationship reimagined at 75. What should that word be? What would it look like?
That's an interesting one. Is that just one word?
Well, give me a short phrase or a sentence.
I think it's going to be a completely different set, which is going to be based on innovation, which is a new generation which will be taking forward this relationship. It will have a linkage to the past, but it will be a completely new future.
Excellent. Deepak Bagla, thank you so much for joining us. Stay with us. To everyone watching here at the Taj in London and to our online audience, we'll be back. Mark Barton will be back very shortly with the Secretary of State for International Trade, Right Honourable Anne-Marie Trevelyan. So stay with us.
Thank you, Andy.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Okay, how are we all doing? We're feeling good? Good, good, good. Reimagine at 75, a new era for UK-India trade relations. Who better to speak to today? We've had the Home Secretary. We promised you 3 Secretaries of State today. Well, Right Honourable Anne-Marie Trevelyan MP, who of course is Secretary of State for International Trade, joins us today. Secretary of State, thank you very much for joining us. You're just going to speak for a few minutes just to warm us all up, and then I'm going to jump in and ask you all those tricky questions. The floor is yours.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. It's such a pleasure to join you all here at the India Global Forum today. But before, as Mark says, we dive into our conversation, I just wanted to share a few words and thoughts with you. Because in the 75 years since India marked independence, our nation's ties have matured into a really rich friendship. Our trade and our investment relationship has evolved too and is growing closer by the day. And as I'm sure you are all aware, we are taking this already very productive alliance to a new level through an India-UK free trade agreement. And this deal could offer us unique opportunities, but I believe it will also take a unique form. Let me explain. While our countries share long-standing ties, they also have different economies, and they also, of course, historically thought quite differently about trade. Such distinctions require a tailor-made approach. So that's because the sort of cookie-cutter, one-size-fits-all way of negotiating a trade deal simply doesn't exist. How could it when it comes to a country of India's extraordinary richness, diversity, and complexity? So whilst the deal would undoubtedly look different to the UK's previous free trade agreements, it would be hugely significant for us both by unlocking more trade and supporting long-term economic growth. So for India, a country that hasn't traditionally focused on FTAs as a means of growing its economy, an agreement will mark a major step in a new direction. It represents a chance to develop a fulfilling and economically beneficial partnership for the 21st century. For UK businesses, access to an economy projected to be the 3rd largest on the planet by 2050, a population of 1.4 billion people, could of course be transformative. And importantly, an agreement could provide room for growth. It will reflect the fact that our trading relationship will strengthen and evolve just as it has done to date. This will position the UK and India to together meet those trade challenges of the future. In short, an agreement offers significant opportunities for both our countries, and the UK is determined to seize them. Undoubtedly, though, negotiations can be tough. Success comes through compromise and cooperation on both sides, and there are times when we need to meet each other in the middle. So while we should be proud of what our nations have achieved so far, we should be unafraid of taking full advantage of the opportunities before us today. I know that Mr. Goyal recently talked at this forum about the need to fund innovative solutions to deal with those future challenges. And a free trade agreement with the UK gives us the chance to do precisely this through sharing knowledge and ideas and bringing people and businesses together. Of course, an FTA is a major step forwards, but it's not the only way our nations are supporting trade. Last year, we committed to seek to double UK-India trade over the next decade. Since then, there's been a steady drumbeat of progress. In fact, following the Prime Minister Johnson's visit to Gujarat and New Delhi in April, Indian and UK businesses announced more than £1 billion worth of new investment and export deals in areas ranging from software engineering to healthcare. And we are also concentrating on removing those trade barriers that can hinder businesses from exporting, and we are exploring new ways in which our industries can collaborate. There's a great example of this in my constituency in Northumberland, where the UK's leading R&D Centre for Offshore Renewable Energy is teaming up with India's National Institute of Wind Energy. They're committed to work together in areas like innovation, research, and boosting supply chain growth, building a partnership that will benefit both the environment and, of course, our economies. So this is just a snapshot of everything that's going on. And I'm really looking forward to seeing many more similar examples of UK and Indian collaboration emerging in the future. Whether it's through sharing ideas and innovations, bringing people and businesses closer together, or generating economic rewards, it's clear that an even closer trading relationship between our nations will enrich us in a multitude of ways. So if I have one message for my Indian counterparts, it is this. Let's take full advantage of this chance to strengthen our alliance, build those cultural and economic bridges, and reap the subsequent rewards for all our citizens, both of today and of tomorrow. So I look forward to some of your questions.
Wonderful. I think it deserves a clap, doesn't it? Thank you very much, Secretary of State. So much to get through, and I wrote lovely notes, rich friendship, a major step in a new direction, significant opportunities, negotiations start. Just give us a sense, I mean, I'm a business journalist, give us a sense of trade deals and how tricky they are, you know, the process. Because we read about these deals, you know, we've done a deal with Canada, with Australia, we're talking to so many nations, specifically post-Brexit as well, and an India one would be a major coup for both sides. What's the process like? Because you call it challenging, meeting in the middle. What's it like?
Well, so there's a sort of framework of rules within which the chief negotiators and their teams follow. There's a sort of 10 days of intense discussions around a number of the areas that have been agreed for discussion, and then everyone goes away to recover.
Yeah.
in a literal sense, it's kind of deeply intense. So interestingly, last year when we were doing some of our FTAs with Australia and New Zealand, it was pretty much all virtual.
Yes.
Because COVID meant nobody could travel. So that was interesting in a physical sense.
Does that cut through time? Does that cut to the chase? Is that more efficient?
So no, I think decisions were made in a slightly different way, slightly more perhaps controlled way. When you're in the room,
yes.
Which of course with India we are now, which is fabulous, though I think there's been a bit of hybrid working for logistics practicalities, you can really get into the meat in a very speedy way. One of the challenges, of course, that our Prime Minister has set us to try and deliver, you know, the framework of this by Diwali, and in case it's a joke, this Diwali is actually what they meant, but, you know, when we tease them, we
October.
Say, we haven't said which one, but, you know, 24th of October, it's seared in my brain now. That's really helped to help our negotiators to really focus on what's important and where the big prizes are. And indeed, where, as I say, where that meeting in the middle piece means that everyone needs to think perhaps in a slightly different way, both to other trade deals that we may have negotiated, or indeed why we are doing this with India, our really important
so is it achievable? Let's get the big question out of the way. Is it achievable? Some say October, it's cutting it fine, and if we miss October, we almost miss a cycle because of elections. And is it imperative we reach this deal by October?
Well, I think it's imperative in the sense that we all want to get on and have the framework so that our businesses can crack on and, you know, make use of it, and we can see our economies grow together, not only between the UK and India, but UK and India together with other countries as well. And I think it absolutely is achievable. It might be, in a practical sense, there's this whole bit at the end of an FTA where the lawyers appear, as with everything in life, and they plough through, because trade language is it is a foreign language. I've had to learn it. It is a foreign language. Yes. But you learn that, so the lawyers have to really plough through that and scrub all the text to make sure that, and that both sides are sure that what they agreed was what they agreed, and, you know, so on. So that takes a bit of, you know, just takes a bit of time. So we need to have time to do that. So it may be that we haven't completed that part.
Yes.
But that's what I would call the boring technical bit. No offence to all the lawyers in the room. I don't understand. It's
any
very
lawyers in the room? Hands
Sorry,
up.
no offence to any lawyers who are
You're okay, they're
listening. But that part is it. But what we want to really be clear is that by Diwali we've got that whole picture, and we know where we've found those great mutually, adding value parts.
You talked about big prizes. There are thorny issues. Let's delve into the prizes and the thorny issues. What are the thorny issues, and what do you think are the, let's use the word, achievable prizes?
So I think, with any FTA, the market access balance is always the one that everyone has to think about for the first time once you get to that part of the conversation. And I think the teams are just getting to that, and I'm going to let them get on with it for now, and we shall progress accordingly. I think what I want us to have as an FTA, and it's the challenge I set my teams for all the FTAs that we're now doing, now that we're free to really build these from scratch, is I want to see ambition in them. Really important for me, ambition and longevity. So they need to be much more than a kind of old-fashioned goods and services, bit of this, we'll strip away a tariff here, we'll accept that. That's fine, but that isn't ambitious, and that doesn't set a long-term relationship in place. So we've agreed a very broad framework of chapters, and I hope very much that we'll achieve all of them, because I think that's where we get that depth of long-termism to this FTA, which is what we all want to achieve.
We've had business leaders, non-stop Secretary of State in the last 24 hours talk about the need to bring talent to the UK, this wonderful entrepreneurial spirit that is such a part of Indian life, these skilled workers in areas such as digital and technology.
Absolutely.
That bridge, that living bridge, will it be made easier via this trade deal to bring in this talent that is so wanted by all the panelists we've had in the last 24 hours?
So I think, key, and I think this is a global challenge, isn't it? Businesses' growth depends on its people, and as we move into these many new areas of digital technologies, those young people coming up with the right skill sets are critical to success for all our businesses. Really interesting, and I know you had the Home Secretary here this morning. Right. I don't know if she mentioned that the Global Talent Network, which is effectively does what it says on the tin, seeks global talent to come to the UK. Over 40% of all those who are coming through are from India already.
Yeah, she did highlight.
A really interesting reflection, I think, of exactly what you highlight, which is that businesses know where this talent is, and they're already using the tools that are available to do that, and we will continue to do that. Of course, the part of the FTA and the relationship that inward FDI in both directions will afford will also help highlight and hone where businesses want to invest their money and see those make best use of these amazing young people with their fantastic education.
How much of a needed win is this for the UK when it comes to trade deals post-Brexit and during the whole sort of Brexit campaign and in the years after, before it was formalised, before we formally left the EU? There were promises of trade deals across the world, new countries to explore and to build partnerships with, and we've had successes, and often they're not celebrated, and I'll celebrate them. We've had Australia, we've had Canada, and we're talking to a lot of countries. There's this Trans-Pacific partnership, which is possible, the GCC, you're talking to Canada, you're talking to Mexico, Israel, many things which we probably don't read about every day, which is very important that we highlight. But would India, it seems, be the coup? I mean, I'm not demeaning Australia and New Zealand. How important would that Indian FTA be as a PR coup, something to present to the UK public? Maybe some of those that weren't so happy with the outcome of the Brexit vote.
So much more than a PR coup, an incredibly important relationship that we want to be able to deepen, strip away, as I say, strip away those barriers. India is, changing, Prime Minister Modi's leadership and the living bridge that he talks about, and his genuine commitment to wanting India to be part of the, the global economic family, not just grow the success domestically is, I hope, and we come to this in genuinely good faith, a way that this UK-India FTA can help embed that. So for us, huge opportunities, new markets, a growing middle class. Some of from a traditional goods and services perspective, huge opportunities for our businesses to find new markets and opportunities to take the best of British brands into India, but really importantly, work together to see. I look at a company like JCB that has been working, an absolutely classic in every sense British brand, making diggers around the world. 40% of all their business is based in India, uses fantastic Indian talent. I was visiting their Delhi factory when I was there earlier in the year. These brilliant young engineers, so impressed. So many more women engineers there than there are in JCB in the UK, just saying. I kind of keep teasing them about that. But amazing to see. And that harnessing with that mutual investment to grow those economies, I think is something really exciting. So genuinely for the UK, this will be a fantastic trade deal and a chance to embed, in, as you say, in this 75th year, a chance to look forwards for what mutual trade
what does that mean to you?
Brings.
We love this Reimagine at 75.
It's a lovely word.
What does it mean to you, Reimagine at 75, not just for India in the next 25 years, but for the UK-India relationship?
So I genuinely want to see, I love the Living Bridge description. Obviously the diaspora in the UK is enormous and part of our part of the UK. It's an embedded part of our world. To be able to grow that for the next generation, my children in their early 20s, and that next generation who see the world in a very different way, see it in an incredibly interconnected way. Of course they do. The world is very small, but in other ways, the Indian cultural and economic growth that's going on now is genuinely so exciting. And the UK wants to be at the heart of that. We want to be part of it. We want to be, helping, and we want to be able to make sure that UK businesses and our citizens are at the heart of those growth opportunities.
What areas excite you? Because in the 2030 roadmap, we talk about health, climate change, people to people, trade, defence, security. Such big areas, all five, those five pillars, as they're known. Which areas excite you the most, and which areas are we seeing real inroads as we move through the 2020s to that 2030 end game?
So I'm a bit biased,
yes.
And I'm very proud of being biased. I was the Energy Minister for the UK last year, and I was charged both with writing the UK's net zero strategy and working alongside Alok Sharma as we hosted COP26. And I was working particularly closely with the smaller and most vulnerable countries on adaptation and resilience. So I was able to really be deeply involved in thinking about how technology and transformation could help the planet to get to grips with and get ahead of the planetary disruptions that we have caused. So for me, green trade is one of the most exciting parts of what we can do. It's critically important that we all do it, we get it right, and that we change and we move away from our hydrocarbons use, and we think about not only using the right energy, building the right energy resources, but also living sustainably on our planet. And there is so much opportunity for business to lead on that, profitably and successfully, but also with that really deep, critically important and urgent solutions that need to be found. And that comes not only from the kind of heavy manufacturing of building wind turbines and investing in grid systems, it's using innovation to think differently how we live. And I think that's very exciting.
And you've got big ambitions. I mean, the green economy is projected. I love stats, by the way. I'm going to steal Secretary of State stats.
Go on then.
The green economy here in the UK projected to grow by 11% per year out to 2030. And by 2050, over 1.2 million people could be directly employed in low-carbon goods and services sectors, which is a six-fold increase for today. So it's a huge opportunity, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's an enormous new market, which clearly we should harness. And, I think these generational shifts in business focus and how we do things, it's the horse to the car. It's, these enormous changes that we have driven forward as humans. And we need to get this right in a way that is not only economically successful, but make sure we are going in the right direction so that we have a sustainable planet. And I am genuinely excited by how I think we can work with India. Some of the, the world leading, both goods and services and service skills in this area that the UK has. I want to make sure we harness and that with India we can work with India to see their growth go. And then the enormous opportunities. As I say, one of the things I think that the FTA will give us the opportunity to have is the UK-India relationship together in third countries where we can work together to bring those opportunities and those solutions to other countries as well. And I think that's going to be a really exciting part of this as we tackle what is both an urgent and massive transformation for our planet.
Secretary of State, when our viewers think about trade, many think about Brexit and many think about the opportunities and maybe the lost history that happened because of Brexit, the linkages with the EU. And I saw a news piece earlier today and it said Brexit is an albatross hanging around the neck of the UK. And it would be remiss of me not to bring up Brexit. So we have structurally higher inflation. We have lower investment flows. Sterling is falling. Markets are sinking as well. We've got a cost of living crisis. I know many of these things aren't Brexit related, but some are. What do you say to those who look at Brexit, look at what was promised and just see what we've been left with? The state of the UK economy, strikes in recent weeks. Many are likening it to the 1970s. We're approaching possibly a recession. We're approaching 11% inflation next year. This doesn't seem to be like the nirvana we were promised post-Brexit. And I know many of it isn't linked to Brexit, but some of it is. What would you respond to that?
Well, so I would say I'm not sure that I recognise your description of our country. I think the whole world is enormously challenged post-COVID. The incredible disruptions to supply chains and indeed to energy, where many, for instance, gas supplies shut down, oil production lowered because aviation industry, for instance, stopped. Huge disruptions to some of these really important supply chains. And as those are getting themselves back on track, there has been a lot of disruption there. And of course, added to that, the illegal invasion by Mr. Putin to Ukraine has disrupted those even more. And these energy price spikes, of course, is the leading part of the inflationary pressures that we're seeing not only here in the UK, but across the world. So tackling those is really difficult. In terms of Brexit, I would simply disagree. The COVID disruptions to trade clearly had some impacts on our EU trade, but our EU figures are now above what they were before COVID. So we are in a very strong, back to a very strong trading relationship with our European neighbours.
Is that relationship about to be stymied due to the whole Northern Ireland protocol? There seems to be a view that if that goes through, the EU obviously won't be happy, and there could be tit for tat, and maybe people are talking about a trade war between the UK and the EU. Is that coming our way?
So I hope not. I think the discussions, and as the Foreign Secretary would say if she was here, the discussions with her EU counterparts to solve some of these what are very practical market distortion flows that have been going on as a result of the protocol. I always say the protocol was designed quite rightly to be very protective of the Northern Ireland issues, this unique relationship that it has obviously with the UK and with the rest of Ireland, on the island of Ireland. Really important was that everyone wanted to make sure that those flows were undisturbed. Now, it was written before the Trade and Cooperation Agreement was concluded, negotiated, because Ireland was the most important focus for everyone to keep stable. But actually, if we can fix those, what are fundamentally just market distortions, and that's what is in the protocol bill, that will solve most of it. And that, indeed, those negotiations will continue with the EU whilst the bill progresses through the House.
Is the Northern Ireland Protocol issue hindering relations with the US? You've struck this deal with Indiana, a US state.
Yes,
now,
many
in the UK would want bigger deals than with states, but that, I said I'd sing your praises. There are many more likely in line, probably 5, 6, or 7 in the offing with states. But what about the big beast, the US? You hear from Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, if the protocol is, rejigged, you're going to be back at the queue when it comes to a trade deal. What are you hearing? What's the mood music like with the US when it comes to a UK-US trade deal?
So I've got and built up a fantastic relationship with both my US counterpart and the Secretary of State for Commerce. I was able to unlock the Section 232 tariffs that Donald Trump had put on the EU and us back in 2018. And in negotiating those, a very clear understanding that the UK-US relationship is deep at every level, much like India's. These are very, very long-standing and profoundly important relationships. That was a punitive tariff, which was not appropriate. So having removed that away, we're now able to have, and we are having it at a federal level with my counterpart, Catherine Tai, the US Trade Representative, lots of discussions around those areas where, when the White House decides they want to engage in the formalities of an FTA once again, we will be very much ready to up and running. But in the meantime, to your point about state relationships, a lot of issues like mutual recognition of qualifications are not held at the federal level, they're held at the state level. Procurement opportunities, state level procurement opportunities, those are nothing to do with federal states. So we've taken the opportunity in the time that we have whilst the White House is focused on its domestic agenda to talk with those states where we know there are UK businesses that want to do more with particular states, and indeed vice versa, to build those relationships and to find ways to strip away some of those market access barriers. I've launched today my bonfire of barriers across the world where businesses say to me, weird and wonderful, quirky things that are sort of clogging up the system. And we go and try and unlock them at a single market access barrier conversation. With individual states across the US, we can unlock lots of those barriers. So that's what we're working on for the moment, and I hope very much, and I can't tell you when, it's a White House question, but in the meantime, we are continuing to grow what is obviously an enormously successful bilateral trading link with the US in the meantime, and helping our businesses and their businesses to be able to do more back to back. Because at the end of the day, the FTA is like the gold standard, the top prize in terms of opportunities for businesses to find it easier to trade together. But actually, in the meantime, trade carries on nonetheless, barriers or not. What we want to do is to find those ways to unlock it in as many ways as possible. And the beauty of Brexit for the UK is that we now are in control of and can manage our trade policy. We can determine where we want to be focusing our energies on unlocking those trade barriers and on building our FTAs. And that's why India is such an important partner, and why this FTA is one of my kind of five, my year of five top star FTAs. India is right at the heart of that this year.
Talking to mood music, just before we disappear, what's the mood music like in number 10? It's been a difficult time, especially when Prime Minister Johnson was in India. Distractions of Partygate, by-election, losses. It's been a difficult time, and I know that the Prime Minister's determined just to get on with it. How difficult is it to get on with it when clearly there are major distractions? 40% of the party don't want you as Prime Minister. I mean, can he last to the end of this election cycle?
Well, I think so, because he has such a big vision and an ability to drive through really hard things. I mean, he's demonstrated a number of times over. No one thought it would be possible to actually deliver Brexit, but he was so determined. He's such a strong Democrat. We had asked the country in a referendum, something we don't do very often here in the UK, possibly for good reason. We shouldn't do them too often.
Although there might be another Scottish one next year, but we won't talk about that.
We're not talking about that one. That actually, he was determined that the British people must, see that the referendum was respected. He brought forward this incredible effort when COVID hit the world with our vaccine task force, delivered the first vaccine, what's turned out to be indeed one of the most effective vaccines, led the way both in funding through Gavi and through COVAX, the ability to make sure that countries whose needs were greatest and least able to support were able to get vaccines as well. He has this incredible ability to cohere support and to drive through those difficult decisions. That he will continue to do. I think he would be the first to say the frustrations of day-to-day life, the midterm election cycles where you get, horror show by-elections. I think it's happened to every Prime Minister.
He has your unconditional support?
He absolutely has my support, because I know that he is the best man to help us deliver the agenda that we want to.
Let's leave it on that note. We could talk for hours. Brilliant chat. Thank you so much, Secretary of State
Thank you so much.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan. Big round of applause. Right. Up next, we're talking post-COVID healthcare. What now? What next? So many questions, so many answers, helmed by my good friend and co-host Edie Lush. Thank you very much.
मेरे को सुनाई नहीं दिया यार आपकी आवाज. Louder, come on.
I'm coming from Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
I come from Kochi.
I came directly from Gujarat.
I'm from Calicut. I'm from Hyderabad.
We came all the way from Kerala just for this.
The experience is awesome, out of the world. I'm so thrilled.
We got to see the entire production line, all the parts, all the things used in the system.
I was happy to see how they have done the wire bonding.
Is going to become even better with movers to
Thank you for being our motivation, being our inspiration. We work really hard, but the reason is all of you. Thank you.
So, from trade now to health. We have another series in our reimagining the relationship between the UK and India. Now, part of the 2030 roadmap laid out between Prime Ministers Modi and Johnson included discussions and cooperation around health. In fact, I counted the words health, healthy, healthcare appear 37 times in the 2030 roadmap. So as we reimagine these relations, I am really delighted to host together in their first live interaction, the UK Secretary of State for Health, Right Honourable Sajid Javid. Thanks so much for coming along. How are you?
You're very good. Thanks for inviting me.
Good.
Looking forward to this.
Pleasure to have you. We've also really pleased to have joining us virtually Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya. Have we got you
Thank
online?
you.
How are you today?
Thank you.
There he is. How are you? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Great to have you. Well, I tell you what, let's dive straight in. Honourable Minister Mandaviya, let's start with the UK-India ties, shall we? UK and India are celebrating and marking 75 years of bilateral ties. I wonder what you think best illustrates, best demonstrates the enduring nature and significance of this relationship.
Thank you. Within the already ongoing war between India and UK with COVID-19 pandemic, healthcare and emergency crisis management has emerged as another important area of collaboration. The strength of India-UK partnership was demonstrated to the world by the highly successful collaboration on the AstraZeneca and Oxford University vaccine with the Serum Institute of India. The R&D capacities of AstraZeneca and Oxford, coupled with the manufacturing capacity of SSII, together created a global good which has saved many lives in the world. India, as one of the largest vaccine manufacturers, offered its manufacturing capacity to add availability of cost-effective vaccines, not just to the UK, but also to various low and middle-income countries. I'm happy to note that the third India-UK joint working groups of health was held recently, wherein topic issue of antimicrobial resistance, pharmaceutical cooperation, strengthening cooperation in human resources for health and digital health were discussed. India, UK have also agreed to closely work together to strengthen the global response to further health emergencies and working towards developing vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. Recognizing technology as an enabler in health service delivery, India welcomes the collaboration between National Health Authority and National Health Services in digital health and associated technologies to solidify our collaboration in healthcare. India and UK can engage further on implementation of digital health solutions, joint health research initiative, technology transfer, and cost-effective manufacturing. Synergies between India and UK can ensure availability of affordable vaccines, drugs, and therapeutics to the world.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. So, Secretary of State, what would you add to that? Because it is really true, isn't it, that the cooperation between the Serum Institute, between Oxford, was one of the great moments within the pandemic. But what else would you add? What else do you think, as we celebrate, as we mark and reflect on 75 years of this relationship between the UK and India, what would you remark, what do you think demonstrates enduring nature or significance of the relationship?
Well, look, first off, thank you again for inviting me. It's great to be here with Mansukh and to see him as well. But I mean, first of all, before we even get to health, I think the relationship is incredibly strong. India is one of our oldest friends, and we have so much in common: a shared history, a shared culture, a shared language, and that shows in the relationship. I think our relationship has never been stronger. We saw that recently with the visit of Boris Johnson to India earlier this year. And also, if I could say, it matters to me personally. My father was born in India, and I love the country. In Punjab, just outside Amritsar, in a place called Jalandhar. And but it matters to me personally. India's got a special place in my heart, and it really matters to me to keep building that relationship. It's strong, but you can always keep building and working together. And then we saw that with healthcare, and Mansukh has just given a fantastic example of on the vaccines and cooperation. But we were able to help each other, and that's what good friends do. India helped us with vaccines, and that was fantastic. When India saw a big surge in cases, and we were able to respond immediately with PPE, with equipment and things like that. And that's what a good bilateral relationship is about. Friends help each other.
That was a scary moment.
Yeah, it was, and it was. But when it's a scary moment for India, it's scary for us because we care so much for each other, and we keep building on that. And so, for example, at the moment, India and the UK are doing a joint trial called the Recovery Trial, so linked to COVID on therapeutics, and we're working together on clinical trials, and it just shows you how we will keep doing that, working together.
Well, we've had COVID, but let's look at some of the emerging health threats, because the pandemic it's not over, but it's entering into a different phase in the UK. It's really drawn attention, hasn't it, to significant economic and societal costs of global health threats. So talk to me about how the UK and India are jointly approaching some of these other emerging threats.
Yeah, I mean, so first all of us saw through the pandemic just how a health issue can affect everything in your society. I mean, literally everything, and that was true for India, for us, and so many countries. We're all learning lessons for them to be better prepared for the next big threat. And some of those threats are actually very visible. We can, they're very clear. And at the top of the list, I'd put the antimicrobial resistance. And that is an area of huge cooperation between India and the UK. We both care about it deeply. Mansukh and I recently, when we met in Geneva at the World Health Assembly, that's one of our key things that we talked of. The UK is working with India on that, for example, through the Fleming Fund, supporting joint work, not just for antimicrobial resistance in humans, but also animal health as well, because we both value this, what we call the sort of One Health approach, and that is the sort of the silent pandemic. We can see it; it's happening. It's been going on in the background whilst we've been trying to deal with COVID, and we need to. The world needs to come together in that. But India's role in that is crucial, just given the sheer size and importance of India. But of course, the UK can play a big role in that, and we will. Also, we've got to look out for new potential zoonotic disease threats. So we have a joint program with India on zoonotic disease research.
What's that? What is a zoonotic disease?
Well, like COVID.
Okay.
So where the origin is from the animal world, and then it sort of jumps into the human world. And so we've got to look out for that, because we can see from COVID that no one knows when it will happen, but I think we have to be ready for the next pandemic. There's lots of reasons, climate change and demographics and things which suggest there will be another sort of new disease at some point, and we've got to be better prepared, whether it's with vaccines and therapeutics. And I think that relationship we've built up over COVID is going to be key in tackling that too.
Interesting. Honourable Minister, let's hear from your perspective from India about what emerging health threats you're focusing on. We've heard about some of the cooperation between the UK and India. What else would you add?
You see that COVID-19 has highlighted the need to focus on building resilient health systems capable of withdrawing emerging health threats, striving towards achieving universal health coverage, and to ensure accessibility, affordability, and availability of healthcare. India, under the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, has launched an overcharging approach through Ayushman Bharat with its 4 associated pillars. Under the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center, 150,000 health and wellness centers are being established to provide a preventive, promoting,
We're having a little delay in the line there.
and breadth of the country. Second pillar of Prime Minister Jan Arogya Yojana provides health assurance to 500 million Indian citizens for identified secondary and tertiary health services, free of cost, in a cashless and paperless manner, making it the biggest government funds health insurance scheme in the world. Through its pillar of Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, an outlay of 8.8 has been sanctioned to strengthen surveillance, create a network of integrated public health labs, infectious disease hospital and research network across the country to aid ongoing COVID-19 management and to manage any future health emergency. Fourth pillar of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, seamless intervenes these initiatives to create continuity of care and is working towards the establishment to digital health ecosystem for country. The present pandemic has highlighted two fault lines in the architecture. Besides working towards creating raw infrastructure in the country, India is also
Short delay in the line there. We'll see if we can get it back.
And advocating use of technological tools as global public goods. India is also embracing the cause of distributed manufacturing of drugs, vaccines, and therapeutics, with specific focus on not only access but affordability as an approach to ensure equitable healthcare. India and UK need to collaborate on this aspect in the international forum.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. We've got a deep nodding of a head there. So another item on the agenda for your next meeting. Honourable Minister Mandavia, let's stay with you for a moment. You know, you mentioned COVID-19, you mentioned the impact on the health infrastructure. It really highlighted the pandemic, the need for resilient health infrastructure at the national and also at the international level. So I wonder, when you look back now, what are the main lessons that you learned, that India learned, as your country leveraged augmented existing health infrastructure in order to effectively manage COVID-19?
Under the front-end leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, India had adopted a proactive and graded approach while dealing with this once-in-the-century crisis of COVID-19. We initiated surveillance at point of entry, and we did it much before the declaration of public health emergency of international concern by WHO. Understanding the highly infectious natures of the disease, we created a dedicated infrastructure for management of COVID-19. 3 categories of facilities dealing with mild, moderate, and severe patients were established as early as March 2020. From a single lab in January 2020 to 3,392 labs at present. We have now the capacity of conduct more than 2.5 million tests per day. India augmented domestic production of PPE kits and N95 masks, and over 1,100 indigenous manufacturers of PPE kits were developed. India is presently the second largest exporter of PPE kits and N95 masks in the world. Union government supported states in India for rapid infrastructure augmentation through emergency COVID package with the outlay 1.9 billion and 3 billion. More than 200 technical advisories related with containment testing, clinical management, and multiple aspects of COVID management to aid COVID-19 response were issued. Capacity building of healthcare staff across the country was taken up through a network of national and state level centers of excellence, which organized cascaded training of medical fatality, of clinical management protocols. In fact, I can highlight it that it is a classic example of a whole of government and whole of society approach. So, needed in management of any pandemic which has been adopted successfully by India. It is with this strategic approach that India has been able to manage the spread of infection with currently 31,653 cases per million and 383 deaths per million, amongst the lowest in the world.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Mandavia. We're going to come back to you, but time marches on. I wonder if you'd like to build on what you heard there, and particularly looking at this resilience of health infrastructure. It was shaken during COVID-19. When you look back, what are the lessons that you've learned?
Look, I think we've all learnt a lot, and one is that no one wants to see the response to a new pathogen that's like COVID in the future being lockdowns and all of that. I think everyone understands why that happened, trying to stop people from mixing in the normal way, but the way out of any future risk has got to be through pharmaceutical defences, and that requires, first of all, good data and surveillance, good science capability, to understand the pathogen, to be able to decode it quickly, to try and understand how it spreads. With COVID, there was quite a bit of information at the start, but it certainly wasn't all available as soon as it could be, and that's why I think the World Health Organization working on a new pandemic instrument, a legally binding instrument that will oblige all countries to share information early is going to be really important. That's a lesson learned. The other thing on pharmaceutical defenses was vaccines. We saw whether it was the Serum Institute in India, it's AstraZeneca here in the UK, also the mRNA technology from BioNTech, Pfizer, and Moderna. I think it's great, for example, in the UK, we're getting this big inward investment from Moderna. They're going to move their global R&D headquarters here to UK, do more clinical trials here in the UK. That helps build up future defenses, but also therapeutics. Both in India and the UK, we were quick early adopters of therapeutics. Here in the UK, we discovered how dexamethasone could be used, and that saved millions of lives. But alongside that is also the diagnostics. Look at how people today, in their home, can do a test for COVID, and that was unimaginable being able to test.
We all got used to that.
Yeah, we got used to that. And people accepted that and trying to sort of build on that for the future. So look, there's a lot there, but the important thing is the lessons of being learned. And in India and the UK working together, I think we can absolutely, I'm confident, we can be much better prepared for the next big threat.
Do you think we can do better on manufacturing locally where it's needed? That was one of the things, is getting the vaccines and getting trust in vaccines to places in Africa, for example, which we know the inequity continues even today, but part of that needs to be safe, effective manufacturing of vaccines, not just for COVID, but for everything, in more localized parts.
Yeah, and I think that is a lesson learned as well. We don't want to see, there were, I remember sort of at the start of the pandemic, a bit of what you would call vaccine nationalism and things, and you want to make sure everyone can get, as you say, fair, equitable access. I think some more manufacturing capability in different parts of the world is a very important component to that. But I think we mustn't just get drawn in too much into it's about manufacturing. It's about ultimately it's no good manufacturing it if you can't get it into arms. Yeah. Right? And they're very different things. Yeah. And what we found actually just starting even a few months ago, we've got plenty of vaccine that we're trying to give to countries. And even when COVID was a bigger threat than it is today, but a lot of countries were ultimately turning it down, or it's just wasting away in warehouses because they didn't have the infrastructure, the logistics to get it into people's arms. Now, India could get it into people's arms, we could, but sadly there's many countries, particularly in Africa, that couldn't, and I think there's work to be done there as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting one. Let's come back to the Honourable Minister Mandavia in India. Tell us about communications, smartphones, televisions, 1.4 billion citizens in India. Talk about how you get information across to these people, especially as the pandemic progresses and as health issues change. How do you continue being able to speak to people quickly?
It is an important part of our COVID management, community engagement through effective risk communications and awareness building on various aspects of COVID-19 management, including adherence of COVID safe behavior, challenges related to vaccination hesitancy and vaccine eagerness was a critical element in winning the battle against COVID. Honorable Prime Minister spearheaded the efforts towards creating Jan Andolan, means people's movement, and Jan Bhagidari, means community participation, through regular interaction with community and all stakeholders. His personal affairs elicited a strong positive response from the masses, promoting behavior change and compliance to COVID-appropriate behaviors. Ministry of Health website provided authenticate information pertaining to travel advisory, SOP, guidelines on clinical management. It had over 220 million hits at peak during day, utilizing access of mobile and telephones. Caller tune messages in 13 regional languages, reaching more than 1.70 billion subscribers were disseminated. Identified network of medical professionals provided authenticate information through multiple medias, including in regional language to ally.
Very different, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to pause you there because we're running out of time. But
170 plus TV programs with total reach of 830 million views, 5,131 tweets on Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Officials Twitter handle.
Thank you. I'm going to pause you there, Minister. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pause you right there.
140 YouTube videos were published, boosting myths, ensuring factual information and dissemination of success were taken up through social media. 400 plus social media influencers were briefed to promote factually accurate information and boosting myths and misconception about the COVID-19 vaccine.
Right.
195 community radio networks and 150 private radio stations were engaged to create awareness, particularly in the remote and rural parts of the country.
Minister, can you hear me?
Field staff, ANMs, ASHA, and frontliner workers disseminated information on the ground to reach the last mile. We leveraged print and electronic and social media for interaction with community besides regular press briefing at national, state, and district level on the regular basis. We thus had 360-degree approach for comprehensive risk communication to manage infodemic and ally and misconception.
Minister, thank you so much. He had a message in there, didn't he, to get that message across. I want to talk to you about digital health. That issue around communication is obviously so important. But let's end on this issue around digital health, which has been absolutely fundamental, not only in managing the pandemic, but also in managing ongoing health systems concerns. So I wonder if you'd like to just reflect a little bit on what you've learned and what we can see from the future in digital health in the UK as well.
Well, actually, I mean, just yesterday I published a new digital health plan for the entire UK health system, looking out for the next 10 years. And a lot of the lessons we've drawn from the COVID experience. You know, COVID was a catalyst for change. For example, here in the UK, the NHS app, before the pandemic, I think there were 2 million users. Now there's over 28 million. It's 2/3 of the adult population. And they're still using it for whether it's GP information, it's getting their own medical records and things. And we've announced that we're going to be adding a lot more functionality, including virtual appointments and things to that. And I think people welcome that because they've seen the difference that digital can make. But also, just on the information point, I completely agree with what Mansook said. And one thing I just found, and we've had this in the UK and in India, but it wasn't in every country, which is having some political consensus, having politicians agree that vaccines work, they're a good thing, and that was the case in India, it was the case in the UK. It wasn't a sort of political dividing ground. In some countries, including the United States and others, that unfortunately became a bit of a political battleground and that had a price to pay in terms of dealing with the pandemic.
And we've seen the number of people vaccinated as
Yeah.
a result. It's
Yeah.
quite good in the UK.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I think we're going to have to leave it there because we've run out of time. But I really want to thank you very much
Good.
for your time,
Thank you.
Secretary of State, and thank you as well, Honourable Minister Mandavia in India. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
मेरे को सुनाई नहीं दिया यार आपकी आवाज Louder, come on!
I'm coming from Raipur, Chhattisgarh.
I come from Kochi.
I came directly from Gujarat.
I'm from Calicut. I'm from Hyderabad.
We came all the way from Kerala just for this.
The experience is awesome, out of the world. I'm so thrilled.
We got to see the entire production line, all the parts, all the things used in the system.
I was like happy to see like how they have done the wire bonding.
The best scooter in the world is going to become even better with movers to
Thank you for being our motivation, being our inspiration. We work really hard, but the reason is all of you. Thank you.
Is that okay? All right. Well, we are back in action, and we are here with our next session, continuing on to talk about healthcare and with a real focus as well on digital delivery. Let me introduce to you my fantastic panel who are going to be reflecting on what we heard there from Honourable Minister Mandavia, as well as the Secretary of State, Sajid Javid. So we have with us author, political communications strategist, Priyam Gandhi-Modi. Welcome to you. How are you today?
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Director of Technology Policy, NHS England, Catherine Pollard. Thanks for being here. Founder and CEO of My Healthcare, Shaito Raha. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Edie.
Welcome. Welcome to you all. And let's also welcome our virtual guests as well, the Joint MD of Apollo Hospitals, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well, thank you. And it's a pleasure to be with you. Namaste.
Namaste. And we also are very pleased to have the CEO of the National Health Authority of India, Dr. Sharma, Dr. R.S. Sharma. How are you today? Good afternoon.
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
You know,
and
Dr.
good afternoon to you all.
I don't know if you were able to listen to the last session, Dr. Sharma. Did you hear it?
I did. I was there in the panel.
I wonder, I'd love to hear your reflections on what you heard from the minister. What do you think was really important to pull from Honorable Dr. Mandaviya's comments that you'd like us to reflect on?
Thank you very much for inviting me in this panel. I think it's a very important issue. The health is an extremely important issue. And Dr. Mandaviya spoke of a number of things, and I'll dwell on two of them. One is the digital, health mission, which India has started in September last year. And of course, when the Honorable Prime Minister Boris Johnson came to India in April, there was a joint communique and that spoke about the collaboration between the National Health Authority and the National NHS of UK in the digital health area and many other areas. And what we have embarked upon by way of digital health mission is essentially, putting all the pieces together, the building blocks, necessary building blocks, which essentially will ensure that a common person is able to book, search, and avail all kinds of services, whether it is ambulance service or other medical services. The overall architecture and overall mission of the digital health mission is to leverage the information and communication technologies to deliver affordable, quality, and accessible health services to our people. So that's the broad one part which we are doing. Dr. Mandaviya also spoke about the largest health insurance scheme in the world, which is the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which actually covers 500 million people and provides an assurance, health assurance to the tune of 500,000 rupees per annum for each family. So that's again a scheme which is being implemented, and we have spent about $7 billion thus far in the last 3 years. So we are spending about $1.5 billion every year on an average. So that's another scheme which we are running. And we think that the digital mission which the PM has launched, that is the future of healthcare. That is the way we will be able to ensure that we have an affordable, and Dr. Mandaviya made a very strong mention of the affordability of the health services, and that will make it affordable. Also, it will actually provide access to everybody in the country, and that's the broad objective of the digital mission. So that's where I stop.
Access to everyone in the country, and when you think about a country like India, it's extraordinary. Shaitu, just give us a sense of the scale of the challenge in India as we discuss this.
So I think as Dr. Sharma said, we are a population of 1.4 billion people in India. And in a matter of 12 months, we've actually been able to vaccinate almost 40% of India, which is quite incredible. Most of India is double vaccinated, which is again incredible in terms of being able to manage the logistics, ensuring it all gets done. And as Dr. Sharma said, I think India has moved from a non-insured market towards being at least 40% of India being insured under the government scheme. But then as a thrust of that, you also have private insurance which is backing that up. And you will see in the years to come, almost 80-85% of India will be insured. I think that's a great achievement when you talk about a country. The second thing is you've got to understand India is there's the challenge of distance, right? All of healthcare is concentrated really amongst the top, amongst urban India, which is about 30% of India. So 70% of India actually has to travel 250 kilometers to get access to quality healthcare, right? So I think technology is going to help immensely. And some of the things that Dr. Sharma talked about in terms of making healthcare more accessible. And I'm sure Dr. Sangeeta Reddy is going to talk about the teleconsultation network that they have set up. And all of this is moving towards really making healthcare more affordable, more accessible, and available because of the growing mobile internet in India.
affordable, accessible, inclusive, such important. They can't just be words, they have to be reality. Catherine, let's hear from you. What did you hear from the Secretary of State that you think our audience should take away with when we think about the future of healthcare, the future of digital healthcare, and as well the ways that UK and India can collaborate?
Brilliant, yeah, and I think I'll also pick on kind of two major themes, of which one will be digital health, but I'm actually going to start with the data point, because the Secretary of State talked about our collaboration on the recovery trial and indeed on some of our clinical research, and I think one of the things that we can all be incredibly proud of from the pandemic was how we shared data much more widely with a really fantastic healthcare mission in mind, and that is something that we need to kind of endeavour to continue if we are going to make breakthroughs at a similar pace for other big, either global disease challenges or indeed some of the kind of pressing healthcare challenges like dementia or cancer that are certainly like kind of preying upon our population. And so we also published a data strategy for health and social care called Data Saves Lives two weeks ago. And it really talks about how we need to make sure that data flows safely within the NHS in order so that frontline staff can have that more complete view. And citizens are able to generate and contribute their own data, which is going to be critical as we move towards that more digital health agenda. But also that through creating trusted research environments, we can be much more proactive and thoughtful in how we support really vibrant global research, make sure that we kind of harness that healthcare data. And then the digital health side of things, I mean, the Secretary of State mentioned very briefly the digital health and care plan that was published yesterday, and the centerpiece to that is the NHS app. We're very lucky that we've been able to kind of harness mobile application and that we've got kind of that widespread. But I think there is so much that we can actually learn from innovation across the world, and particularly from India, which has got such renown for being the cutting edge of kind of healthcare delivery. And that's something that I look really forward to exploring as this partnership continues to grow.
I think there's somebody else trying to get in on the conversation. I can hear a microphone somewhere, so we'll take care of that. But obviously others want to join this conversation. I want to come to Priyam to briefly tell us some of the lessons learned from COVID. We heard both from the UK and India about what to take away from this pandemic, but you've written a lot about India within COVID and the experience. What would you say is the most important thing we should be remembering?
So there are 2 points that I want to make here. One is that vaccines still remain inaccessible, like the Secretary of Health also said. That the challenge is to get the jabs into the arms of people, and there's a large part of the world that still remains unvaccinated or under-vaccinated. So having said that, and also kind of using the platform that the AstraZeneca, University of Oxford and Serum Institute of India vaccine is a true success story, why is it that global platforms that have been set up to bridge this vaccine equity gap have procrastinated in procuring these vaccines in a timely manner? Why India, for instance, has the capacity of manufacturing about 5 billion vaccine doses this year.
We did hear, though, from Sajid Javid, and I've spoken to others about this, that the vaccines are being refused by a lot of countries.
Yes, correct. They are. They are, again, to understand we need, countries like us who are natural partners, we need to exchange information to understand the motivations behind the refusals, number one. Number two, the vaccines that we use in India, because of our collaboration, which are a result of the India-UK collaboration, they're effective, they're easy to transport logistically, they're easy to store, they're easy to, especially for low and middle income countries to handle. Yeah. So why is there a refusal? Okay. So that is one of the things that we need to think about. The second point that I want to make is that the role of global organizations like the WHO has been absolutely critical in the pandemic. And of course, it's clear that it's going to be critical in the pandemics to come. So having said that, it's important to note that while they offer more help and more integral services to countries, it's important to reflect what their role has been in COVID-19, be it the origin of COVID-19 or even more recently the excess mortality study, which they had to withdraw due to statistical errors in the study. So I believe that countries have to really come together and think if these organizations first need to be reformed before they take on bigger roles.
Right, okay. Big questions there. Not sure we're going to get to all of them, but I do want to talk about one of the other issues that I know the WHO does a lot of work on, which is the non-communicable diseases. And Dr. Sangeeta, I've got an incredible phrase actually that Shaito gave to me, that India is one of the fastest growing chronic disease markets. Extraordinary to think about chronic disease as a market, but diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease. I've read some really interesting things that Apollo Hospital is doing to address this. One of the things is the augmented reality you're using to address NCDs. But tell us a little bit about your vision for Apollo and how you integrate this digital health to reach people all around India.
So thank you. Focus on healthcare for the introduction to something which is really critical and we believe is so important. The pandemic is now 2 years old. And a population the size of Finland so far has died from COVID, but tens of millions more are dealing with the side effects. And as we all know, those who had any of the other comorbidities or the non-communicable disease, whether it was hypertension, diabetes, even obesity, were even more affected. So it's important for us to find ways to fight this. At Apollo, we are, about 10,000 beds, multiple hospitals, but we're also a network of clinics. We have a very significant presence in our digital, our mobile app, as well as our telemedicine stations, both in India as well as abroad. So we are looking at digital therapeutics of condition management. We're looking at early stage screening and diagnosis. Because if you catch non-communicable disease early and juxtaposition it with early treatment and education and awareness in the hands of the individual, that will be the transformation. So I think some of the exciting things we've done on the digital side, number one is that we did create, based on the data of almost 14 million health records, we created a cardiovascular risk scoring and assessment. This helps highlight the possibility or the instance of disease, because as we know, most people get their MIs when they don't know it, and when they come in for diagnostics, they have 3 and 4 vessels blocked. The question the world needs to be asking is what happened, where was that individual when his first vessel was getting blocked? So the similar thing, whether it's our 85 million diabetics in India, or the fact that cardiovascular is one of the largest killers, the rate of oncology is growing, non-communicable disease is a major area that we're focusing on. We're looking at high quality, accessibility, digital healthcare to combine to give us new age solutions in screening, in treatment, in education for the individuals to enable self-care. The last point I will say, and that is very early in the day, we believed in putting communication and knowledge in the patient's hand or the healthy individual's hand. So in our PHR format, we have over 14 million health records and more and growing. And we use these as well as other digital technologies like nudges, remote care devices, environments to help individuals monitor their own health and stay healthy. And I strongly believe that data, technology, and science are going to shape the future of healthcare, but also shape the future roles of healthcare workers. And so we need to bring in this collaboration of using science and educating and evolving the role of the healthcare worker and bringing the communities and healthy individuals in to this common fight that we all have. And normally, mental health is not considered one of the non-communicable disease, but we must highlight the importance of mental well-being.
Pandemic has
I'll
done
stop
anything.
there.
I know you've got so much more to say, but mental health, I know, has been one of the things that we've all had to grapple with during the pandemic, and you're absolutely right to bring it up. Dr. Sharma, I want to bring you back in because you've mentioned, we also heard from the Honourable Minister, Ayushman Bharat, the world's largest government-funded health assurance scheme that you're responsible for, and you're also responsible for the National Digital Health Mission, ABHA, aiming to develop that backbone necessary to support the integrated digital health infrastructure and the centralization of these national health records, which hasn't been done before. It's an extraordinary task. I want to move this discussion to how mobile is going to help you do that. How are you going to use mobile technology to communicate with people as well as you build these infrastructures, Dr. Sharma? Oh, I think you're on mute. I'm not sure if that's your side or ours.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for that question. So one is that I want to clarify that it is not a centralization of health records. In fact, what we believe in is essentially the fact that it is the patient who should be in control of his or her health records, number one. Number two, we also believe that the health records must remain where they are created, which means we are not going to consolidate and capture all the health records. This is what we call the federated data structure, which the federated, only the link will be there in the patient's mobile. So that's one part which I want to make it clear. Secondly, the digital mission which we are creating is essentially a kind of framework which is interoperable, which is actually inclusive, which also, all kinds of disparate applications can connect with it. And that's the way it is going to operate, because in a country of 1.4 billion, you cannot have a single monolith system. This has to be a completely distributed architecture of the system. Nevertheless, it should not, kind of lose the track in the sense that it becomes silos. It's actually distributed, but at the same time, it is also possible to have one person have his entire longitudinal health record. So that's another very, very important aspect of digital mission which we are carrying out. COVID, for example, now we are going to have about 2 billion vaccination records on the system. It is 1.976. About 5 minutes back, I saw that number. And that number is basically a real-time number which is being collected on the COVID. And this is the kind of, similarly, we built digital identity called Aadhaar. We have a UPI, which is the payment system, which did about 6 billion transactions last year. The mobile penetration of our country is 1.2 billion mobile connections, 800 million internet connections, 600 million smartphones, and the data rate is as low as about 10 US cents per gigabyte. So actually, there is a digital infrastructure which is there in the country. It's a 4G connectivity. Now it's going to be 5G after some time. And we are leveraging all these horizontal digital artifacts, digital public goods as we call it. Similarly, the health related National Digital Health Mission or Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is also creating digital public goods which should be able to be used by various stakeholders. For example, we are creating the health claims exchange, which will ensure that not only Ayushman Bharat PMJY, but also other insurers will be able to, other providers will be able to latch on to the system, other payers will be able to use the system. So it's like a pipeline, it's like an exchange which we are going to create. So what we are looking forward to is that our experience of creating such large scale, scalable, interoperable, based on open standards, based on open APIs, all these digital public goods, we are going to we are going to use them to deliver the maximum advantage. So that's what is our vision of digital health or digital commerce or other kinds of artifacts which we are creating.
Fascinating. Thank you. So much to discuss here, and so little time. Shaito, let's focus on this idea of mobile, because I believe that we all agree it's going to be the future of how we help people take charge of their own health. So tell me, what do you think is most important to focus on with regard to this?
I think the first and foremost is ensuring that we have digital data available, right? So I think the first step of all of this that we're talking about is we've got to go from, India's taken the advantage of COVID and gone into digitization mode, right? We've got to go to the next step, which is the digitalization mode. Currently, most of the EMR data, which, I mean, it exists all on paper, apart from, I would say, the tier 1 hospitals which have started digitalization.
Like Apollo.
Like Apollo Group, where almost everything is digitized in their system. But rest of India has to follow suit, right? So I think first and foremost, that's got to be one part of it. Second part is that you've got to have, I think as Dr. Sharma mentioned, interoperability and portability of data, right? And I think that's something, it's a common thread and a common issue, whether it is the NHS system or whether it is the Indian system. It's first and foremost, I think one thing that India has recognized very well is they've already established who owns the data, and they've made it very clear that the patient is the legal owner of that data. So that's the first thing that's been established by both NDHM. It's been recognized by private healthcare, and I think that's put that story to an end, right? So there's no confusion there. But I think what's going to be very interesting is now once all of this data starts coming in, how do we take all of this and loop it back into the point, into the hands of the patient so that they can take better control of their health, right? Because ultimately, what do we want? We want preventive health. That's really got to be the sort of the secret sauce to all of the digitization that we're talking about. If we can empower a patient using that mobile app, and I actually have a slightly different opinion on this, which is that I don't think mobile app needs to be the only channel. Digitization means any digital platform. It could be a chat message, it could be a WhatsApp, it could be anything. But I think if you can empower the patient to manage their own healthcare, to actually be able to prevent getting into hospitals, I think that's when we can consider that a success for us.
Catherine, talk to us about, from the NHS perspective, not just mobile, but how do you empower the patient to take control of their own journey, their own health journey?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to reflect and say that I feel so much empathy now with colleagues from India, because just listening to Dr. Sharma, like, you could be describing the situation and some of the vision that we're in. So it's just been fantastic to kind of feel that kind of, sense of brother or sisterhood. But to your point around how we get engagement, well, I mean, I think, the thing that we have learned through the rollout of the NHS app is that if you make it useful, people will use it. So kind of step one is like provide a service that is either time saving or more efficient, and the patients will kind of come. And our task now with the NHS app, I mean, Secretary of State talks about we've got 28 million users. We now need to kind of keep them engaged. So we need to add functionality.
We've all used it in order to
get our COVID
our COVID pass.
Exactly.
And now we need to move beyond that, right?
And so the kind of our tactic to start with is to try and do transactional services. So appointment management, ordering your repeat prescription, if you are eligible for a flu vaccine, being able to book a flu vaccine. So really kind of quite practical things, and hopefully things that will alleviate pressure on our quite overstretched workforce. But the goal is prevention, right? And we've got, cardiovascular disease is one of the most prevalent conditions in this country. So high blood pressure, can we just start with doing something around the measurement and monitoring and some of the extent the education of around high blood pressure? But the final point I want to make is that we know digital technology is not going to work for everyone. I've become a massive convert. I wear a smartwatch.
So annoying when it tells you to stand up and you're
I
sitting
know, exactly. Or your mindfulness break. But not everyone is going to be as attuned to that. And so our kind of philosophy is, can we put digital tools and channels, be those web-based or in your hands, available for those that love them and thrive from them and actually find them more inclusive, like actually some people with learning disabilities, but make sure that we are retaining face-to-face services.
So let me pause you there, because I want to make sure we bring Dr. Sangeeta back in. I want to hear briefly about your mobile focus and how you empower patients to take control of their journey as well, very briefly.
So very briefly, I think the first point is that it's important to be a continuation of the physical visit. And like we spoke about, non-communicable disease, something like diabetes, are lifestyle related. You cannot modify lifestyle with 15 minutes with a clinician. So when you build using mobile, which is almost an extension of every person today, when you build a program, a protocol, a treatment, and access to a doctor, a nudge, you do it in an integrated manner, which is suggested by the doctor, but implemented by a lower cost healthcare professional and enabled for the individual. This is what we call digital therapeutics. And this is going to play a major role. So our thought process is, first, everybody needs to have a health checkup. This checkup should be personalized and modified based on their health risk assessment. A genetic baseline screening is also good because those with high cancer risk will screen more assiduously and meticulously and early. From the checkup, you then go into annualized screening. And when you find out what's wrong with you, you try and keep those parameters under control so that the modifiable risk factors are removed and you do what all primary healthcare and good health is about, which is stay out of the hospital and control disease. This is what our mobile app supports our health system to deliver. A mobile app cannot deliver by itself. It is an extension or a bridge from the health system to the individual's home, their mind and their heart, and their behavior.
Run out of it. I'm also conscious of share of voice. Priyam, I want to give you the last word. And I want you to just lay out one thing that you might imagine between the UK and India in terms of reimagining the relationship when it comes to health.
I think most importantly is deeper exchange of information based on trust because of our natural friendship. That's number one. Number two, all these wonderful people have spoken about technology and innovation. And, we have the NHS app and we have our COVID and Arogya Setu apps, which were delivered during COVID, which can now, as we get into the next phase of the pandemic, we can repurpose those. Arogya Setu is a contact tracing app, so maybe you could use it for, other healthcare or even non-healthcare users. And CoWIN, and I know I've had this conversation before with Mr. Sharma offline, but CoWIN can be repurposed for providing so much more healthcare, which is outside of COVID purposes, now that you have 2 billion doses administered via the app. So you've already taught people that. So that's another exchange of information that could happen between our two countries. But that's
so much more to talk about. We've run out of time, but I would like to thank all of my guests. Dr. Sharma has had to go to his next meeting, but really a massive thank you to Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. Thank you for joining us. Really fascinating to hear about Apollo Healthcare. Thank you also to Priyam Gandhi Modi, to Catherine Pollard, and also to Shaito Raha. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So stay with us, because coming up next, India meets Britain 2022. What do the numbers behind the headlines tell us now? This was actually talked about earlier, the Grant Thornton survey about the state of investment, Indian investment into the UK. And my colleague, friend, Mark Barton will be back shortly to take us through what that says.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the YONO SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the YONO app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with YONO, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
across this.
Okay. I think we're starting. There's a black screen in front of us, but we can't see ourselves. There you go. I like to see myself. Hi, everyone. Good to see you. Thought I'd stand for this one. There aren't enough chairs. Don't tell anyone. It's nice to stand, just to shake things up after that wonderful health conversation we've just had. I don't have a smartwatch. Any smartwatches? Yeah. Is it useful? Will it tell you to stand up during this panel?
I will ignore it, Mark. Sorry.
So India meets Britain. India meets Britain 2022. What do the numbers behind the headlines tell us now? And this is all based on this wonderful report that Grant Thornton produces every year. It's called the India Meets Britain Tracker Report, and it's produced by Grant Thornton in collaboration with the Confederation of Indian Industry, and it's actually in its 9th year, and it's a wonderful barometer of Indian investments, the footprint of Indian investments in the UK. So if you're looking to sort of take the pulse of Indian businesses in the UK, this is the report to read. We should have had a copy, shouldn't we? I know, it's just to show it up, but anyway, there it is. Come on, let's get it out. Let's get it out. There you go. India Meets Britain Tracker. I do recommend you read it. Absolutely fascinating. I've got a summary right in front of me. I'll just put it there. I've got too many notes in front of me. So, Anuj Chande, partner, head of South Asia Group at Grant Thornton, is representing Grant Thornton. Then we have the business side. So it's sort of Grant Thornton businesses trade. Those are the three legs of the stool. We're going to try and get an argument between them all. So we've got Anuj, Anupam Mathur, CEO of InSync Bikes. Looking forward to chatting to you as well. Then we've got Venugopalan Muralidharan, who's from president of Aurobindo Pharma. Murali, great to see you as well. Sally Ronald, Deputy Director of Investor Relations at Department of International Trade, and Simon Arora, Chair of the Manchester-India Partnership. So if we could start with you, Anuj, tell us a bit about this report, because you've been there since the beginning, haven't you? Since its birth, since its inception. So just give us a sense of some of the trends that you've observed over those years.
Absolutely, and I think just to mention about the sort of genesis of this report, for many, many years, people used to talk about Indian investment in the UK. It was growing, it was moving, but there was no statistics, no facts or figures. So actually in 2014, I came up with this idea of creating this report and with CII, in collaboration with CII as our branding partner. And this was the first time that there had been some actually facts and figures on Indian investment in the UK. So in 2014, when we did the report, there were 700 Indian companies in the UK with a combined turnover of 19 billion. Our latest report, which you've got there, now we have 900 Indian companies in the UK with a combined turnover of 54.4 billion. And if you look at the employment footprint, because we also look at that, the employment footprint back in 2014 was 100,000. In the latest report, 141,000. And over the years, over that 9-year period, we have seen continuous growth. One other thing that I would like to mention is that the size of the Indian companies has increased over that period. I think the other thing is that and I'm sure Simon will pick it up, in terms of regional representation, we have seen a shift. Whilst London has dominated the fast-growing tracker report, for the first time this year, the regions actually had more fast-growing companies in the tracker than London. And I think the final thing I would just say is that in terms of diversity, we have seen an increase in terms of women representation on the boards of Indian subsidiaries in the UK.
So encouraging all round. Yeah. Anupam, let's hear from you. From a business perspective, what's success? What's been your success mantra for the UK growth story?
I think we came with an acquisition in UK, and one of the big successes for us is understanding the culture. And what kind of helped us understand was the local staff we had, and there was a lot of cross-seeding of ideas and innovations, and which have kind of helped us succeed very fast.
Yeah, how easy was it to understand the culture, Murali?
Yeah,
First of all, Mark, thank you very much for spelling or pronouncing my name fully, which many find it rather difficult. Yeah, coming to the point by itself, yes, the culture of UK, which has been which embraces rather readily, and for any Indian setup or an organization, the gateway to continental Europe also used to be into UK because of the language, the cultural background, and the diversities. And the process that triggered us for us to enter the UK market way back in 2006.
Yeah, and we've heard about maybe the assistance, Sally, that could and is given to companies like the ones we're sitting next to. Give us an idea of that support and assistance that's available to Indian investors, Indian companies looking to come to the UK.
Thank you, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here. First thing I'd like to say, I know it's been said already, but it is an incredibly important relationship that between the UK and India, and you can see that underlined in recent commercial announcements of £1 billion supporting a huge number of jobs. My department, DIT, is the focal point for investor support, working across Whitehall. If you look at the investor journey, we're set up to support right across that. So for companies who are thinking about choosing the UK, for those who are established here and are getting up and running, and for those existing investors who are wanting to expand. The sorts of things that we do are very practical. We can explain the business environment, we can give practical, detailed financial information, market insights, really to show how the UK's commercial viability stacks up against other international markets. So really helpful things like advice on regulation, tax, visas and access to finance. And then finally, another role we play, really important, is we take the voice of the investor into Whitehall to aid with policy making.
How does our commercial viability stack up against other markets? Because you mentioned it, let's ask you that question.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah.
The numbers of Indian investors who chose the UK last year increased, 107 projects that DIT supported. There are many others, of course, that DIT doesn't work with, where the market takes care of itself. An example to demonstrate the attractions of the UK that I might point to would be Tech Mahindra in Simon's neck of the woods, who have set up a new site in Salford. We provided support with helping on the location, access to apprenticeships, so that talent piece that's really important that we've talked about in terms of skills, and introductions to local universities, fabulous higher education in Manchester, and introductions to local authorities. So that's just one example of where the UK commercial environment really stacked up very well.
Everyone seems to be looking at you, Simon, the Manchester angle. Give us a sense of India and Manchester, how close that relationship is, that regional relationship.
So our region mayor, Andy Burnham, sees it as hugely important strategically. I'm chairing the Manchester-India Partnership, which alongside the Manchester-China Forum are the two key areas of focus for the Manchester Inward Development Agency. And for us, it's all about playing to our strengths. We've got a great talent pool, we've got good connectivity with the airport and in the long-term HS2, but most importantly also quality of life for people who are working in those businesses, and whether that's the house prices, whether it's the cultural and sporting strengths that Manchester has, be that temples, gurdwaras, mosques, or obviously our great world-class sporting institutions. It's a great place to come, work, live and play.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Anuj, a lot of this has been done organically, some of it's been done through acquisitions. What's the organic acquisitions ratio? How much of the growth, according to your report, of Indian companies is dependent on acquisitions?
I think it's a bit of a balance, and it does vary from year to year. And for example, if you take this year's report, the fastest growing company there, Motherson Sumi Systems, with a 248% growth, that was entirely from an acquisition that they did.
Yeah.
InSync Bikes as well, again, is on the list. Again, that's an acquisition. But having said that, we have seen over the years there is quite a significant element which is due purely to organic growth. And the other thing we've seen is that there are many companies that consistently are growing at more than 10%. 10% is our benchmark.
That's the sort of the level, isn't it? The
benchmark,
benchmark, yeah. There's some stats are absolutely incredible. 37 companies met the qualifying criteria this year, the average growth rate amongst those was 38%. Fastest growing companies, MSSL, 248%.
Yeah.
Prodapt, 114, Root Mobile, 98%. I mean, that is some growth, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And that's happened during recessionary times. It's happened
COVID.
Despite exactly.
Well, what was
COVID,
the impact of
Brexit,
COVID?
There was actually not
Why not?
significant impact. It was. I think it's maybe the markets in which some of these businesses operate.
Yeah.
So like pharma, which is obviously represented here.
Yeah.
You know, that's been very successful in this period. They had their own challenges and issues, but generally speaking, it's done very well.
Let's talk about those, Murali, those challenges and issues. What challenges and
sure,
issues
Mark. I can pick up the thread. Yes.
Yeah.
See, in the previous sessions, we did touch upon the COVID and the challenges and the complexities and the role of healthcare companies, the vaccine researchers and PPE kit producers. But the role of generic pharmaceutical industry, whom I represent, also has played a very, very vital role, whether it is continuity of supplies of the regular chronic care medicaments and also the critical care items which are being supplied to NHS on a regular basis. And during the COVID period, there were several products which were requested or demanded on a pronto basis, and even we in Aurobindo also contributed to that. Of course, we had to bid and win and supply on time and do the stockpiling. So like this, a range of complexities were also overcome because the COVID also brought in several other challenges like the imports of raw materials or the workforce in the shop floor were not available in sufficient numbers. And then, of course, the exports and the freight challenges, driver strikes.
So that was COVID related, so supply chain issues.
Yeah.
Have those been overcome, given that supply chain issues are still very much present, a lot of it, because of
yeah, it has taken a different dimension now due to, again, the starting point was that where the container movement and availability were impacted, then we felt driver shortage, Brexit related importation delays, and even today due to the geopolitical situation, more challenges are seen with the increasing energy costs and fuel prices.
Murali, get political for me. Brexit, you mentioned it. I mean, we've had the Trade Secretary, we've had the Home Secretary. I mean, the Trade Secretary obviously spoke a positive narrative. She said, oh, this isn't the country I recognize, when I talked about 11% inflation coming, negative growth, a plunging sterling, the economic and market backdrop isn't exactly positive. What does Brexit mean for your company and your industry?
Sure. I do not want to go into the political justification whether Brexit is the right thing for UK or not, but it is here.
But on the ground,
it's here and it is done and dusted. It is the 31st Jan 2021. We are well and truly out. But at the same time, it has thrown some challenges. As I said, it required a lot of stockpiling as advised by NHS. All the drug makers were asked to pile more products. But that is leading us to some products like the product shelf life being lost in the process, companies tending to throw the product at a dirt price and things like that. But this is a natural phenomenon for the UK market. But at the same time, within Brexit, certain other challenges we have started facing, but we are successfully overcoming that, because as I was mentioning to you, UK was considered as the gateway for continental Europe. Even today, for Aurobindo Milform, UK is the headquarters of our European operations. So I am still operating from the UK. So for us, it is still UK is the ground. But in terms of product registration, earlier it used to be one procedure addressing multiple markets, but now we need to do a national filing in UK and a procedural filing for rest of Europe. Similarly, certain data generation, bioequivalence or dissolution studies, we may have to generate more additional data. Like this, if I go deeper, it may be a little boring, but at the same time, there are these challenges that came out of Brexit, but we have found a way to overcome that. But all these comes at a cost.
We're not seeing it as an obstacle. So right now, for the Manchester region, we have something like 49 projects that we're working on of inward investment from India. We're cautiously optimistic that a good dozen of those will come off, hundreds of jobs will be created. So I think there's plenty of reasons to be optimistic.
Yeah.
And
Brexit isn't an obstacle.
It isn't, and Manchester region certainly is open for business.
Yeah.
It is absolutely. Means, as the popular saying goes, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. So it was a challenge thrown at us, but we have risen up to the...
Anupam, what about your challenges and the solutions that you've put forward to overcome them in the recent years, these very challenging years that we've all had to experience?
So I think during the COVID times were challenging for all, but in one way, a lot of people embraced health as one of the big things in the last 2 years. And because of the health, the bike industry kind of shot through the roof. We've seen some phenomenal growth. The market is expanded close to 3.2 billion. The e-bike has seen some significant 30% growth. The e-bike stands at 16% of the total market. So these are two segments or legs which kind of grew right off the roof, right? So, and we were worried that post-COVID, the sales will kind of drop. So it has kind of normalized, but it's not gone down. Still, the markets are pegging at around 2.8 billion in terms of value and 2.6 in terms of volumes. E-bikes still have done phenomenally well, and we see significant growth coming in the next few years.
Peloton's had a few problems, hasn't it? I know you're not Peloton, but it's always in the news, the share prices, I mean.
Yeah, it's also about how you're kind of stacked up from the back end. We are very strong manufacturers, we own the entire value chain. So we kind of figure out in which markets and how to proceed and which are the strong areas to kind of work on. So we are in a good shape.
Yeah. Sally, what more can we do to attract more Indian investment into the UK? Message to Trade Secretary Trevelyan. What would you say to her?
Well, I would point to the more can be done to capitalise on some really great bodies that exist to work at that public-private sector interface. So if you think about Homes England, great balance sheet, really expert people who can help businesses understand the environment and build the homes that we need in the UK, and also the UK Infrastructure Bank, based in Leeds, another great city, they've got £22 billion to help catalyse net zero, levelling up, improving connectivity, all of those things that really drive investment.
How often do you get to speak to the Trade Secretary?
I was with her yesterday.
Were you good? Yeah.
Yes.
You spend a lot of time together.
Well, she has a very big portfolio.
Yes.
So she covers investment and trade agreements. So yeah, I mean, there are many officials who work really hard to support her with her very big portfolio.
Yes, and she's working very hard, of course, to reach this FTA. Talk about the regions. Simon, how do the regions compete, and how do you gain an upper hand against some of the other regions which are trying to attract that inward investment?
Absolutely. So I think the message really is come to us and we will support you evaluate the opportunity. The support we give is free, it's confidential, and it's tailored to your business and your sector. And for us, the secret to being successful on this whole opportunity is focusing on the right areas. So we're not trying to be all things to all people, but we're clearly, as a region, focused on life sciences, pharma, the Internet of Things, AI, advanced manufacturing, sustainability, etc. So you set out your stall to where you want to be, and that's where you create the synergy.
What are the upcoming sectors?
Well, for us, clearly, life sciences and pharma is hugely important for obvious reasons. But more interestingly, when you think about the sheer number of graduates that come out of the universities in the Northwest, we're very well placed around AI, data, financial services. We're the home of graphene, for example. So, yes, we may not have the professor that gets published in some incredible journal, but if you're looking to recruit people who are going to do the work on a day-to-day basis, come to the regions, because that's where it's affordable and that's where you can create competitive advantage.
What about these upcoming sectors? I know, AI, data, some of the ones that Simon was talking about.
I mean, I totally agree, whether it's Manchester or whether it's London. I mean, those sectors are the emerging sectors. MedTech, EdTech as well is another one. Fintech, obviously, London has an advantage there in terms of Fintech. But we're certainly seeing those are the sectors that are emerging. And I think, I didn't mention earlier on, but technology and telecoms is the most popular sector for Indian companies. And I see that continuing to be the case, that we will see continuing growth, perhaps a shift from the sort of services aspects of technology to more product-based technology and, data mining and that sort of thing, and product-based technology companies.
Yeah. What about technology for you, Anupam? What's the potential for these new age sectors, EdTech, RegTech, and maybe some of the ones closer to your heart?
So we are very future looking in terms of technology, because all our e-bikes and few of the bikes are also all connected. We are all IoT connected. We talk about apps. We talk about integration. In fact, we are also working with one of the Manchester universities to create some new advanced materials for bikes. So technology is very core to us.
Yeah, Murali?
Yeah, as underlined by Anupam, it is crucial, critical, and the way to go, because in our sector, the training of the analysts to scientists is so very important. So the technology comes in very handy for even long-term, long-distance educations and systems.
One do and one don't, Sally, for an Indian investor looking to come to the UK, or a few do's and don'ts.
I'd say do look at the opportunities, the length and breadth of the UK.
Yeah.
So the key and the core cities and the 4 nations. DIT has offices in Belfast, Cardiff, and Edinburgh, as well as London, and we're setting up a new headquarters in Darlington, which will be on equal terms with London. In terms of don'ts, I'd say don't feel you have to go it alone. DIT is here to help. If you encounter problems, we would love to work with you to support you. Interesting, the tracker provides some fabulous evidence. You know how much civil servants like data. So just to show that the great potential that exists. And so what we can do is link you with local leaders. We can link you into national policy makers. So please reach out if there's anything we can do to help.
Yeah, Simon, do's and don'ts.
Well, the do is echoing the same point, which is the conventional way to think about entering a new market would be perhaps to go through your accountants or your lawyers. But what we're saying today is there are some wonderful public-private partnerships. It's free. It's there, it's here to support you, and one of those is the Manchester India Partnership.
Yeah.
Look us up.
Yeah. Murali, do's and don'ts.
Within my industry, I can speak, have a good market research, understanding before plunging into the market, and don't trigger a price war, or price is not the only criteria.
Yeah. Anupam?
I think the do's for us, our understanding was understanding the local culture first, understanding people, how they embrace products, technologies, what are the moving parts, and that's the part on do. And just not everything will you can cut and copy from other markets and put in any other market which you enter. That's our understanding.
Yeah. Anuj, do's and don'ts.
Yeah, I mean, I echo what's been said. I mean, in terms of do's, do access the free advice and that's available through Midas and GIT and other organizations like that. But do also take professional advice, and also just make sure you plan for your entry into the country. In terms of don'ts, I would say, and it's perhaps the opposite of what Anupam has said in terms of the culture, because I've seen a number of Indian companies that have come to the UK and have tried to adopt the Indian way of doing things and the Indian culture, and that hasn't quite worked in the UK environment, and there have been major issues that they've faced as a result of trying to follow that sort of practice that might work in India but doesn't necessarily work in the UK.
Have you come across that, doing it the Indian way and coming a crop as a result of that? Have you seen businesses, like-minded businesses, fall into that trap?
I think most companies from any part of the world, for example, when UK companies go back to India, right, they also try and adopt their culture, right? So I've seen both sides of it, and they're both goods and bads of it. So I think there's much to learn on both sides.
Yeah, Murali?
Fully acknowledge that.
Yeah, you do acknowledge that,
yeah. That means we do it the Indian way. We do not stick to 8 to 4, 40 hours a week, 37 hours a week. We for us, achieving the results is the ultimate, and any effort is being taken towards that. Of course, the compliance is not compromised at any time.
Yeah, and you've got the Department of International Trade sitting right next to you, businesses.
Yeah, Sally.
We had the Trade Secretary here earlier. What's your message to the government?
No, absolutely. First of all, I would like to thank Department of International Trade, represented by Sally, because we entered this UK market almost 2 decades ago. But right from that period, they have been quite helpful. I mean, my knowledge goes up to that, but ever since, even today, you said you're setting up your various locations here like Cardiff and Manchester and UK, London. But at the same time, your extended arm, the FCO offices or High Commission offices, for example, they are present even in Hyderabad. They are very regularly in touch. They are on the ground, right from offering any R&D credits, or they keep keep a very regular bridge of communication, right from initial days of tax dispensation to work visas to various I can name. They are ever willing to be friendly and facilitate more investments here. So that we would like to thank you, and please continue your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally.
What would you have to say to all that, Sally?
So I'm really pleased to hear that the eyes and ears on the ground are paying dividends. It's that local knowledge, isn't it? And our international network is hugely relevant. Of course, our Indian network, massively important. I'm really pleased to hear that. And of course, we're always looking for ideas as to how we can do things better and differently and innovate. So if there's anything on that front, then please do say.
How could you do things better?
Well, clearly we need to make progress on the UK-India free trade agreement.
Yes.
That's potentially the elephant in the room.
What's your hope? I mean, are you a Diwali advocate? Do you think it's going to happen, or is it a bit tight? And what sort of trade deal?
Which month or year it happens isn't so important. It's that there's the right deal that allows the mutual opportunities that are so obviously there in front of both countries.
Is there anything specific you want that you'd be happy if it was part of the deal, and you'd be unhappy if it was
it sounds faintly ridiculous, but just give a little example. At the moment, if you're an Indian company trying to set up a UK bank account, it's hard work, and we need the regulatory environment to be supportive, just to make less friction. We just need to take friction out of the system, and that clearly is at the heart of what any free trade agreement does.
Is there a real buzz, Sally, within the department that this is achievable, this October deadline to reach an FTA?
I see our new offices very, very busy.
Yes.
A lot of really careful thought and planning and implementation going on. So let's hope so.
Yeah, I know that's a tricky question. I like to ask those. Anuj, final words about the tracker.
Well, I think next year will be our 10th year of producing the tracker, so we're looking to look at the
special
trends,
decade anniversary.
Special decade, yes, yeah, absolutely.
On
the back of this free trade agreement, which personally I think there will be an agreement, but I'm not sure whether it'll cover everything that needs to be covered. And we may have a Brexit type situation.
Oh really? Oh, this is good. We're getting the juicy stuff at the end. What needs to be covered that won't be covered?
Well, I mean, there are many things in relation to financial services, ease of access to markets for lawyers, for example, in India is one of the things that's there. I mean, there's so many things that we have a City UK working group, and we have put forward, just on the financial services sector, probably about 25 different recommendations on the agreement, and we know for sure that all 25 will not be covered in that agreement.
Oh really? All 25? You don't sound very hopeful. Are you in the Lord Marland camp?
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say that, because I did hear him speak. I do think there will be an agreement, but I think
it's going to be
pithy. It'll be like the sort of the first step to the full.
The first step.
Yeah.
There'll be other steps, greater steps.
Yeah.
You're deflating me.
Well,
you're still smiling.
I think there's the realism.
Yeah.
Realism in me suggests that if you think about the EU-India trade agreement, it took 13 years to negotiate, and it's still being negotiated.
It is, isn't it?
Obviously, it's easier in a bilateral situation, but there is so much ground to be covered. And I know that the negotiators have been working extremely hard to try and meet this deadline.
She's not one of the negotiators. Okay, brilliant. Thank you all. It was absolutely fantastic. Big round of applause for Anuj, Anupam, Murali, Sally and Simon. Fantastic chat about doing business in the UK from an Indian perspective. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
I'm staying on the platform. You can all exit stage right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sally. Thank you. See you soon. Just sit there. As my mother used to say. It's the no peace, yeah. I think I say that to my kids. I'm getting all my notes in gear. Right, good. How are we all? You may finish your little chats. We're rocking and rolling. We're talking about the future of mobility. We've done trade, tick. Future of mobility, building sustainable travel for all, which is very exciting. Anmol Jaggi, co-founder and CEO of Blue Smart, co-founded in January 2019, India's first and largest integrated EV ride-hailing and charging company, which is very impressive. And Sophia Nadur, managing partner of BP Ventures, which has invested in Blue Smart. 13 million, and you led a $25 million Series A round, got my facts right. And this, Sophia, is your first, BP Ventures' first venture, let's repeat the word venture, BP Ventures, into India. What was it about Anmol that persuaded you to break free, enter new territory?
So BP Ventures is a corporate venture arm of BP. Our focus is on disruptive tech and also very different business models. Blue Smart is our first venture investment in India. It's our 10th in mobility across the world. But when we looked at India, we looked at how do we accelerate the energy transition and how do we find ways of encouraging the entire value chain from EV manufacturer through to customers. How do we encourage them to move faster to electrification of the transport options? We looked at Blue Smart, and because they were all electric and because they were an integrated offer, they were very customer-centric. They had a very good digital tech stack, and also they were born electric, and that's what we liked about them as well. And the fact that they were scaling up in Delhi, which is one of the biggest mobility markets in India, gave us a lot of confidence that they knew what it required to scale up as well. Plus, we like the team as well.
Yeah, which helps. It's always good to like the team. Anmol, what are you doing with the money? What are you doing with the capital? And how are you transforming? Because this is what you're essentially setting out to do. How are you transforming the ride-hailing industry in India?
Sure. So first, two things on the previous one. BP also led the second round that we did after that. So there was a 25 million that we did in September. There was a 25 million we just concluded. BP led that round too. So we've had the fortune of BP investing in twice instead of once.
Will there be a third?
You asked ma'am.
There might go breaking news.
We'll be more than happy to. We'll be more than happy. But yes, the decision squarely rests with ma'am.
Good.
On the fact that how are we changing ride-hailing in the country is that traditionally ride-hail in India has been all about giving extraordinary incentives to driver partners, luring them in, then reducing the incentives, and the driver partners get fallen by the wayside because of lower incentives and lower earnings. What we have tried to do at the core is to build, first of all, an all-electric ride-hail business, which means we are not just doing very good with emissions and decarbonization, but doing exceptionally well on unit economics. Ride-hail as a business has not seen $1 of profit being created by anybody across the globe. Not $1 of profits being created by any ride-hailing firm. Perhaps Blue Smart is going to be the first firm which is going to generate real profits, real cash flows.
When? I like breaking news. When are we going to have this first profit by a ride-hailing company?
So in the core geographies where we operate, which is Delhi NCR, we expect that in the next 60 days we should be in the black.
And so you'll be the first ride-hailing company, electric ride-hailing company in the world to be profitable.
No, we'll be any ride-hailing company to go profitable, not just any electric ride-hailing company to go.
Right. Which is impressive. No wonder you went for them.
I mean, when you're at BP Ventures, you take risks. It's about risk as well. So you don't know. But what we did to try and reduce the risk as well, we've also encouraged a partnership with GeoBP. So GeoBP is a big partnership with Reliance and BP, which helps to scale up mobility and convenience offers, best-in-class mobility and convenience offers. And so what that partnership has helped to a degree is help give Blue Smart the confidence that they will have charging infrastructure where they need to deploy the vehicles. And that's an important piece, because it's still nascent in terms of this whole category within
charging
India.
infrastructure.
Yes.
And a lot's being done, isn't it, within India? And you're talking about super hubs, aren't you? Tell us a bit more about that.
So with BP, it's not just about the check size, it's also about the other value adds that you get in terms of setting up of charging infrastructure. But on the super hub side, I think how charging infrastructure globally was being created was 1 or 2 charging stations here or there in some hotel, in some mall, not something which is up to scale. If we have to decarbonize mobility, if we have to make electric the mainstay, you cannot have just charging stations on the fringe. What we need to
debunk range anxiety.
Absolutely,
that's what it's about,
absolutely.
Isn't it? I've got the lingo, you see.
Yeah. So we've built out now 14 of these, 50,000 square feet, each of them having 100+ charging stations. The visible effect of somebody passing through that charging station gives them confidence that yes, there are so many chargers, and I will not have that range anxiety which you are talking of.
Yeah.
So we have now 14 of these super EV charging hubs. We operate 600 fast chargers, close to 1,600 slow chargers at these hubs. And that's how we believe our driver partners get the confidence of charging their cars. And the world at large, when they see such kind of large-scale super EV hubs, because remember, everybody in the world has seen tons of petrol pumps, tons of gasoline pumps.
Yeah.
They are very common at the end of every street. What they have not seen is large-scale charging infra. And when they see it, just the visual effect of that creates in their head the notion that yes, electric is coming soon and electric is going to become big.
There's some amazing figures, Anmol. India set this goal to achieve EV sales accounting for 30% of private cars, 70% of commercial vehicles, and 80% of 2- and 3-wheelers by the year 2030. But still, some would say India is lagging in EV penetration versus other large markets. What do you need from policymakers? What do you need from states, from governments? They're doing a lot, Anmol. I know they're doing a lot. What policies, what initiatives do you still need to help penetration of electric mobility in the country?
Sure. So I think one of the things that we picked up from London itself is ULEZ. I think we need to, if in India we can have in every metropolitan city of the country, the ULEZ zone, what we see here in London, I think that will be a super great initiative.
Explain to our audience who aren't aware of it, just explain what that is.
Sure, so that's the ultra low emission zone. I think portions of London, heart of London is a ultra low emission zone. If you want an ICE vehicle to enter into the ULEZ, you have to pay a £12.5 a day kind of a charge for ICE vehicles to enter into that zone. So we would want that. The cities where so many millions and millions of citizens live are actually breathing great air, and for that, if ULEZ zones can be created, a lot of governments already done a lot of work on the taxation. So EVs in the country, EVs in India are only taxed at 5%, which is absolutely fair. I think ICE is at 18%, EV at 5%. So you're already giving us the tax advantage, which is great. There is a subsidy scheme which is there, the capital subsidy scheme, which is very, very good. It's $150 per kilowatt hours. Amazing. So all of that is great. I think as a startup founder, I could have not asked for more.
Yeah.
But if I really
let's
think,
ask for more. Come on,
yeah.
Let's ask for more.
If I really have to think about it, because we are sitting in the city of London, I would really want to say, create ULEZ zones in every metropolitan city of the country and ensure that citizens get clean air, and that's where EV proliferation also rises.
What would you like, Sophia?
Well, ULEZ zones is one thing. I think how can we encourage more and more, particularly commercial use, more and more shared mobility on every single street, every single city in India, and electric shared mobility. Private car ownership in India is 3 in 100. So it's a very different marketplace to the UK, where there's a lot of private cars, so you can afford to have home charging. Here, it very much depends on having hubs and having out-of-home and fleet depot charging. So I think encouraging infrastructure build-out will be a huge help, but also really encouraging more and more electric mobility on cities, in city streets across India will help immensely. And also when you get to last mile, you get to other commercial applications as well. And being able to encourage those will ensure people are not encouraged to go and buy private EVs and then clog the streets up. Because that's not what we trying to do to ensure a very healthy population.
Yeah, what about the UK-India bridge, which we talk about, Sophia? How can Indian e-mobility startups succeed here?
Well, here's a good example.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen in all of my due diligence, not just in BlueSmart, for other companies we're looking at investing, there's an incredible amount of what I call frugal innovation focused, but incredible innovation, digital tech stacks.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, I think, more partnerships that UK companies, which has cash, has access to customers, but also probably needs a little bit more, get a bit smarter on the type of digital services that they can bring to customers, and particularly fleets. So I do think that there's a number of companies which can be introduced to partners here in the UK, and we will help facilitate
What's stopping
those.
it? What's stopping those partnerships? How can we?
Just perhaps lack of awareness.
Yeah.
One is just lack of awareness, and also, again, mobility is still quite nascent, even in the UK. So we're still building up our let's say our proof of concepts and pilots. So it's going to take a bit of time, but I wish we could accelerate further. Yeah. And we're doing our best, and that's why I'm here speaking with Anmol. I think it's a very important topic, and so happy to help support much more Indian, let's say Indian tech talent, but also UK know-how and work that together. I mean, India is one of the largest auto OEMs in the world. Yeah, they must be able to figure out how to produce low-cost EVs as well.
There's so much tech talent in India. What's it like to be part of that just thriving ecosystem?
I think it's great to be surrounded by brilliant people. My father used to say that if you get surrounded by 6 brilliant people, you'll also convert into one. So I think we have tons and tons of them there, and the quality of innovation, especially that we are doing on building what we will call as at BlueSmart, what we will call as the first born electric tech stack for ride hailing. Now you would understand that there's a lot of problem in ride hailing tech stack. The ride hailing companies don't know the fuel that a car is carrying. In electric, in a normal ICE car, you can you can fuel up your car, go by the curbside, fuel your car in 5 minutes and be back. Electric cars are not that. You have to build a tech stack which understands what is the fuel in the car, where is the next charging station. If I go to the next charging station, will it be available or not? So there is a lot of digital tech stack that needs to be rethought and rebuilt for ride-hailing companies across the globe to adapt to electric mobility, and I think that is what BlueSmart is doing exceptionally well, and we are very proud of the tech stack that we are building at Blue.
Sophia, you've invested BP Ventures over $800 million into 80 plus companies. What an exciting time for you. Do you just sort of lick your lips at the opportunities that are out there right now? What makes you salivate, besides the gentleman to your right? What ideas, what technologies make you salivate right now?
I think business models that are really helping to electrify last mile passenger mobility, that really excites me. Because that's, if you think of India, you're moving 40-odd million parcels every single day. Imagine if you could electrify that last mile and first mile. You're moving millions and millions of people every day. How can we get more and more people into EVs around cities? And I mean, that's exciting. There are lots of companies who are out there, but again, it's still hard. You'd have to really, really find those gems who are going to scale and going to scale successfully and have the passion and the heart and the vision of folks like Anmol.
Yeah, final word, Anmol, to our audience, both virtual and physical audience. Send us away feeling good. You've done that already, but just give us a final last line of inspiration on e-mobility and where it's heading.
No, I think what we are trying to build is not just for us. The world needs a better future. AQI needs to go to 2, just like London, all across the globe. And electric mobility is going to get us rid of all half of the ills of the world can go away if we all transform to electric mobility.
Fantastic. Next up with Edie, we're going to have our Reimagine series, Shaping the Future of Digital in the UK-India relationship. But a massive thank you to Anmol and to Sophia. Absolutely fantastic chat. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Brilliant.
मेरे को सुनाई नहीं दिया यार आपकी आवाज Louder, come on!
from Raipur, Chhattisgarh. I come from Kochi. I came directly from Gujarat.
I'm from Calicut. I'm from Hyderabad.
I came all the way from Kerala just for this.
The experience is awesome, out of the world. I'm so thrilled.
We got to see the entire production line, all the parts, all the things used in the system.
I was like happy to see like how they have done the wire bonding.
The best scooter in the world is going to become even better with MoveOS 2.
Thank you for being our motivation, being our inspiration. We work really hard, but the reason is all of you. Thank you.
Welcome back. Well, I'm excited about this session, which is in fact is not Dr. Shashi Tharoor, the disruptor, but we've got two disruptors on stage with me. I'm really pleased to introduce to you Anil Shetty. He's a startup investment banker and also the founder of MetaMan. Welcome.
Thank you.
And also we have Priti Sawant, and she is the founder of Joules to Watts. Now, I'm going to make this very clear. It's not jewels like you've got on your fantastic outfit, but it's jewels, the ones that you learned about in physics all those years ago in my particular case. But what's interesting about them is that they are both matchmakers. Now, don't get excited if you're here looking for a partner, unless you're looking for a partner in terms of somebody who's a technology expert, or somebody who you might want to help you find an investor, or if you're a company looking for investment, because Anil finds investment money and matches that with companies who are starting up, who are scaling up. And Priti matchmakes talent, technology talent, engineering talent, technology talent with companies, with Fortune 500 companies who are looking to build their digital services, whether it's digitalization, automation, that kind of thing. Now, let's hear a little bit about why you guys are up here together. Priti, tell us about why you couldn't find anyone else to raise money. Why did you go to Anil?
I guess just to give you a quick background is I had exited my earlier venture successfully.
So it's not your first rodeo. You sold out of your first venture.
Yes.
Right.
And subsequently also listed that company, helped them set up US as well as Manila. And I was actually working around the second one, and we were in process of building our product. And I met someone at one of the VC funds, and he kind of felt that I must meet him. And I'm sure many people around would kind of vouch for that, you know, sometime, if you know him, you must meet him. It's an interesting story, like the half monk story he gave you.
We'll get to that. Half monk. How many half monks do you know? Right, we'll get to that in a minute. Yep.
And when I met him, he introduced me to Mr. Mohandas Pai. He was here as
who was here and is a great friend of India Global
market
Forum.
leader, somebody who's really built the India's startup story with a lot of founders. And first 20 minutes, Mr. Mohandas Pai and Dr. Anjan Pai, again, probably India's probably second largest, richest, and somebody who's built the large healthcare empire in India. They came on board in 20 minutes. And
interesting.
He did introduce me to both of them, and that's how probably, you know, we are working on this. And he keeps telling me that he made the biggest loss by kind of introducing me, because he took the fees and not the equity in my company. So today, if he would have taken the equity, probably he would have been much more richer.
That's interesting, because this is your part of what you do, Anil, is that you take the fee, which is what normal investment bankers do, but instead of taking that fee and holidaying in Mauritius, you actually take equity usually in the companies. Is that right?
Yes. I learned it from the mistake only. So my first ever deal was it's a company called Licious.
Licious, as in biggest, half of delicious.
Yeah, half of the delicious. So India's biggest fresh meat delivery startup.
Fresh meat delivery startup.
It's a meat brand now. And I remember taking the two founders to Mr. Mohandas Pai first time. So he booted us out. He said, "You guys cannot build this. So get out of this. So this is not going to work." And it took me almost about 3 to 4 weeks to persuade him to put money, small money. So it's less than $100,000. And probably Licious is his biggest portfolio. Licious is now a $2 billion unicorn. And of course, I didn't make the same mistake what I did with Preeti, so I converted my fees into equity. Of course, then the rest is the history. So it's 7 years and Licious is a big brand. And sometimes I call myself a matchmaker in the startup world. So in fact, my friend is sitting here, Abhijit Pai. So he knows that how much I persuade investors to invest in founders and whom I believe in. Sometimes what happens is that the founders may not be very good at communication. I remember one day Abhijit called me and said, "Are you sure you're going to take a guarantee of this founder? So then we'll put in the money." So this is what I do. So I do the matchmaking job. So
let's just get to that half monk point, because I think we can't leave this story untold. You have been an entrepreneur yourself, and in fact, one of your early ventures was another matchmaking, trying to get sell seats on airplanes next to celebrities. Now, that wasn't a huge success. Why was that?
Well, so it was called Fly with VIP. Long ago, it was in 2010. So I was just a 23-year-old boy, so who floated a startup called Fly with VIP, where you used to auction seat next to celebrities on the flight. So we buy a seat next to them, adjacent seat, and auction it to public. And we could even raise close to $1 million at that point of time.
Right.
And of course, many things went wrong, and we failed. And I lost a couple of my investors' money, and then of course I had to make them invest in some other founders who did well. So
was becoming a half monk part? Did you sort of have to meditate on that failure? What was that?
Well, before I started that venture, I started as a student entrepreneur at the age of 20. So I started in the financial market, and with the Bernie Madoff sell in 2008. So I had to become a half monk.
Okay.
So because it was too much to take. So and then the Fly with VIP has the second venture. So both the ventures failed, and then I realized that I could do best in terms of, because as you know, as you learned many things in failures. So I thought it's better to become a matchmaker between the founders and the investors. So because I know how investors behave when you fail. And how the founders
behave. Let's get to your venture, Preeti, because it's a really interesting concept. Tell us briefly about how it works.
So joules to watts, as you rightly said, everybody starts with what does this mean? Joules is unit of work done, energy per second. So technology industry, as we all realize, it's an extremely fast-paced industry. It's all about how can we do things faster, building efficiencies, building cost arbitrage. So after my first venture, where we actually created market for technology staffing in India, where we had to really go and tell global in-house centers, which India is the largest hub today, that why should you outsource workforce? After building that, and of course a successful exit, we felt that now we need to use technology to really, really expand this and build India on the global map. Today, India has got 50% of global in-house centers as housed out of India, and 65% of GIC's headcount is based in India. So we can understand post-pandemic, India's technology talent pool requirement has gone to 23 million, which was projected to be 10 million.
Right.
So I guess talent, which is the largest asset of an organization today, earlier it used to be physical assets. Today, human capital, one is your working capital, human capital is 2.5 times higher than the physical assets. And what Joules to Watts does is, with our two homegrown products. We build competencies with our 200 customers. On our J2W offer letter is one of our products. We have close to 2 million users, and we have a gig tech platform.
A gig tech platform, yep.
Which is around only super niche, like niche technology.
Super niche things. So
yes.
people who have become really good at building
Experts,
specific kinds of...
Absolutely.
Yep.
So it would be artificial intelligence or machine learning or all digital skills like full stack developers, etc. Both the products, tech-enabled ones, actually build the 5,000 people company today we have, and close to 200 customers are taking our services with these products.
Interesting. Now, I know that you have a really special way that you want to build your company, and there's a lot of chat, especially at India Global Forum, about unicorns. And we love this idea that India's building unicorns, but you don't want to become a unicorn. Why?
No, so I think what I was trying to tell you is that what are we hungry for?
Yeah.
We are hungry for building our user base from 2 million to 5 million. We are chasing our 200 global customers to get to 2,000 GICs are going to come to India. There are already 1,300. We want to increase that landscape, and we want to really build technology around building talent architecture. We say that if I want to build a GIC in India or anywhere globally, what should be my talent architecture? How do we design that? And we use technology behind it and then build talent analytics around it. Today, entire growth story of any large tech captive or tech solutioning center is around how am I going to build competency. And we really want to be those architects in that particular
So you're happy
journey.
to be a unicorn, but you just want to build rather than
I
be
guess
just
all
valued.
these matrices will get us to the unicorn status any which way.
I've tried convincing her twice to raise money because she did not raise money after I got her the first round.
You just want that equity.
Yeah, so I tried. So 2-3 times I asked her, why don't you raise at 100 million, 200 million? Then every time whenever I ask her, she tells me about her top line and the bottom line. I said, okay, you don't need money, so I don't have a job with you.
Right, interesting. We've run out of time. I want to get a sense from you of how you could reimagine the UK-India relationship. You guys have built incredible businesses for yourselves within India. Talk a little bit about global, your global expansion ideas, Anna.
Well, I've been hearing most of the speakers talk about UK-India relationship and the trade deals, what could happen between two countries. And I believe that we both are natural allies of the long-standing relationship what we both have, the both good and the bad. So when you have the both good and the bad, you know people very well. So I think India has, everyone believe that it's going to be a story of the next 2-3 decades, correct? It was a story of the last decade. It's going to be a continued story for the next 2-3 decades. So I believe that India has talent. India has a culture and hunger, and everybody in India, it's got thousands of startups, and one day soon we'll have 100,000 startups with 250 unicorns. So UK, I believe that we caught up with the technology faster than anybody. I think our common man understands how to use technology. So that's something phenomenal about our country, because everybody thought that we're a poor country with the less number of literate people, but we are no more that. So we have come to a stage where everybody on the phone, you can go to a coconut, the tender coconut vendor, and you can just pay using your
India's already arrived.
So I think we have already arrived in terms of technology. So we could be because of the scale what we could achieve in terms of any technology. So I think we are the biggest. We're going to be the biggest in this space. And UK has. You guys have 65 million people, which is as good as my state. So of course, I think in terms of innovation, I was just talking to Manoj that time. So I think UK-India innovation challenge is something which I think will be a great idea. So because it's like the current innovation in India is coming from some of the rural areas. So villages, some guy sitting in a remote village, and because he has access to the world knowledge on the phone because of the internet, so he is able to solve the problem. So and innovate in different sectors.
Let me pause you there because we've run out of time, and I want to make sure we get a word in from
one,
Priti.
I think, in the interest of time. I guess yesterday Mohandas Pai and Nikhil also mentioned that the trade looks like a little long shot, but services is what we can certainly look at. And India is just not population. I guess it's carrying highly skilled population and can be leveraged to kind of digitize. And as Mr. Mohandas Pai said, that if we can build a digital platform where we can leverage this India skilled population, which, as I said, 5 million engineers we produce every year, and highly skilled engineers, right? And how can we leverage that technology bit, as he said, for...
But your engineers are all over the world, right? So it's not just Indian engineers. You've got people everywhere, digital nomads.
Yeah. I mean, pandemic changed everything, right? We are location agnostic now, so we have... and not just in India, as he rightly said, there are engineers sitting in remote area helping somebody in US, today. So I think that's where it will open up. So maybe some visa and immigration regulations get a little lighter. Probably it will build a stronger bond.
Interesting. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your time. Vastly fascinating story. We look forward to seeing who else you matchmake with and how many more engineers we can find. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be back in just a minute with a very special guest. Delighted to be welcoming on stage the Minister of State for Electronics, IT, and the Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, the Government of India, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Stay with us.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Welcome back. So we're now going to turn our attention to a discussion around shaping the future of digital in the UK-India relationship. It's a small topic. Right. Delighted to welcome a repeat guest here to the India Global Forum. His experience ranges from spending time in Silicon Valley, working for Intel, my hometown, California, or my home state, to helping build India's cellular industry. And he sold BPL Mobile for over $1 billion in 2005. So he knows a thing or two about entrepreneurship, about unicorns as well. And he's now Minister of State for Electronics and IT, and Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Welcome, Honorable Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
Thank you for having me.
How are you today?
Good, not too bad.
Good, excellent. We run into each other in all the greatest places, Bengaluru, London, all good. Now, one thing I want to just pause on, because I was rewatching your interview from Bengaluru, and you were very strong on this point, that your aim for India is to lead the global technology movement, that we'll see more and more of original Indian tech innovation. I was interested actually with our last guest in terms of just how innovative that is. I want you to expand on that mission, on that vision for India as the originator of tech innovation, first of all.
So thank you for having me, and thank you, Manoj, for making this a regular habit of inviting me. So more power to that habit. Look, in 2015, when the Prime Minister laid out his vision for Digital India, he talked about three broad objectives, and he said technology must empower our citizens and transform their lives for the better. He's talked about the digital economy and increasing the digital economy size and opportunities for youngsters. And he talked about a very, very important, very pivotal third part, which is that India, which has been a consumer of technologies for decades, should join the leading pack of nations or leading pack of companies to drive the future of technology. And he said that with a number of different perspectives in mind. One is the real risk that the emerging technologies, the future of the internet, the future of emerging technologies moves away from open democratic societies like ours to being controlled by countries that are not as democratic or as open as us. So that is a real challenge for a country that is heavily invested in the narrative of a digital economy. And the second is really economic, which is that, for example, when I was an entrepreneur in telecom, every piece of equipment that we used to build our networks in the mid-90s was imported. The radio, the switch, the microwave, the fiber, the routers, all of that had to be imported, and we could, we added value with an Indian-made screwdriver and Indian-made screws. And fast forward to 2022, the vision of the Prime Minister, and you see now in the era of 5G, India is now designing 5G gear, is manufacturing the devices that go into the 5G products. And so that is what he meant by saying that we have to reach a critical inflection point, and the phrase was used earlier on by somebody else, which is that we've got to become rather than being consumers of technology, we need to be able to design, manufacture, and be a trusted source of
Where
digital
are you
products.
in that journey now, do you think?
I think we are very, very far ahead from where we were in, let's say, 2012, 13, 14. 5G is a classic example.
We heard about that earlier, didn't we?
We will be equipping. The Vodafone gentleman from Vodafone mentioned that we would be basically deploying 5G networks in India, private companies doing it, but with Indian designed, Indian made gear, which is a big jump for a nation that has been a consumer of technologies for decades.
I think that's absolutely fascinating. If we have a look at the UK-India relationship, this whole last day and a half has been about. Tell me about the importance of it from a digital perspective and where you'd like to see even further collaboration than we have now.
No, I actually think there's a lot that India and India and UK can do together. And earlier in the morning, I had the opportunity to sit next to the Minister, Chris Philp, and we shared some ideas. Look, the common ground here is the fact that both India and the United Kingdom want to dramatically expand the innovation economy piece of their overall economy. And we want to take the digital economy to be 25% of our overall GDP. The UK government wants to take it, I don't know what the exact percentage is, but they clearly want to expand the slice of that pie. And that being one, and the other, that the future of technology is going to be determined by collaborative efforts between companies with either offices and teams in two, three countries, or governments that in a sense create equal working environment for these collaborative efforts. That is going to be the secret sauce of success for future technologies. So that is the second point. And the third is the internet, and the future of the internet is going to be increasingly determining the success of digital economies, whether it's the UK, whether it's India, whether it's Australia, whether it's the US. And the need for countries like India and UK, both of whom are democracies, both of whom have diverse, open societies, for us to collaborate, cooperate, and work out these global standards and protocols that will shape the future architecture of the internet. So there is plenty of work for us to do together for mutual benefit. And I think increasingly the India-British relationship can be architected to be, designed to be, with outcomes that could be win-win.
Well, let's look a little bit further at that, because I noticed that in April, the Ministry of Electronics and IT issued a joint declaration of intent with the UK's Department for Culture, Media and Sport. What do you want to achieve with that?
Look, there is, in my opinion, and I said this earlier on in a conversation with the Trade Minister as well, and the Home Secretary, which is that there are many things that India and UK are doing which are essentially driven by narrow pieces, whether it's sports, whether it is skilling. And these type of forums allow us to step back a little bit and say, actually, there is a lot more than these thin slivers of opportunities. There is a larger, broader pie of opportunities. And that declaration was really a declaration that said, look, let's look at all of this from a standpoint of slightly a bigger picture of what kinds of cooperations we can do between the two nations. And to that, I'm adding the points that I'm just making about internet regulation, the future of the internet, future of emerging technologies, the future of cooperating together and working out the next generation innovations. Those are all things that India and Britain can do together, India and UK can do together.
It's interesting because we are in a moment in time when there are two internets developing. We have an internet that is developing within countries who want it to remain free, and countries like China and Russia, let's be totally honest, who wants the state to be involved. How much time do you take? Does that keep you up at night worrying about that?
No, I'm not a worrying kind, but look, I think there is clearly, we are, the word inflection point, the phrase inflection point is been bandied around a lot and has the risk of being misused or overused. But I do believe in the growth of the internet and the fact that Web 3.0 is around the corner, the fact that the blockchain is around the corner, and we are struggling with issues like big tech influence on the internet and what it means to the openness of the internet. We are struggling with safety and trust issues of the internet. We're worried about cybersecurity. Yeah. That the internet, which is designed to be a force of good, also represents a force of user harm and online safety challenges. Yes. So I think it's not a question of having sleepless nights, but having strategic clarity that the internet must be. And we cannot do this as India alone or UK alone. This has to be a coming together of countries that have similar values, open democratic societies and communities, and say, look, we want the internet to be open. We want the internet to be a place where safety and trust is paramount. And we want an internet where these big tech platforms are always accountable to the users. And that kind of a global understanding translated into standards, rules that are global in nature, or if not global, let's assume Russia and China don't want to be part of that definition of global. Right. But clearly from our point of view, India, the UK, the US, Australia, Japan, South Korea, there are many, many countries that would be, in my opinion, necessary partners to shaping the future of this very safe and trusted internet.
There's another part of that, which is around data and data sharing and concerns about where data lives. We've heard about it discussed in the free trade agreement. It was one of the things that Vodafone mentioned. They want to be able to take data, anonymize data, and use it elsewhere, bring it from the India to the UK. Right. And I'm asking you, because I know you have a recently announced data governance framework. It's in the second draft now. Right. I actually read it. So I'd love to hear your views on this subject, because it's actually one of the biggest things that we've got to untangle. Absolutely. Is what do we do with this? Where does it live? But how should we be looking at it as an issue?
So that will require an IGF and a separate IGF for us to discuss this threadbare. But no, but it's an important topic. I think the data economy and the importance of data, the importance of privacy that is now arisen from the fact that consumers have woken up to the risk of their data being misused. We've seen Cambridge Analytica, we've seen all of those cases in the past. So I think all of that has created awareness within governments, within regulators, and within consumers that there is something that needs to be done that does not put a citizen or a consumer at risk just because he or she is a participant in a data economy. So that's number one. Number two, it is clear today with the proliferation of the internet and with usage and applications proliferating as they are, that countries and platforms are generating data like it's going out of fashion. Yeah. I mean, so, you've seen data centers come up and, all of this data that has been stored. Now, on one hand, for policymakers like us, on one hand, there is this argument by the Vodafone type companies that says, look, make it easy for us to do whatever we want with the data. Right. So that's one argument. That's an argument that Facebook would use. That's an argument that Vodafone would use, saying, look, don't put any constraints on us.
And I'm guessing that you don't believe in that.
Well, I'll come back. Okay. So that is one little ask of theirs, saying, look, leave us alone. We are innovators, and you are government, and just leave us alone. We'll do bad, we'll do good. But we are public policy makers, and we have a responsibility to the citizens of our countries, citizens of our communities. And so we have to look at this from the prism of user safety, user harm, safety, trust, accountability, and all of that. And then there is a third angle, which is the issue of national security, law and order,
Yep.
all of that. Now, somewhere these three lines have to intersect, and we have to come to common ground on what the rules and the rules are in terms of how is data stored, who owns the data, what are the conditions, boundary conditions for the use of that data, etc., etc. So
and how it can be monetized too, because that's another thing that people get crossed
so
about.
the monetization argument is almost often used there. On the other end of the spectrum, nobody wants to, data to be monetized,
right,
except if it's done with consent. So if you look at line these things up and then say, what should we do? I think it basically means that there has to be some certain basic foundational principles that have to be established, that privacy is a fundamental right, non-personal data, who owns non-personal data, personal data, what kind of consent architecture that we have, that a consumer is not unwittingly giving consent on data to be misused. So this is a complex area that lends itself to pretty sophisticated, nuanced regulation, and it can't be just a question of, look, I'm Mr. X, and life gets difficult if I have to comply with laws and rules.
Right.
So don't have laws and rules. So that's one aspect of the conversation. The second most dangerous aspect, more dangerous issue currently on our radar screen as public policymakers, is the issue of the ability of the internet to be weaponized.
Yeah.
So assume for a minute India is this thriving digital economy. We are growing. We have hundreds and thousands of entrepreneurs whose lives and wealth depends on it. But the internet is not really open in the sense that the influence of the big tech platforms that are domiciled, let's say in the US or Western Europe, are so significant that if, God forbid, one day there's a president of the US who doesn't like something that India does in the United Nations, and he decides, look, I'm going to unplug the internet from India, and therefore if there is Indian data that is used for the Indian digital economy that is sitting in San Francisco, too bad. Now, it's a doomsday scenario. It's not necessarily a scenario that I ever think will come to fruition or will become real. But making sure that the internet can never be weaponized against our digital economy leads us to a conversation about, should the data then be localized?
Yeah.
So localization isn't somebody's women fancy. It is really an answer to a question that is being posed. How do you make the internet more resilient? How do you make sure that the internet cannot be weaponized against our own growing economy? To which a natural answer would be, maybe we should explore data localization. Now, the answer to that is it brute force data localization? Is it mirroring? Is it a copy kept in India versus a copy retained outside? All of that. So
still to be worked
so
out.
it is not just a black and white issue of, like I said, making things difficult for entrepreneurs. That's never going to be our policy outcome or objective. But to factor in the other requirements that any responsible government and any government responsible to its citizens will have to take into account.
Okay, really interesting. We do need a whole IGF to discuss that, don't we? Right, Manoj, take a note there. Yeah. But I want to look at the economic outlook. And the last 6 months for Indian startups they've had some tough times. We've seen, I think, the loss of about 10,000 employees in the first 6 months of this year. Now, when I mentioned this fact to Mohandas Pai, to Nikhil Kamath, they said, it's natural, this is a sign of a naturally growing ecosystem. These things happen. Now, that may be true, and that's fine for an investor and a unicorn to say, but as a policymaker and as a government employee, tell me a little bit about how you see the Indian ecosystem, the startup ecosystem as it is now, and were those job losses at all worrying?
So here's the thing. I, as an entrepreneur, have gone through multiple cycles of these ups and downs.
So you've been there too.
So I'm not losing that much sweat or sleep over the fact that there are these vicious ups and downs in these cycles. You know from the history of the global economy, asset bubbles tend to form, valuations tend to be frothy, and then there are corrections. That is on one side in terms of investments and valuation. On the other hand, we also know that every idea isn't a guaranteed success. That's the entire nature of being a startup. I am not pleased by the fact that 10,000 jobs are lost. I can never be. I mean, that's not something that anybody takes joy in. But it isn't a very unnatural consequence of startups having a flood of capital thrown at them. A number of startups, some very rigorously due diligence, some not so, passing through the scanner of investors. So some of the stuff is, in my opinion, anticipated. But having said that, the US economic outlook, the Russia-Ukraine situation.
It's a bit grim.
Yeah, and the overall global economic outlook of being less than stellar has a dampening effect on everybody in every industry. It's not just about startups in particular. It is on any company. You look at any company today and you look at the stock. A blue chip company like Tata Motors has lost value in its stock. Really blue chip companies have corrected in this. So I wouldn't use that as a symptom of any large, deep problem. I would think that this is really pointing to general uncertainty about the global economy and therefore risk aversion in general. I don't think it's risk aversion that is in particular directed at Indian startups or startups. And I suspect that if the Russia-Ukraine issue, God willing or whoever willing gets sorted out soon, there will be a complete change in sentiment to the global economy.
Interesting. Well, we're running out of time. I want to ask you a final question. There's a target, India's target is to become a $5 trillion economy by 2026. Correct. That's just around the corner. Tell me how the digital economy is going to contribute to this.
No, it's a good question, because one of the biggest things about the $5 trillion economy goal is the fact that we want digital to be 20% of it.
Okay.
So $1 trillion digital economy, $5 trillion overall economy. The digital economy goes from being 8% in 2014 to 20% in 2025. Less than 8% in 2014, 6%.
Achievable?
I actually think we are on track for that. I mean, of course, I have a boss who gives us stretch targets. Our Prime Minister dares to dream big, things way ahead of everybody else. And I don't see it as being a target difficult to achieve, that at least $1 trillion piece. I also don't think the $5 trillion piece is going to be difficult to achieve. Now, the 2 years of COVID haven't helped, of course. So whether it is precisely on the 31st of March 2025 or is it 31st of March 2026, I think that a little bit of leeway you should give us.
All right, we'll consider that.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for being
you.
with us. Thank you for continued friendship with
Thank you.
India Global Forum.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Honourable
Thank
Minister
you.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll be back in half an hour. We're going to allow you to take a break, have some lunch, and we'll see you back here in just 30 minutes.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back. Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be welcoming Shashi Tharoor back. We didn't have enough fun yesterday, so we brought you back for more. And the session is titled A Disruptor. How do you feel being called a disruptor?
I don't feel that good about it because I sort of always had this reputation for being the conciliator, the peacemaker, the diplomatic guy in politics. Somebody who tries to reconcile everyone, tries to get things going, sees merit in not seeing everything in black and white. So clearly Manoj doesn't think that's good enough. He's decided I'm a disruptor, so I'll accept it.
Member of Parliament for Thiruvufam. Oh my!
You did it well yesterday.
I did it so well. Let me just slow down, and I'm going to crack it. Thiruvananthapuram. Okay, I did pretty well. Third term in the Lok Sabha. Also former Undersecretary General at the United Nations and author of countless number of books, including one we might touch on. We spoke about it yesterday, Inglorious Empire, What the British Did to India, which I'm in the process of reading right now. So this is all about being a disruptor. Let's start with one area where I know that you were quite disruptive at the time. You were an early adopter of Twitter.
I was.
And you quickly, while in government, built an audience of millions. Am I right?
It was, when I came into government, I just published my previous book before entering government was a book called The Elephant, the Tiger, and the Cell Phone, which talked about how technology was the big disruptor in India's development progress. And in fact, I'd even said that I wanted to have on the cover a photograph that had been going around the internet from the previous Kumbh Mela, this big Hindu religious festival. And it was a classic-looking photograph of a Hindu holy man, a sadhu, right out of Hollywood Central casting. Naked torso, Rudraksha mala around his neck, ash-smeared forehead, warts on his face, gazing away seemingly into the timeless distance. Your absolute cliched picture. Except that in this photograph, this sadhu, gazing away into the distance, was actually chatting on a mobile phone. And I said, this is what India is all about. Now, you really have to reconcile, get your mind around both these images. So when I came into government, let's use Twitter. Let's try and get the message across. We don't have to depend on what the media considers newsworthy. We can make news this way. But in fact, the hurdles were placed by my own side to begin with. Government computers could not be used for social media.
Right.
So I had to wait to sort of be out of the building and do it on my mobile phone. Second, or my personal computer at home. Second, in fact, there was overt disapproval of what I was doing.
Were you told
and in those very early days, I have to admit, there was also a fair amount of resistance from the mainstream media. It didn't take a heck of a long time for them to finally come over, but I was the victim because literally anything I said on Twitter was deliberately made into a controversy by the media, because they said, why should this fellow bypass us? And so it was
but did that just not drive more audience to you?
It did.
Yeah.
So the audience, I was actually India's leading Twitter user for quite a while.
Until overtaken by?
No. First overtaken by the Bollywood stars.
Okay.
Actually, no, first overtaken by Sachin Tendulkar, just short of the 1 million mark, and the cricketer. And then overtaken by some Bollywood stars. But I remained India's leading politician all the way till July 2013, when I was overtaken by a certain Narendra Modi, who is now about 10 times the followers I have. So.
Right.
But what was interesting actually in that whole Modi business was that whereas the government was sniffy and disapproving and nobody else in my party was on social media, and I suppose I could understand it because government historically had a certain reserve, a certain reticence, Modi and the opposition realized how useful social media could be for them, to use the word again, to disrupt the prevailing mainstream narrative. Because suddenly they had a channel that was not subject to the gatekeepers of the establishment and the media, and was a forum where they could get their point of view across. And they became far better at it than most of us for a very long time. In fact, it was striking when Mr. Modi became Prime Minister in 2014, he issued an instruction that every member of his cabinet had to open a Twitter account. And the sudden proliferation of BJP ministers on Twitter. The Congress finally realized the error of their ways and they began catching up. 2014, they were still very, very behind. But by 2019 elections, I think they were giving as good as they got. But of course, the head start the BJP and Mr. Modi has is not going to be easy to catch up with.
You know, so I'm a citizen of this country in the United Kingdom, but also the United States. And there was a time when the president of my other country, President Trump, was a huge disruptor on Twitter. That going direct to people is something that those voters really appreciated. But it is also scary, right? It's scary.
There's no filter.
If there's no filter and if false news is being spread, right? And from a US perspective, that was worrying. And it was very interesting to me how Twitter dealt with that in terms of eventually kicking him off the platform. Do you think that's the right thing to do?
That actually is an issue that came up in the committee I chair in Parliament, the IT committee, where, interestingly enough, a lot of our ruling party members were appalled by what had happened. And they were saying that, you know, if you did this to an Indian minister or prime minister, we would not permit it, because what gives you the right to deny a public platform to an Indian official? Unless that official has done something which is criminal under Indian law, where does Twitter derive its authority from? And it's a complicated debate. Freedom of speech versus hate speech. On the one hand, we like to hold platforms like Twitter and Facebook responsible if they actually broadcast irresponsible things, hate speech, you know, live footage of people being killed and so on. All of these things we object to rightly. So we are essentially making them responsible to some degree for content. So if they have the right to be responsible, do they not have the right to decide if somebody is too irresponsible for their taste? And this is not resolved yet. It's a lively debate, and people are...
What do you think the answer is? What do you think the answer should be?
I'm still working on it, but as the chairman of the committee, I'm going to have to hold my judgment until the committee has endorsed it. I will say that we are troubled by some of these things. In some ways, the easiest standard is the national one, because when companies like Twitter and Facebook say, we follow our community standards, well, your community isn't the community in which you're operating in our country. So how about our community standards, and what should those be? Now, in some respects, you know, saying something against a particular religion may be perfectly acceptable free speech in America, but might incite a riot in India. Equally, taking action for certain kinds of extreme tweeting might trouble people in India, because what they've done is within the letter of what the law is in India.
I mean, there's an interesting moment. If we take a look at something that came up yesterday with this idea of your original Oxford Union debate around what the British did to India, which resulted in the end in the book that I'm currently reading. But you went and did this debate in Oxford around reparations, around what should be done post-empire. You thought it was fine. It went up on the internet. You tweeted about it, and suddenly it went bananas viral, right?
3 million downloads in 24 hours, and it kept going,
Right place, right time? What was that about?
That was the Prime Minister's phrase. he very generously actually said that this speech was an example of somebody saying the right thing in the right place at the right time, which of course was all very well, but he was 2 months away from his first visit to the UK. And there was consternation in diplomatic circles, both in India and the UK. I knew the British High Commissioner, who was terrified at that point that this was going to cast a blight on the Prime Minister's visit. And I can be a little indiscreet now that it's so many years after the event. And the Prime Minister's speechwriter for that trip was a Foreign Service officer whom I knew well. And he called me and said, what do I do? Because this is definitely, this can't be ignored. It's become too big an issue. So I said, my suggestion would be, you say that others have addressed the question of historical wrongs. I want to focus on the future. And then the Prime Minister can stay clear of this and continue talking about the future Indo-British relationship. And I'm pleased to say that's exactly what he did in September 2015.
So a conciliator.
And as you know, he's had many successful visits since.
Absolutely. A conciliator once more, not a disruptor.
There you are. That's the point I've been trying to make. Thank you.
So let's just pause on that, though, because we're talking about the future, you know, reimagining the relationship between the UK and India. But do you not think we need to always keep in mind history in order that we not repeat the mistakes of the past?
Yeah, I mean, I have, that's one reason, but not the only reason. I think it's also important, just as any child should know a little bit about their own ancestry, their parents, their grandparents, and so on. Every society has to be aware of how it came to where it is today, and a sense of history is, I believe, important for every society. But to use history to continue to affect the present and the future is unwise. And so my message when I published Inglorious Empire was, we must forgive, but we must not forget.
Yeah.
And as I said, particularly to young people, if you don't know where you're coming from, how will you appreciate where you're going? So remember where you've come from, remember all that happened, but don't let that guide how you behave today. Because today is today, and you're working for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you just be aware of what's happened in the past. Don't forget, but do move on past it.
Speaking of being aware of what happened in the past, not forgetting in order for the future, let's talk a little about Ukraine. I know that you're one of the very few politicians who've argued against the current stance in Ukraine. But I wonder if you could just talk us through a little bit about about your worries there. And we've got some young people. We may be off message at the moment. We'll take that into account. But
that's the disruption.
There you go. Welcome, disruption. We're a broad church here. But talk me through that.
No, voice. I mean, I did take a heretical view because I do understand the Indian position, and quite possibly had my party been in power, they might have taken the same approach, which is partially based on gratitude to the Soviet Union for decades of support for India in the Security Council, elsewhere on Kashmir, other issues, and therefore, by extension, support for Russia today. Secondly, there was also undoubtedly a dependence on Russia for armaments, which Russia sold to us at a time that the West was not prepared to sell us armaments. And so we did have an enormous, at 1.85% of our defense supplies came from Russia alone. And naturally, no one wanted to jeopardize that relationship, not to mention spare parts and so on had to keep coming, even though now the dependence has gone down, and 85% is now more like 45%, but that's still a fairly hefty proportion. My argument was, number one, that we can't afford to be on the wrong side of history. This was an unprovoked, unjustified war, and we should not be condoning it. I was critical of India's first couple of statements at the UN, which I felt were unnecessarily mealy-mouthed. They've corrected it immediately after that, and at least started reiterating principles we've always stood for. The integrity and sovereignty of states, the inviolability of borders, the inadmissibility of changing or settling foreign disputes through the use of force. These are all things India has consistently reiterated over 75 years, and I thought we should have done that from our very first intervention, but I'd say from about our third speech onwards we have been doing that. We've also given humanitarian aid to Ukraine, 90 tons in the first week of the war, or first 10 days anyway. It was a very good gesture. And when I spoke in Parliament, I acknowledged those, but I also said that Russia today is not only wrong, but it's also going to emerge, whatever happens in this war and however long it takes, it's going to emerge weakened. And a weakened Russia is going to be more dependent on China, which is our real adversary and our principal adversary. So a Russia that is dependent on China is not going to be a terribly useful ally in geopolitical terms, or a partner we can rely upon. Secondly, I argued that if you look at the spare parts and so on that you want and new orders that you want them to fulfill, their industry, including their military industry, is at the moment devastated by sanctions. You can't import semiconductor chips into Russia, for example.
We had Tata earlier today offering to make military supplies from within India. They're very much hoping that they'll be able to do that.
The British will.
No, Tata.
Oh, yeah. No, so we want to have much more manufacturing in India and involve the private sector. We have a public sector manufacturing, which the military doesn't think very highly of, but if we can get the private sector and with international collaboration improve the quality, that's certainly one of the important things we can and should be doing. But on the question of dependence on Russia, I was just saying that they can't fulfill their contracts with you anyway now. So we need to look beyond the old paradigms and find ways of positioning ourselves that would be attractive to other countries whom perhaps we need more. That was essentially my argument. Ultimately, of course, the government always knows more than the opposition because they have access to what goes on behind closed doors and classified conversations they don't have.
So unfair.
No, I know, but that's even in democracies we can't always be on an equal footing.
Final comment. We've run out of time. I'll sneak one more question out of you, one more answer. We're reimagining the UK-India relationship. What's the one thing we absolutely must do?
I think get it on a footing of equality, because I think there are still sort of lingering attitudes among some sectors, and certainly the older generation in the UK, that need to go. And there's got to be much more awareness of the kinds of things we are seeing showcased in this forum. That is, tech companies, the young entrepreneurs, the unicorns, the possibility for cooperation that's focused on tomorrow rather than hung up on yesterday. And I think if we can do that, I hope this FTA that everybody seems so optimistic about will actually happen. And then I also hope that we will get to see some real sort of a relationship between equals when it comes to other aspects of it. Of course, that doesn't mean I want to draw in the test match starting tomorrow. I still want to beat the English, but we'll see that happening.
Round of applause. Yep, there we go. Well, thank you very much for your time. Honorable Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I'm very pleased to finally see you in person. Our interactions have previously been all virtual.
That's right. The last two India Global Forums, we were virtual.
Exactly, exactly. Well, thank you very much. Stay with us, because in just a moment, we'll be back with Beyond the Boom with my colleague Mark Barton. He's waiting in the wings. Until then, we'll see you in a moment.
Thank you, Edie.
Thank you.
Pleasure talking to you.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the YONO SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the YONO app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with YONO, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Did you hear the clapping when we mentioned the test match, Anshit, tomorrow? Does anyone here support England?
Depends on who they're playing.
I'm literally in the minority of one. My God, that's weird. That's very weird. But it'll be fun. We'll come back to the test match later. Beyond the Boom, building a lasting legacy for Nykka. Anshit Nair, CEO Beauty and E-commerce at Nykka, joins us now. It's funny we're talking about legacy, Anshit. This company has exploded in a decade. Your mother set it up with $2 million of her own money, and you IPO'd with a valuation of $13 billion in November 2021. From A to Z in a decade. How did you achieve that?
Yeah, so thanks again, Mark, and of course, Manoj and the IGF team for having me. I'm glad we're doing this in person after a long time. So look, I think, it's obviously there's a lot of things that went into to get us to where we are today. Lots of people, lots of efforts, and lots of hits and misses. But I would say, if I was to think of what is the one major thing that really helped us to get to where we are today, I think a lot of it goes back to my mother, Falguni's background. Yeah. And having been, she's very different from most entrepreneurs in India. She was roughly 50 years of age when she started the business. So she came with a lot of experience, mostly in finance, and brought a lot of maturity to the table, understood the importance of building a very sustainable business and not chasing valuation, which sometimes becomes the focus for a lot of young entrepreneurs. So she brought a lot of stability, I think a lot of maturity into starting a business, and that's allowed us to take the right decisions, not the short-term decisions, but decisions that are good for the employees, good for the shareholders, and that I think has allowed us to have a long. It has been it's a 10-year. Yes, it is relatively a short journey, but I think in this day and age, it's a relatively long journey.
You're a digital-first company. You're always looking at ways to enhance the shopping experience on your platforms. You're innovating. How are you innovating? How are you influencing buying behavior? How are you building, which is the key in retail, trust, customer trust?
So I think for us, it starts. We work backwards. So I think we put the customer at the center of everything that we do. And, we are an Indian company, right? We're started by Indians, based in India, Indian-owned and managed. So we are specialists in our market. And so as a result, we're only focused on one consumer, and that is the Indian consumer. So that allows us to go deep. It's one consumer, it's one category, that is beauty and fashion. And so it allows us to go very deep. So I think keeping the consumer at the center of all the decisions that we take, it allows us to think backwards. And I think that's allowed us to build the right capabilities. In terms of inspiration, I mean, there's great companies globally, whether it's in Southeast Asia or Latin America or the US and Europe and UK, who are building businesses. And I think as a young company, we can be flexible and we can learn best practices from multiple different parties. I think that's been, again, very instrumental in helping us decide the way we build this business. So of course, innovation, I mean, we see what's happening with technology. We're a tech-enabled business. We are a digitally native company, so tech is at the heart of everything we do. We've got a very large team in Delhi, in Gurgaon, 400, 500 engineers who are day in, day out focusing on just solving the consumer pain points and mastering what we call the art of retail.
What are the trends that are exciting you? What are the consumption trends, Anchit, that are really being nibbled on by I use nibbled deliberately, by the way, because there's edible beauty. There's obviously clean and green beauty is a big thing as well. Yeah. What's buzzing out there right now?
So I think what we're seeing is the Indian consumer is incredibly in tune with what's happening globally. And beauty has always been a very aspirational category. And now the fact that through social media and digital channels, people are very aware of what's happening. And in India today, I would say the trends that are taking off are the ones that you're seeing everywhere else as well, whether it's in Europe or in the US. So of course, clean beauty is a very big one. I think for people, now the focus is a lot on what they're putting in their body, what they're putting on their face, and the ingredients, the sourcing, free of cruelty to animals, vegan ingredients. So I think people are very conscious now. And Nykka wants to help to build that consciousness in the market because we do think it's important. And these are long-term sustainable trends in our point of view.
You mentioned Europe. Let's talk about the bridge. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the UK and India, that relationship, reimagining that relationship, Anchit. I mean, the UK is going to serve, I understand, as the sort of the first step towards your expansion in the European market. How important is it to have that relationship with the UK? What sort of relationship do you intend to have with the UK consumer?
Mm-hmm. So I think for us personally, as a family, in fact, we spent a couple of years growing up in the UK, in London. My father was with Citibank in London. And so for us personally, we are very, for us, this is a second home. We have family, friends, and we spend a lot of our time here. For the business, I think, we see a massive opportunity. The first lowest hanging fruit, of course, is the Indian expat population in the UK. We've got some brands which we've started and we own that we think would be a perfect fit for the consumers, the aspirational Indian expat community in the UK, such as our brand K-Beauty, which is a joint venture with Katrina Kaif, as well as our own brand, Nykka Cosmetics. So we think these brands are a perfect fit. They're very aspirational, yet affordable, high-quality brands. So we think that's the low-hanging fruit. Of course, again, nothing is set in stone. It's all being discussed and planned. Nothing is...
We're not breaking any news.
Yeah, there's nothing. I think
it's all in the public domain.
I think any business will always think of international expansion, and the first markets that come to mind for a business like ours
the Middle East is obviously
the Gulf and the UK.
Yeah. Okay, so that's something to look forward to in the future. You mentioned your father. You mentioned Citibank. You once were an investment banker, Morgan Stanley. How does an investment banker make that step over to beauty? Because it must have been a challenge for you, and I read this, for you to understand the beauty segment.
Yeah, look, I did investment banking at Morgan Stanley in New York for about 7-8 years, and I was doing media telecom banking. So it was very old, traditional M&A. The old wireline companies like Verizon and AT&T were some of my clients. So totally different world from beauty. But, I think beauty, by the way, is and I think that was, for me, it was a little hesitation to move from M&A into this very unfamiliar world, but it's a phenomenal business. There are some of the best companies globally, whether it's the Estée Lauder or L'Oreal Group and others. I mean, fantastic companies built by families, who've gone on to do amazing things. So I think, of course, if you want to work in this business, you have to understand what you're selling. So it did take me some time to get up to speed on foundations and serums and different textures of lipsticks, but it's a fun business. I mean, look, there's always 1,000 other things that are a lot less interesting than beauty. I would say it's one of the more interesting industries, and I love it, and I've learned a lot. And I think you have to be a master of, the industry in which you are working. So you need to know it in and out. And I think I can go head to head with anyone in any of the.
We should have a face-off, shouldn't we? Like textures of
business,
lipstick.
exactly,
Who wants to face off against Anshid? Who's daring enough? Here we go. What's a question?
I love your products and
there you go.
Thank you very much.
That's all you need to say. You work with your mother, who's obviously created this amazing business in the short space of 10 years. Your father, CEO of Kohlberg Kravis Roberts in India. Your sister works with you as well. I mean, wow. I can't imagine working with my mother or my. I've got two daughters, or my two daughters. How does that work out? The pluses versus the minuses, the arguments. How often do you fall out?
So I think I'm very. For me, my mother is my mentor. She is an incredible business person, and I learn a lot from her every single day. So it's very clear that she is obviously the brains and the mastermind behind the business, and just sitting, being able to learn from her is a real joy for me. So yes, of course, I think at times you can have a difference in opinion, but we're pretty analytical about things. So we're never going to have a discussion or a debate without having facts or without having done our homework. And usually, when you've done your homework, you do tend to arrive at a similar conclusion. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, we still do defer to her if there is something which she feels strongly about. And in terms of working with my sister, I think she looks after the fashion business, I look after the beauty, so there's not much overlap. But on a personal level, we're incredibly close. I think we're twins, and we've grown up together, and she is, very close friend. So we respect each other tremendously. I think respect is probably the most important thing in the business, and we respect each other, and we understand each other's capabilities. And she is incredible. She's a Yale, HBS, Harvard Business School grad. Worked in consulting at Bain. She has the pedigree. So I think you just respect one another, and you understand that she's an expert in what she does, and hopefully she thinks of me the same way. And finally, my mother is there to obviously guide and come in where required, but otherwise she also does give us a lot of room, a lot of rope to run with.
You know what we haven't done yet? We haven't had any questions from the audience. Lady at the front, do you want to ask Anshid a question? Go for it, beloved. I don't know if we have any mics. I mean, if you ask me the question, I'll repeat it to our virtual audience. It'd be lovely to have a question from the audience. What would you like to ask?
You spoke about clean beauty, and that's something I'm interested to know more about, because not very many Indian brands have really got onto that bandwagon. So how do you see Indian brands responding to clean beauty?
Just for our online audience, how do you see Indian brands responding to clean beauty?
Yeah, I think taking a step back, I think one thing Nykka has done well is that we've actually created the ecosystem for Indian brands to actually grow. Before Nykka before we began the business, it was a market that was dominated mostly by the large international FMCG brands, whether it's the Lever Group, Levers, or L'Oreal and Estée Lauder. And I think by creating an online, offline platform where brands could overnight become large and reach a large audience without having to invest in a lot of physical retail and things like that, I think that gave rise to a lot of new direct-to-consumer brands in India. And so I think now I would say that Indian brands are doing some incredible work on the clean beauty side. Yes, albeit they're small, they don't have the kind of budgets that some of the larger FMCG brands do. But they are doing some incredible product development, and I think India is so lucky to have Ayurveda as a massive. It's not exactly clean beauty, but it's its own. It goes back thousands of years, and you see the way the West is embracing Ayurvedic brands. That it goes to show you that there was a trend of Korean beauty, then Japanese beauty. We are strong believers that Indian beauty can be the next global trend, led by Ayurvedic brands.
Yeah. The purpose of this wonderful forum, Anshid, is to reimagine this relationship, reimagine where we're going in the next sort of 25 years as we celebrate and mark 75 years of independence. What does the UK-India relationship mean to you, and how can we continue to forge closer ties, create that quantum leap which Prime Minister Modi talks about?
So I would say that, look, I think I can speak from personal, I heard Mr. Tharoor earlier, and I think he put it well. But what I would say is, just in having grown up over the past 30 years, just how far India has come. We grew up as a family, we lived in the US, we lived in the UK, about 20, 25 years ago. And the kind of respect that India now has, obviously on the political stage, but even, very much with friends and family globally, I think it goes to show you how far India has come. So one, for us as Indians who are obviously trying to build a business in the country, and we feel like it's been an incredible experience for us, but the respect that we are getting on the world stage, I think, is once in a lifetime opportunity. And I think the UK has been a traditional historical ally of India's, and we think we've learned a lot. Look, I went to a British school that was set up by the British, so for us in India, a lot of the great tradition of education and other things have come from the British. So we have a tremendous amount of respect, but I think Mr. Tharoor said it well when he said it has to be a relationship of respect, and that clearly is coming across in forums such as these, where you've got some of the best minds from both India and the UK on the stage together. So I think it's just, for us, it's a very proud time to be, I think the government and Prime Minister Modi have done an incredible job in really elevating India's stature on the global stage, and it really works its way down. Even for us, meeting our brand partners in different countries, you can just see the way they think of India. It's very, very exciting and promising.
Perfect place to end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Anchit Nair, CEO of Beauty E-Commerce at Nykka. Thank you so much. Brilliant.
Thanks, Mark.
And up next, Edie's back on stage. Reimagine digitizing financial services. Thank you.
Very pleased to be here with you with some titans of digitizing financial services for greater access. This is a really exciting panel to have a look into how we increase access to financial services. So you've heard too much from me over the last day and a half. I'm going to let these folks introduce themselves. So we'll start here just to my right. Introduce yourself and also tell us a little bit about your company.
Hello, everyone.
Or your city, in fact.
I'm Shiv Chatterjee. I'm one of the co-founders of DMI Finance, which is a digital lender in India and focuses on consumer credit, corporate credit, and venture capital.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abhimanyu Munjal. I'm the CEO of Hero FinCorp. We are another lender in India. We're an NBFC. We finance wheels to walls. And our mission is to provide upward mobility to every Indian, to empower every Indian for its upward mobility.
Hello everyone, I am Dipesh Shah, part of the International Financial Services Center, which is coming up as a new Fintech city in India. And I am leading the development efforts at the International Financial Services Center.
Hi, I'm Sohail. I'm the CEO of BharatPay. We are India's largest business-to-business payments company, and on the back of that, we also, like a lot of people in the room, do digital lending to small businesses.
So we've got a lot to talk about, but let's start off, first of all, with DMI Finance. And let's talk a little bit about what you do. A non-bank finance company. Why do you make that particular distinction?
So that's just
from a neobank. Is that what you don't want to be called?
That is definitely, we do not want to be called a neobank because a non-bank finance company is a regulatory distinction. A neobank is a fad term of the day. So we don't want to identify ourselves with whatever is the trending keyword in our industry. Non-bank finance company is what we are by definition under the regulations. And what we are focused on is in providing finance as seamlessly as we can to a large number of people who otherwise may or may not have access to traditional financing channels.
They still need a bank account, right?
They absolutely need a bank
account.
account.
Okay, so through UPI they've got that, but then what?
Then they apply for a loan, typically for either consumption purposes or for a personal loan, which would be kind of undefined end use. And they do it through digital channels. When I say digital channels, I mean that the application for the loan comes to us via what is a buzzword of the day, API, from one of our partners. And we basically credit decision that application in somewhere between 15 and 25 seconds. And we disperse the loan in somewhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours.
And what's the impact you've had?
I think the impact we've had is in providing finance to a large number of people who in India go under the term of new to credit. New to credit means that these are people who have not been able to take a traditional loan before from a lending institution, whether it's a bank or a non-bank finance company. They are new to credit. They do not have a credit footprint with the credit bureaus. And traditionally, underwriting of an individual has relied heavily on credit bureaus. So if you don't have a credit bureau footprint, then it is very hard in India typically to get a loan. So our focus area are people who are new to credit, and roughly half of the loans that we make go to people who are new to credit and do not have a credit.
And it's small businesses, is that right?
These are largely individuals.
Individuals, but
Yes.
who are trying to finance their business mostly, or is it do you get equally business and?
So some of them are trying to finance their business. Some of them are trying to buy a smartphone or a computer. So it is a consumption loan, a consumer durable loan in that sense. Some people are simply taking a personal loan in order to pay for what may be an unforeseen expense. It may be a wedding or a vacation or a healthcare emergency that they're paying for.
All right, great. Abhiman, you tell us about Hero FinCorp. How is what you do different? Are you guys competitors? Friendly competitors?
Friendly competitors.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Tell us about your business.
Yeah, so we are slightly different than what he does. We focus on the same kind of clientele. We have about, in the last 10 years, acquired about 7.5 to 10 million customers. 80% of those were actually first-time credit borrowers, and maybe 50% of those were never had bank accounts. The real difference between us and him is that we are a phygital company. So we are available in about 2,500 locations in the country in India. 22,000 PIN codes out of 26,000 PIN codes where we have a shop in a shop. And we do much smaller ticket loan, and our starting point is two-wheelers. So I believe that when a customer is coming, when the Indian is coming to buy a two-wheeler, he is very young in the financial age, not biological age, but when it comes to financial history. Because that's the first loan or the first access to financial services that they get is through a two-wheeler. So that's our acquisition engine. We acquire customers there, and we actually want to live through the life cycle. So we try and cater to them as they trade up. They want to buy a used car, they want to buy a home, any unforeseen expenses. So we actually acquire them as a two-wheeler loan customer and then take them up all the way till they become.
How much of financial education is a part of what you do? Because I know that that's an incredibly important thing, is you bring people into the system in which they have access to credit. It's also important to make sure that they don't take too much advantage at a time when maybe they could.
So, it's a very good point that you make. We actually call ourselves a socially responsible lender, right? In every way and form. It's not only about education, but it's also about capping how much you charge, right? I know there are lenders out there who are charging absurd amounts of interest, which the guy is a daily wage earner, right? And he can barely pay for his bread and butter, and he's just paying his debt throughout. So we call ourselves a socially responsible lender, and in fact, as a part of our CSR, we do a lot of financial education camps across villages in the country, and we've touched about over 300 or 400,000 Indians pre-COVID. Physically, we had a cartoon van go into villages and really tell them about what a bureau is, what paying on time is, what a bank account is, and really teaching them through animated cartoon on financial education, which was a big success. But during COVID, of course, things had to wind down, and we've started that again.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back to the IFSCI in a moment. Let's stick with this sort of more personal consumer idea. Let's talk about Bharat Pay. Tell us a little bit about what you do, especially with the small shops.
Yeah. So I think Bharat Pay was started only 4 years back, and by that time, what we hear a lot now, UPI, the peer-to-peer transfer, money transfer network was already big. I think there was something weird happening in the market at that point of time. UPI for peer-to-peer transfers, which is me transferring ADU money, was already big, but me using it at a shopkeeper was very, very small. And as we went sort of deeper into it, it was very obvious on why that was happening, because everyone who was doing UPI was a consumer-focused company, and they had to make money somewhere, so they were charging the merchant interchange on the transaction, very similar to what a credit card charges a shopkeeper, right? So, and it was weird because it was exact same architecture, it was exact same transaction, right? So, and that's when we thought if we launch a UPI focused on the shopkeeper and make it free, it's going to fly. Of course, it's going to fly, but where will you make money, right? So that was the sort of thought process of the business. And what is very obvious here that there are a lot of lenders in India. I think for the right reason. India is a heavily credit crunched market, and banks don't necessarily do a great job because of just the demographics of the country to catering to sort of the last mile, right? So we said if we do payments for free, that gives us proprietary data, because we heard the term NTC. 90% of the shopkeepers are by design NTC. They only handle cash. They hardly pay income tax because of that. That's all great for them till that point of time, but that means they don't have any history of proving they're profitable, right? So no bank will give them credit ever.
It's also not quite as safe, is it, to be only cash? Right? I mean, it's a different idea between digital and cash.
But if you tell a shopkeeper in India, it's very obvious why cash works in India, right? This is not developed part of the world where a shopkeeper makes 30% margin. He'll happily pay you 2 to 3% for enabling a transaction. Shopkeeper in India makes 15%, 12%.
Okay.
If you're going to tell him, I will charge you 2% to give your money into your bank account 2 days later, he will say, what's wrong with cash? It's as simple as that, right? So cash is never going to be out of the economy, and therefore the government thrust on UPI, reducing the interchange charges on cards, and that's all sort of playing to that, right? So we said, let's do transactions for me free and do credit on the back of that. And it's worked wonderfully, because not only do you get real data around what the guy is sort of taking into his bank account, but you are able to use the same architecture to collect money back when it is due, right? So in India especially, a lot of people give a lot of thrust on underwriting a consumer for a loan. That's actually important, but not the most critical. Most critical is how do you collect, right? So, and that's what the UPI infrastructure allows us to do, right? So, 96% of our money comes back on its own. Consumer comes to a shop, pays on the QR code. Our collection comes from there, right? And the remaining 4%, 5% is the money which sort of like a conventional lender we have to go after.
Interesting. We're going to come back to you, but let's talk about IFSCA, because you're doing something different. It's helping international businesses enter into India in order to invest, create businesses. It's a new authority. Gift City is a free zone, so the government's given a 10-year tax holiday. And I think you've got about 300 entities there with a lot of room to grow. Is that right? Tell us some of the things you're most proud of that people here may not know about.
I think it's important that people should understand that now India is a separate platform for the global investors to come in, as you just said. The International Financial Services Center, which has been created, many times India has been known for creating financial centers outside. So for example, if you remove India business from Singapore, or if you remove India business from Dubai, you certainly find drop in the overall volume of business that they do for India. What was happening was the Indian businesses were given much more efficient platforms in the neighboring centers, and our own business and jobs were being getting transferred to those financial centers. What government has very smartly done is that they created a International Financial Services Center as an offshore zone within India, which means that from an RBI or from a local law perspective, you are a resident outside India when you operate from that zone. You are on par as far as the taxes are concerned, as the way that you operate from Singapore, Dubai, or any other financial centers, you get the same tax parity. Most importantly, it is working right in the center which has a high demand for international financial services next door. So for example, the Government of India's report in 2015 was that if India don't create a financial center of its own, every year by 2025, $120 billion of international financial services will be imported into India through the other financial centers outside. What has been now done is that to give that a structure in the form of a banking, insurance, capital market, funds, even the platforms like what's been told here in a fintech platform, like an international trade financial services platform. So UK firm financing an SME or for his business is now made possible through an ITFS platform created in GIFT City, which was never been earlier possible because the capital account is not convertible into India. And when it came to the transactions, it were more complications from the regulation and tax perspective. And that's why this 10-year tax holiday, which you just said, gives them the sufficient structure to bring in the business onshore India rather than doing it from the financial centers outside India.
I want to ask you a specific question around climate finance and financing for the clean tech revolution, because we know that there's a financing gap of about $4 trillion a year needed in order to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. If you took climate finance alone, India is incredibly important. We know the money needs to and must move from the west to the east, however you want to put it, richer worlds to the less well-off. But it has to move into India. Modi has incredibly ambitious plans. We quite often speak to clean tech companies from India. Tell me how what you're doing enables that transition.
Well, I think what's important is that if India has to finance this, what we understand is maximum 30 to 40% that the India will be able to manage within its own zone. So rest 60 or 70% has to come from outside to finance the requirements. And what you need for a climate finance or sustainable finance is a regulatory platform which is outside the purview of so many applicable domestic law which gets applicable when you are operating the structure onshore India. So what this center does is that you are able to bring in a financial structure in an IFFC which is similar to structuring it in London or in any other place outside. From a regulation perspective, there is a unified regulator which is having powers of all RBI, SEBI, insurance regulator, pension regulator into one. So you have a unified regulator giving them the comfort of the money coming in. And at the same time, the foreign money going back, the climate finance money coming in and going outside country is also made quite easy because it's an offshore to offshore transactions. You're not touching the domestic zone for your transactions in terms of your structuring. This is, we believe that we already structured $45 billion of green bonds on our platform. $7 billion is already listed on the International Financial Services exchanges operating there. And close to $200 billion of banking transactions have already happened from that zone, which includes a lot of green and sustainable financing from that platform for India.
Okay, interesting. Shiv, let's come back to you. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about, the government has been very supportive. We've seen a lot of initiatives. From a policy perspective now, what do you need? What do you want?
So, I mean, there's a wide range of policies that we can talking about here. I'm going to interpret your question to mean how can the government support digitalization of finance. And in that, I think one of the key areas is going to be basically being as transparent and clear about the ground rules. So one of the issues that the industry has faced in recent times is volatility of regulation. And by volatility of regulation, I mean that certain practices emerge in the fintech industry.
Like what?
I'm just saying that let's assume that
Okay.
there's a regulatory landscape. And within that regulatory landscape, there are things that are clearly allowed, and then there are things that are clearly not allowed. And typically, the role of the regulator is to allow for innovation without having that innovation test the boundaries of systemic risk. Now, that means that by definition, there is a certain element of lack of clarity in terms of what is permitted. And so the innovation happens in those areas where there is room for interpretation, room for regulatory interpretation. Now, those areas have grown very dramatically in India over the last few years. So for instance, there has been a fairly significant move to provide financing to the bottom of the pyramid. And I don't mean quite the bottom of the economic pyramid, but certainly the entry level population, the millennials, the 20-somethings who are going into the workforce. And that provision of credit has taken a wide variety of forms. They have come in through lines of credit, they've come in through personal loans, they've come in through what got labeled in the market as challenger credit cards or neobanks or however you want to call it. And in the absence of regulatory guidance, these practices grow and grow and grow until they become significant, and there's a large amount of money, whether it is venture capital money or private equity money, that comes in, and then the regulator feels that, okay, now we are at a point where this needs to be addressed, right? So I think from the industry's perspective, it would be much more productive if there was ongoing dialogue between the regulator and the industry, so that these practices which are antithetical to how the regulator views the market, those practices can be nipped in the bud right at the beginning rather than wait for them to become significant.
Suhail, I've seen you nodding over there. Would you agree was that something you'd like to see more from?
No, I think I've always taken the stance that RBI in general, at least in India, does a good job of balancing innovation and sort of putting the guardrails out there. I think, I think the role of the regulator, as rightly said, is to foster innovation and to start managing that innovation when that becomes systematic, right? So if there is a systematic risk introduced by some of the practices which have, or some of the innovations which have sort of brewed at the corner of what is allowed or not allowed, I think they need to be sort of checked, or they need to be sort of rethought. I think, but I do agree with sort of the point on this can't, many times this seems, and I'm sure it's a lot more thoughtful than what we are seeing it as, but as an industry player, it seems like it's a decision taken last night, right? So, because there is no conversation, continuous dialogue around it, and I think, like in general, I believe like 9 out of 10 decisions the regulator takes are right. It's not about the quality of the decision, it's about sort of being part of the decision making and sort of being able to influence, being able to sort of get to the right answer.
Are you canvassed for your opinion?
No, so I think I would happily, right? So I'm anyway outspoken. I think we are known to be, fintechs are generally known to be outspoken. So we would happily sort of talk what we think is right, and we will sort of all happily go with what is the decision eventually, right? So because none of these decisions is make or break, right? It just means you have to rethink your full tech construct, right? Which takes a lot of time. And if there is dialogue, then people can be aware a lot earlier, and then they can sort of change strategy over a much longer period of time versus having to do knee-jerk stuff, right? So, and sometimes it works in our favor, sometimes it works against us, right? So it's not sort of personal.
Abhimanyu, I can't believe it. We're running out of time, but I want to hear from you a little bit about how you might reimagine the UK-India relationship, especially when it comes to this issue around financial services. What would you like from the UK? What would you like from partners in the UK more
So
of?
I think there's a huge untapped opportunity between UK and India, and I would put three points there. One would be capital, both equity and debt. UK has a couple of stock exchanges. We can have more listings here, and vice versa. And we can have a lot of private equities and foreign banks actually give capital and debt capital to India. Second would be academia. Right, UK is a place with a lot of academia, where a lot of research of cutting edge stuff, innovation is happening. So how can we leverage? How can the Indian fintechs actually leverage that? Bring them to the Oxfords or any other academia here to really come and learn, and vice versa. And third is really there's a lot of exciting fintech stuff which is happening in the UK, whether it's neobank. I know some of my families don't want to be neobanks. Not that I want to be, but I think UK is leading a lot of these fintech innovations. So really create a bridge to say, can we have a fintech track between UK and India to focus not on the top two, but just on innovation, on making financial services more inclusive across the globe.
Fantastic. I can't bear it. We've run out of time, but thank you very much, gentlemen, for being part of this. We look forward to continuing the conversation. We'll be back in just a moment. My colleague, friend Mark Barton will be here with another session in our Reimagine series, Reskilling for the 21st Century. Stay with us.
Okay, Reimagine series, Reskilling for the 21st Century. I'm very excited. We've got 2 guests in person, 3 virtual guests, so it's slightly different. Let's introduce our guests. Namya Mahajan, co-founder of Rocket Learning. Hopefully we'll see Manya in just a second. Banu Potter, Chief Growth Officer at World Reader, also virtual. Let's do our other virtual guest as well. Professor Christopher Tucci, Professor of Digital Strategy and Innovation at Imperial College. Love that 3-screener. Looking really good, the 3 of you. And in person, we have Professor Yogesh Singh, Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi, and Rohan Patel, SVP, Engineering at Builder.ai. Really excited. So what we're going to try and do, lady and gentlemen, is reimagine learning and education in the 21st century. So what we're going to try and do is figure out practical ways in which education can be advanced by intervention at 3 levels: public policy, education technology, EdTech, and India-UK cooperation. So we're going to look at those three ways, and between us, we're going to reimagine education. That's our challenge. So best of luck to all of you. Before we start, I just want a simple sentence, maybe two if you're feeling greedy, from all of you. What is education to you? What is education to you personally? Namya, why don't you take it away?
Education is empowering. It makes you a person in the world.
Concise, meaningful, brilliant. Banu.
I think for me, education is about building the ability to learn new things for the future. And that's what true education is.
Good, nice and short. Christopher?
For me, education is getting skills and knowledge into the general population so that they can be better and more informed citizens.
Let's get our gentleman sitting next to me. Yogesh?
You know, when we talk about education, there are so many things, but someone has rightly said, your degree is just the piece of paper. Your education is seen in your behavior. And then it means what? Learning to live together. That is the purpose of education.
Your education is seen in your behavior. That's fantastic. Rohan, what is education to you?
Well, the way I look at it, education is the foundation. It sets your endpoints, the minimum and the maximum that you can achieve.
Good, good, good. So we've got a taster. We've got our juices flowing already. Let's get to policy. Let's get to public policy. Let's find a way where through public policy, we can advance education at this first level, at public policy. Namya, how do we nurture original thinking? How do we nurture entrepreneurship through public policy?
It's a great question, and maybe this is controversial, but I think in India, at least, public policy is not the problem. We have, excellently written, very thoughtful policy, and the devil is always in the implementation. So we have, 2 years ago, the new education policy came out. It lays out that education is on a continuum. It has to start when the child is 4 years old. We know that children learn most when they're very young. And that must go on, and that every child in India deserves to have foundational literacy and numeracy. There's, a mission around it, but the devil is in sort of making that actually happen. So, public policy is central. Most of the action in education happens in India and the States, right? And it's in the crux of the matter is how do you capacitate states, and how do you empower the people who have, the most stake in the system. So that's the parent and the teacher. So I'll say that sort of public policy has its place, but in many cases that's fixed. What we need is people on the ground making things happen.
How do we then, so let's get to the recommendation, because we've got to be swift here, Namya. How do we get people on the ground doing what you want them to do?
Yeah, so what we say is that the person with the greatest incentive for their child to learn is the parent, right? Is in their direct financial interest, along with everything else that comes with being a parent, right? So the question is, how do you, help a low-income parent to become their child's teacher? And in the early years, that's actually relatively easy, but we, from a pure ability standpoint. But what we say is that parents need aim. So that's the awareness that they can be their children's teacher, and that it's important to start early. It's information that's localized, contextualized, easy for them to use. And M stands for motivation and measurement, right? So are they in a group that also values education the same way? Are they getting an idea of their child's progress? And that's how you're going to actually sustainably get parents to engage in kids too.
Brilliant. We just lost you a little bit at the end, but that was perfect. Banu, let's move it on to you. Do you agree with Namya? Is public policy in India not the problem? Is the devil in the recommendation?
I think the public policy as a framework is good, but I think it does not take too much of private sector into consideration, particularly when it comes to education sector. I think the policy needs to do a little bit more work in terms of embracing private players. As we speak, already in urban India, close to 70% of the primary school children are in the affordable private school system. They're not in the public school system, right? So these structures, parallel structures are emerging, and the policy needs to figure out mechanisms to include them. Right now, while the policy outcomes which the policy aspires are good, the mechanics, like Namya was talking about, how do you include both the public sector and the affordable private sector into the picture, is something which I think a lot more work and deliberations can happen.
Recommend then, we need the recommendation, Banu. What would you recommend? Getting the public and private working better together?
I think one of the first things is to evaluate both the public schools and private schools' performances through the same lens. That's step one. Step two would be also to figure out how, in places where the public system cannot reach, sometimes the affordable private education systems and the other networks can reach better, kind of figuring out mechanisms to work in tandem with each other as opposed to pitting one against each other.
Tandem. Christopher, public policy, how can we advance it? How can we use it? What's your say on this?
Okay, I'm not as familiar with the Indian context, so I can give you my general opinion about what's happening in the UK, Europe. I think that we've actually made a lot of progress in getting people to start companies. And so I think that, just purely policy oriented towards startup companies has been quite successful. And I think what we're lacking right now is getting the companies to grow and scale. So I think there might be a couple elements to that. One could be some kind of better policy oriented toward scaling up companies, which could be something like European Innovation, Fund or something like that, that helps only once the company gets to a certain size and has a growth potential. And another one might be working, like matching small and medium enterprises with higher education institutions to help them with their problems, specifically, typically technical problems, to get their products so they can scale up.
Good, good, good. Let's get you involved, Yogesh. You've heard a lot. You've been smiling, listening. Do we agree with everything that's been said?
No, they are right in their perspective. But here the issue is larger than this. Because as we know, the economy is advancing, digitizing, and we need different type of skills. That is one aspect of it. But when we say, like particularly in the context of India, we feel that we should have the growth rate of 10% for next 25 years if we want to do very, very good for India. And solution lies in the education and skills. That's why Government of India could sense that and came up with the National Education Policy, where wonderful things have been written, and right now Indian university system is in the process of implementation from this academic session. Yeah. For example, it is a student-centric, multidisciplinary, and choice-based system. It means what? It is not a teacher-centric thing, it is a student-centric. And you should provide a vertical for skills in that. So every semester student should have at least 2-4 credits. One has to take either skills, entrepreneurship, apprenticeship or internship, so that skills are integrated in the whole system. That is one aspect. Second is the multiple entry, multiple exit system. So it means what? After 1 year of study, you will get a certificate. After second year of study, you will get a diploma. After that, third year of study, you will get a degree, and then fourth honors degree. Point is, and then there will be academic bank of credit, like your bank account, a specific ID. And if you learn 4 credits from X university, those credits will be accounted. Then if you go for another 4 credits from any other university, those also will also be accounted. So course-based registration, which is a new thing in India, this will happen very soon from this academic session. So students will have total flexibility. If I want to learn few courses from UK university, then I will register there, earn, and those credits will be accounted for in my degree. And 50% should be earned from a university which will award the degree. This is the only condition. So total things have been revamped in order to have a flexible structure. Although we were, for last 75 years, we were very traditional and conventional in our education system. But now things have changed. And change is for the good. And in the next 5 years, everyone will appreciate this change. Second aspect which you said about the collaboration with the UK universities. Yes, now joint degree is also allowed. Otherwise, it was not allowed earlier. So a University of UK and a University of India can start joint degree program.
And save that thought on India-UK cooperation. We're almost nailing the advancement of education by public policy. Let's finish it off, Rohan. What else do we need to nail it, to tie this bow, public policy, before we move on to EdTech?
Certainly. So, I think we need to look at the problem a bit differently. I don't think it's actually about trying to skill up as many people as possible because, look, the reality is there's a worldwide shortage of engineers. That gap is only increasing, right? There's more people trying to digitize every year than ever before, right? All the way from SMB to enterprise to the entrepreneurs. We focus a lot on trying to teach people how to build software today. And I think that's where the fault lies. We need to focus on teaching them how to actually innovate and how to use tooling to bring their ideas to life. It's a trend we are seeing in the industry today. We do have a mass of no-code, low-code platforms or platforms like ourselves at Builder that allow people to bring their idea to life. But where we should see that more is in the education system itself. And I think that can only really come with policy, trying to bring some of the private industry, as the other folks on this panel have said, into the education system.
So let's move on to EdTech, of which we know you know a lot about. What's the recommendation for EdTech? What needs to be done?
So one of the areas where I see a lot of fault in EdTech today, or I see room for improvement, I should say, is there's a huge focus on theoretical knowledge still. And the reality is, and I'm sure I can speak for many people in the industry here today, when we look at hiring, we are looking more at soft skills. Right? That is the key thing, and that can't be taught just through theoretical application of knowledge. That requires that interaction with other folks in group settings. That requires that digital apprenticeship type system. And that's where I think there needs to be a larger focus.
Let's bring in Namya here on EdTech because of given your background, Namya, at Rocket Learning. Given your EdTech recommendation, Namya, how do we cross this EdTech using it for the advancement of education? What's your recommendation here?
I think maybe looking at EdTech beyond just, the app and the app that sort of replaces the teacher is going to be a panacea, but as something that is that goes along with perhaps a traditional education system that helps the teacher and the parent, right? So what we do is we've built everything on WhatsApp because that's where our users are. Right, so creating a new app, expecting people to download that, we saw as futile. And the parts of EdTech that we thought were really important and sort of broken were that there can't be one-way flow of information. There has to be two-way, certificates, nudges, what have you. Right, there has to be personalization. There has to be motivation, but that can't be by cutting out the traditional system entirely. And I think that's where, at least for low-income users, a lot of EdTech falters because it, relies on the user's inherent motivation, and that's difficult because life gets in the way, like it gets in all of our way.
But you're nodding a lot. We like nodders. Get in there. Say something.
Are you asking me?
Yes. You're nodding a lot.
I am nodding.
I want to get you involved. Get in there.
I find it a really, really interesting topic. I've been thinking a lot about this. We're moving a lot from sort of the MOOC, transmission of information world to something in the future that's going to be much more interactive. I don't know exactly how that's going to look. We're getting better and better on sort of virtual reality, metaverse type things. People asked me recently, someone said, can you develop an executive module that we would offer in metaverse? And so that's the kind of stuff that I've been thinking about. And as well as take the video game immersion logic and try and apply that to education somehow. I'm not saying this is going to happen tomorrow, but at some point in the future. I think it could be, quite interesting to get the engagement and bring up this interactivity, which I feel like that's what's lacking right now in, sort of standard, just remote learning, which I think is very ineffective overall. And MOOC completion rates, it's very important for understanding where to go, where we're heading, and to get skills for that. But it's also not the best way of engaging with the students. So I think this is what I've been thinking about a lot lately in terms of skills for the future and ed tech evolution.
Idea of education and the metaverse. Let's get Banu in on this, who I know thinks about lots of things when it comes to education. Banu, what's education in the metaverse going to look like?
I think one of the important things to keep in mind here is metaverse lends us experiences, like stories in the past have lent us experiences, right? Learning through experience is something which is a superpower which metaverse brings. But before we talk about the future of metaverse, I think one of the important things to really understand is the purpose of edtech or any other digitized form of learning is to go along with formal education system and add on to it, right? And that is a parallel learning approach and method which learners have to learn, right? For us to be able to get millions of learners to be able to get to that stage in the future, the best place to start is actually very early. And if we can skill parents to figure out how they could use some amount of digital learning aids inside the home to help their younger children, the aspect of learning both in school and learning at home through digital or various other mechanisms becomes a natural part of life, a part of a student's life as they grow into the future. And once that ability is there, they could learn through digital, metaverse, whatever mechanism we come up with in future. And that really lends to the way the in-classroom learning and the personal choice-based learning and skilling which happens outside the classroom can go in tandem.
The EdTech bow, advancing education through intervention in EdTech. What do you recommend?
Because with the help of technology, we can reach to masses. So there are advantages of tech. We should use it, and we should imbibe it into the whole system. But one thing which also I want to emphasize, like when we say US, UK, India relationships, earlier, government of India was also reluctant, and foreign universities were not coming for opening of campuses, although they were going for Dubai, Singapore, but not in India, because education is not for profiteering in India. But now they have found a way. There is a gift city in Ahmedabad.
That's right.
Where foreign universities can also start their campuses, and Indian laws will not be applicable, but the law of the origin country will be applicable. This is a thing which has happened in India. It was not easy for the government, but they have done it. And if we are able to find good number of foreign universities that are really very good, establish their campus, their laws will be applicable, they will have total autonomy in the whole system, and then good universities will come. After that, we may replicate that model in other parts of India also. So many, many good things are happening in India.
Yeah.
We have to understand it and implement it. That's my point.
Brilliant. I'm glad you moved on to the UK-India relationship. What can we do then, Rohan, to address the education skilling crisis through collaboration between the two countries?
Certainly. So, personally, I'm a big believer in apprenticeships or digital apprenticeships. I see that as something that teaches skills that are, you just wouldn't be able to get otherwise. And speaking to someone with experience in this, I was lucky enough to intern through high school and through college at various enterprise companies in tech. And really, those few internships were worth more to me than the first year or two of my education, just in terms of what I was able to learn and pick up. What I'd love to see is kind of a reimagining of that the apprenticeship system, right, that we've had in traditional skills for a long time, where we bring that into high school, university, with private companies. And now, of course, as you mentioned, with technology, we can enable that. We have the ability to do this across borders. And I think that's something I'm hopefully looking forward to seeing over the next few years, is that collaboration between UK private industry and universities in India for these digital apprenticeships.
Christopher, what do you think? I mean, how can the UK collaborate with India or other nations, if you wish to stress, to improve skilling and education, those national collaborations? What do you recommend?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, I love the digital apprenticeship, idea. I think it's quite important. In terms of higher ed, I think that, with better technology now, we can actually think a little bit more about collaborative research and collaborative teaching, much more than we could have. I mean, yes, there's an element of, you could have remote campuses for a college or for a university, but I think in addition to that, there could be much tighter collaboration now in terms of joint research projects, which we do see calls for every once in a while, but now we can work together more closely, and joint teaching, which I think hasn't hardly been explored at all, but could be exploited in the future.
Namya, what do you recommend? How can we get closer as nations when it comes to skilling and education?
Yeah, so I think with EdTech, we're becoming sort of more of a global community, I think, of education. So, one of the things that's possible through technology is to, do more testing, do it at scale, share a lot of insights and knowledge. So, part of what we do is look at, behavior change of children, of parents, design what works, what kind of content works. So joint research projects, as Christopher also said, getting together to share knowledge and insights would be fantastic. As a nonprofit, remiss not to say funding is great. And I think there are a lot of UK foundations that are also very generous for India. And I think that's required as we build, the demographic dividend here, which is for India, but also for the world.
No final words. We've nailed it. We've done it. We've got to the end of our prescription for improving education. Final words, UK-India partnerships to advance it. What do we do?
I think I'd just like to add here, for everything what our fellow panelists have just now talked about, UK-India partnership and the synergy which can be created, the bedrock or the foundation for all of that is the superpower of the language of English, right? And if we look at today in India, the aspiration for English is at its peak, and I think it will only increase. And for any of the collaborations and synergies to happen, that common language fabric is required. And I think while we do all the things at higher education, I think at the primary and middle grades, there's a lot of collaboration possibility with the language of English. I don't mean to say this as a replacement to any of the local language. India is a multilingual language. So when you say English, it does not really mean not doing Hindi, not doing Bengali, or not doing Odia at all. It means being multilingual. And India, the interesting part is India already sees English as a skill, not just as a language, but as a skill, right? So there's a huge opportunity for collaboration there, which actually creates the bedrock and foundational interaction capabilities for everything what the other panelists said as collaboration to happen in the higher grades.
Reimagined education, lady and gentlemen, in 30 minutes. A massive round of applause for Namya, Banu, Yogesh, Christopher and Rohan. Fantastic. Edie's up next. Looking forward to that. Don't you dare move. She'll be with you in a second. Stay with us. Thank you very much.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the Yono SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the Yono app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with Yono, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.
Thank you very much. See you soon and good luck. Enjoy the rest of your stay. Thanks and see you soon. Enjoy the rest of your stay. Thank you.
Globalization. In fact, we're going to press the reset button on globalization because it's gotten a bad rap in the last couple of years. I'm really pleased to be joined by Standard Chartered CEO Bill Winters. Thanks for coming along. How are you today?
Very, very well. Nice to be here.
Excellent. Welcome. You're very welcome here. Standard Chartered is an extraordinary bank, an extraordinary story, and in the context of India, pretty phenomenal. Largest branch presence of any international bank in India, with 100 branches over. You've been there for 150 years. 21,000 employees. It's pretty extraordinary. In your words, how important is India to Standard Chartered?
No, India is Standard Chartered, and I'll say it's part of us. So our first branch was in Calcutta. It's a third of our global population. It's our bank in India is amongst the most important in our group. And of course, Indian leaders have permeated the rest of our organization, as Indian leaders have permeated many of our markets. So it's Standard Chartered and India kind of go together.
So, you know, I have to say I am a fan of globalization, and I didn't love all the flack that it's taken. But, you know, there was a famous book when I was in graduate school, The End of History, Francis Fukuyama. And at one point, it looked like in the last couple of years, like we might have seen the end of globalization. Now, your global chair, Jose Viñals, took a different aspect that I wonder if you want to build on. He said the real question we should be asking is how we ensure free trade, how we ensure globalization is recognized as the true force for good that it is.
Yeah, and that's absolutely clear. In fact, one of our core strategic objectives is to reset the debate on globalization, to reset the conclusions. I mean, globalization has lifted billions of people out of poverty. It continues to. Right? Trade is increasing, not decreasing. Our research and our survey suggests that trade will grow by 70% over the remainder of this decade, over the next 8 years, 70%. And it may be slightly different in profile, but globalization is, in fact, very much alive. And it's continuing to contribute to the alleviation of poverty. The key is that globalization in its, this post-social and now medical crisis makeover is fair. And that's, people were left behind in the last round of the 30 years of globalization leading up to this century. And the people that are left behind are very angry, and they make noise, and they change politics, and they set policies. And we can understand the frustrations. Trade can be both productive and contributive to growth, and also be fair. And that's, at Standard Chartered, we'd like to make our contribution to that debate, to find a way to get the benefits of trade without leaving so many people behind.
So what are the key components of that? How do you get the benefits of trade without leaving people behind?
So we know what's happening, especially following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that we have we call it onshoring or nearshoring or friendshoring. So there's going to be a recalibration of supply chains with security in mind. And that is a reversal of where we had been for years. But I think many corporations and governments became uncomfortable with the degree to which they were reliant on countries which could end up being either hostile or somewhat ambivalent about whatever your particular view is. So, and that will be anti-global. So there will be some reversal. We've already seen it. We'll continue to see that. But that's a pretty small proportion, of like maybe an infinitesimal proportion of the overall trade that takes place. The things the steps that we need to take to make sure that trade is fair, that one, it's got to be sustainable. So that this idea of we have our sustainable buying policies in various countries, including in India, that's applied consistently. Second is that the people who are displaced by trade, that's contemplated, and that at the earliest possible stage, we are investing in them to reskill for a new economy. So we do that in obviously our own very small way at Standard Chartered, and we're displacing people, not so much through globalization, mostly through automation all the time.
Right.
And we invest in reskilling them. But we need to do that at a national level. And there are some great examples of where that can work. I think India has some outstanding programs. Singapore, it's at the core of their political existence, is continually reskilling people. So I think these are the steps that we can take to make globalization both an ongoing benefit to society, but also fair.
So I want to leak into some of the other pillars that I know are really important to you. So if we just look in particular about lifting participation, especially of women and girls, which we know when we focus on them, the benefits are multifold in whatever country you want to look at, in whatever place and time. And that is a part of resetting globalization, because when you increase trade and you increase openness and you empower women and girls to have a larger part within the economy, within society, the benefits multiply. So tell us a little bit about how you're doing that.
Yeah, we really have three overarching strategic, we call them stands. So these are long-term aspirations. Sustainability is one, resetting globalization is another, and lifting participation, as you say, is the third. And we're a local bank, right? So we operate in 30 countries, very much on the ground, including retail banking. Another 30 or 40 where we have a presence, mostly for corporate banking. But we're local, and we're local in the markets in which we operate. And the best way for us to promote our business locally is to have a thriving economy that's inclusive. The more people that can bring themselves to the productive economy, the better off society will be, and obviously by extension Standard Chartered. It's not a purely mercantilist approach. I mean, we also believe in doing the right thing by our communities. We think that pays off in the long run. But it starts with financial literacy and education. Our objective is to improve the lives of 1 billion people by including them in the financial system. It's education, it's access to financing, it's things like mentoring, it's things like teaching people how to operate in a collaborative way from a very early stage. And why do we focus disproportionately on girls, young women, because they're most excluded in many of our markets. We think that
where do you think they're most excluded in your markets?
I think historical bias, and it's not just our markets, of course. I mean, you can hear from my accent. I'm from the U.S. I've lived in the U.K. for 30 years, and it was only 100 years ago that women got the right to vote. So I mean, this is not a new thing, but some of our markets are lagging in that regard. And women have obviously biological responsibilities, or they take them on, that disadvantage them in some ways, and there are cultural biases. But
I meant where. I said where do you?
Where
are they most disadvantaged? Do you think?
Where? I mean, everywhere. I mean, I can't think of a country that where women, where we can genuinely say, you may have a different view, but where women are exactly pari passu to men in everything that they do. But of course, in many of our markets, we have women who have done outstandingly well, but in most they're underrepresented in business, and it probably starts at an early age with education and access to financing. So. And access to not just education broadly, but financial literacy in particular. So we've got programs, and my favorite, if I'm allowed to have my favorite, is our Women in Tech program, where we've incubated now several hundred women-owned or controlled or targeted businesses, and the targeted businesses are almost always women-owned or controlled. And we give them mentoring. If they make it through the rounds, we give them financing. Eventually, they become our clients. But we're doing it in order to create...
How big are those businesses when you start working?
Zero. They're startups.
Okay.
They're startups. So I mean, usually there's an idea that maybe they put a little bit of venture-type money in, which is usually coming from themselves or their family or friends. But an initial grant for a company that's getting started at the back end of this program might be $10,000. I mean, we're not... This is not a big commercial operation, but we've touched thousands of women, and those women then hire tens of thousands of women to work in their and men, of course, as well. But I think by creating a space for women to learn and live and grow, especially in the new economy, we think we can make a real difference. And we do, I think.
Really interesting. This idea of financial education, I think, is so important. I think it's something that's ignored by a lot of, we talked about a reskilling, reimagining education. It's one of the things that I think countries are falling behind in not encouraging, because when you learn about how to take care of your finances, you gain an incredible skill, and once you learn it, you have those skills for life. What have you learned that you think could be, you say you touched thousands of lives, helped thousands of women. How do you do that for millions or billions?
Yeah, well, and that is the objective, right? We really want to get to 1 billion people through this program, and with a disproportionate number being women. Obviously, well, not obviously, but it won't be all, because we're not gender specific in our programs. But I think it starts with a basic level of skills and competence, but then it is confidence. So. And we find frequently women and men who have not engaged with the formal financial system at all are very reluctant to walk into a bank. They're much more likely to go to their local moneylender, who's more likely to be usurious and expropriative. Statistically, that's very, very clearly true. Whereas the formal financial sector is much more inclusive. Not very inclusive, but more inclusive. So providing not just the skills, but also the confidence, the trust, building up relationships of trust, and not just at the very beginning, but as women evolve either through their careers or through the development of their business. And I don't want to emphasize too much the focus on women. That's our focus. But the focus for our lifting participation stand is small businesses.
Right.
And again, small businesses are the backbone of the economies in most of the markets where we operate. Clearly the case in India. The biggest employers, the biggest growth is coming from small businesses. Let's give them every possible chance to succeed and every possible chance to access the formal financial system.
It's interesting because a couple of panels ago, we had a bunch of folks who are working within running fintechs in India. And it does seem that a lot of them are working with micro businesses, with small businesses. Do you think it's easier to trust a fintech than it is to trust a bank like Standard Chartered?
Sometimes. We actually just, a year and a half ago, launched a fintech. We created it in Standard Chartered, but just yesterday we announced that we brought in a partner for 10%, which is a Japanese venture capital firm that is serving really the small SME community. And through our own experience as a bank and through our own research, we identified a number of really extraordinary pain points for these small businesses. And these might be single proprietorships or small phone distributors or small businesses. And we created this platform. It's called Solve, S-O-L-V, and based in Bangalore. And we've added, I think, 400,000, 450,000 customers in the first few months. And they're able to deal with each other. They're able to deal with their suppliers. They're able to access finance, professional services, legal services, accounting, et cetera, in a completely agnostic way. So like any marketplace, there's a system of peer reviews. And why don't those small businesses just go to the bank to get their loan? Because they've had bad experiences. One way or another, they've had bad experience. Or maybe they haven't had bad experiences, they're just afraid. But when they can see that their peers are giving 4-star ratings or 5-star ratings to this service from this provider, who maybe they would never have had a chance to come across, it does build confidence. And of course, especially younger people these days are very familiar with accessing platforms and relying on peer ratings. So this is phenomenally successful, this thing that we set up. We've rolled it out in Kenya as well. We've not announced yet, but we have a partnership that we're about to roll out in Vietnam. I think this is the sort of thing that can really take off. Now, why does Standard Chartered build this thing? We own it, we run it, but we don't need to own it. Maybe we'll provide some services into it, but we'll be one of thousands of banks that are, or financial services providers. But we do understand the pain of our customers because we heard it from them directly. So is it trust? Probably not so much trust. It's more, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go to get this help. And I've got this banker who's telling me, just come to me, I'll take care of you. And maybe that is a trust thing.
Right.
I'd rather go into the marketplace and have some of my peers help me to make the right choice.
Okay, so in resetting globalization, we need to be thinking differently about it. We need to be inclusive, and we need to be including women and girls in the process. The other idea that I want to focus on is around sustainability, because we know that there is a funding gap of, depending on how you count it, but about $4 trillion a year to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Now, even if you don't believe we're going to achieve them by 2030, even if you think that it's going to take a little bit longer, and you only cared about one, i.e. The climate goal, we have a massive issue around funding, and not only funding, but moving money from the richer parts of the world to the lower and middle income countries. That's been a focus within the India Global Forum, not just today, but in Bengaluru and Dubai. We know that there's a new city, Gift City, which is helping international institutions to move money through there. But I want you to talk to me about what this means to you and how urgent you think the need is.
It means a tremendous amount to us, and it's extremely urgent. And even the idea that we're not going to hit our targets by 2030 is desperately concerning. So we operate across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. And those markets already are the most affected by climate change. We're the biggest foreign bank and one of the biggest banks in Bangladesh. We know what Bangladesh has in store if we can't control the increases in temperatures. And we got a taste of what 50-degree heat consistently for 2 weeks can be this year in India. So these are not inconveniences. These are devastating things for human life and for the economy. So we, at an existential level, as a bank, need to get this right. Of course, we're just a tiny part of society, which also has to get this right. You're right, as I would expect, about the $4 trillion. per annum that's needed, of which about 3.5 is just in addressing climate change. And all the work that we've done, it makes it clear that probably 70 or 80% of the financing that's necessary in the developed world, you know where it's going to come from.
Yeah.
It's not in place, but you know, in sub-Saharan Africa, it's less than 10% of the funding that's needed to address this climate challenge is available. That's, I would say, is it our primary focus at Standard Chartered Bank? Yeah, it's definitely a top 3 thing that we are preoccupied with every day. How do we get this money?
How do you get the money? Because there's an issue around trust, there's an issue around regulation.
Yeah.
Financiers want to make sure that they know where their money is going, and sometimes there are opacities that it's hard to get through.
Yeah. There's enough money out there.
Yep.
So there's enough ESG dedicated money. Even if you discount it for the amount that isn't really ESG money, but just says it is for marketing purposes, there's enough money. But that money has no idea how to invest in a project in Gambia, or even Dubai probably, and most of it. And we as bankers need to intermediate those flows. So to my mind, banks can take a chunk of the more complicated risk, but if it's a big proportion of 4 trillion, we don't have enough. We have to use the capital markets. Then there's a whole area of blended finance. So using the multilateral development banks, the export credit agencies, the World Bank, AIIB, et cetera. These are the organizations that can catalyze that 4 trillion to get into the hands of people that can make the most use of that money. And they're not doing the job so far. The MDBs are totally underweight in sustainable finance. Lots of talk, little action. Now I'm going to make somebody very angry. These are all our clients and our partners. We work very well with all these organizations, but it's not enough. Ultimately, the money comes from their shareholders. Their shareholders are governments. The governments are not doing enough to solve this problem. The private sector is ready to go. Going to need to be cajoled and pushed for sure, but we need to get there. A lot of the concern in the private sector is I'm going to do this good stuff and I'm still going to be criticized. I know that personally. We're doing lots of good stuff and we get criticized because there's always...
Give me an example of when you've been criticized for doing
something
good.
At our annual general meeting this year, I had 100 people stand up with a mask of me with devil horns, calling me a greenwasher.
Crumbs, how did that feel?
It feels terrible, but completely... I kind of like it because they're bringing attention to a critical issue. I think we're past the attention phase, though. I think we're into the let's make this work phase. And I mean, the fact is we've got very advanced and very publicly communicated transition plans. We've scoped out what it's going to cost. We've also scoped out how we're going to help our clients to achieve their own objectives. I mean, their objectives are our objectives. And we're doing the right thing, and we'll keep on doing the right thing. But we're going to do that in a fair and just way, because what we can't do is tell the people of Tanzania that they don't get to grow anymore.
Yeah.
That just doesn't work. For 2 reasons. One is it's not fair, and second is if we tell them they don't get to grow, they won't listen to us at all, and then we have no influence. So we're focusing on this just transition. We're focusing on getting all that money that's in well-intended hands into the hands of people that can make a difference, and we're trying to create the market mechanisms that can allow for that. So, one of the things that I spent, continuing to spend a lot of time on, but I was the chair of something called the Task Force for Scaling Voluntary Carbon Markets, which we then transferred over to a formal governance body called the Integrity Council for the voluntary carbon markets. And my view, our view, we had 450 corporations, NGOs, academics, all private sector, focused on getting the money from people like Standard Chartered Bank or many of you in this room into the hands of people that are actually reducing carbon in the environment through the use of carbon credits, carbon offsets. Carbon offsets have a bad name.
They have a bad rap, but they're not all bad, are they?
No, they're mostly good. But the fact was, for the 30 years that I've been focusing on that market, there were no standards. So there were some projects that were just outstandingly impactful, and there were some projects that were greenwashing. And then there was a lot that was in between. And what we've done with the Integrity Council is to say, we're going to set the bar very high standard, kind of indisputably high. So if you engage in this project, if you put money into that project, you're going to have an impact on the amount of carbon in the environment. If we can get that right, that makes it so much easier for all this money to transfer from the wealthy to the needy in a way where we can be highly confident that we're having an impact. And where if you're as a corporate CEO, I really want people to say, oh yeah, you spent $100 million of my shareholder money on that stuff. I believe that you've invested wisely. I believe that you've done what you said you were going to do. And right now, without these standards to evidence that, people don't say that. They say, yeah, you spent $100 million of my money for greenwashing. Now, not many say that, but 100 people with devil masks said that at our AGM this year.
It's interesting. And I wonder where, in terms of how optimistic or pessimistic you are, it sounds like you have been frustrated with some of the partners in terms of getting the money where it needs to go. I mean, I think I've been over the last 2 years to about 10 conferences where we've said that same statistic about the financing gap. It's not like people don't know it, and it's also not like people don't know that there's an opportunity there. Incredible opportunity to make money. Take, I don't know, sustainable aviation fuel is one. Yes, it's really expensive, but that's an incredible opportunity for some entrepreneur, right? Especially when you have a market that you know is ready to buy. So what is the problem?
I think it's happening. I mean, in my most recent visit to India, I met with several of the large project promoters for green hydrogen projects. They tell a very convincing story for how the investments to achieve scale can drive the cost of hydrogen down to roughly equivalent to the cost of fossil fuels. Now, obviously, the cost of fossil fuels has doubled, which makes it a slightly easier target to hit. But that's it's a massive investment, obviously backed by the government of India, or I should say supported by, because they're not paying for it per se. And this is very, very encouraging. This is government policy working to catalyze private investment to achieve the scale that can actually solve this problem. That we could actually solve the problem. Direct air capture, same thing. It's a proven technology. It works. It's just way too expensive. But you said the same thing 35 years ago, that the equivalent cost of solar power was 29 times the cost today. 29 times more expensive, right? The cost is reduced by 97%. We can do this. We just have to be determined right now. And this is why I get frustrated by even the idea that we can sort of kick this can down the road a couple of years. We need to make these investments today to have an impact in 2030. Not to solve it by 2030, just to have an impact. And along the way, we've got to protect the carbon sinks that we have today. The Amazon rainforest is a net emitter of carbon today. That's shocking, right?
That's frightening.
It's a net emitter of carbon. Why? Because there are more trees being burned down than there's carbon dioxide being absorbed by that massive amount of foliage. We will roast literally if we don't stop that. Can we encourage Jair Bolsonaro to be a little bit more eco-friendly? Yeah, be my guest. Can we pay the farmers not to burn down their rainforest? Yes, we can. And is that a bribe? I don't know, but it's a commercial transaction that gives that farmer who's trying to survive the ability to survive through the use of carbon credits. I mean, let's get on with it. Let's protect what we've got on the ground. Let's make the investments in what we need to get us out of this problem down the road. Let's do that with money that is sitting there waiting to be spent, that can be catalyzed by banks, by governments and MDBs. If we get that ecosystem right, we can crack this nut.
Really interesting. I wonder what role you believe the UK has to play in this. We've been discussing over the last day and a half reimagining the UK-India relationship, and the UK has, take any number of issues in the last couple of years, COVID, Brexit, hasn't always been a fan of globalization, back to the topic of this discussion, hasn't always engaged with it, but what role do you think for UK-India in terms of advancing some of the issues that you've been talking about?
I think it's an extremely powerful relationship for starters, highly complementary economies, huge flows back and forth already, and just looking at our little bank is an example of that. Extensive, our global operational center is in Chennai and with the satellite in Bangalore, and our headquarters is here. I mean, that flow itself is already substantial, and I think there's an opportunity to expand that broadly. But I think the UK's leadership around COP26 was extremely important, and I think the UK put many stakes in the ground.
I think it was a success then.
It's a process, right? I mean, there's a reason it's called COP26, because the first 25 didn't solve the problem, and in 27 and 28 are going to be a chance to take this forward again. But look, the UK has some brilliant, I would say, climate change and sustainability faculties, whether it's being a center for sustainable finance, I think a growing center for carbon markets, an innovation hub for some of the technologies that will be critical. India is one of the most innovative places on the planet, in addition to being one of the biggest markets with one of the biggest carbon problems and one of the biggest carbon opportunities. Right? So the complementarity between our two countries is phenomenal. And I think there's a determination to get this right.
Yeah, really interesting. I wonder if we could just touch on the international economic outlook. A little bit grim. Certainly the outlook from the World Economic Forum was, it's not just grim, it's grimmer. We have Federal Reserve raising rates, concerns about inflation. We've still got global food prices rising. I mean, it's a sort of tornado of crises in some ways. And a very optimistic outlook coming from India. But I wonder, as the CEO of a bank that looks around that entire part of the world, what views do you have?
Yeah, I think the outlook is grim. It's not very grim.
Okay.
Right? So, I mean, all those things that you mentioned, they're all right, and they're all correct. And inflation seems intractable for the time being. Central banks have indicated an intention to deal with that. They will raise interest rates to the point where economic growth contracts. It could contract into recession. There's two savings graces, probably more than two, but two big ones. One is that the economic momentum going into this crisis was pretty good during the post-COVID recovery. And second is that the financial system, banks and non-banks, is very strong.
Right.
And when the financial system is strong, normal economic cycles tend to be slightly buffered. When the financial system is weak, they get massively accelerated, as we saw in the financial crisis.
Yeah.
So those two things are good. But then I look at the two biggest population economies, two of the largest economies in the world, India and China, are both performing very well. Now, of course, China's going through its ructions right now on the back of their COVID lockdowns. But every indication is that China will come out the back end of this COVID period generating probably 5 to 6% growth. India is generating 6 to 8% growth. Right? These are big economies. The underlying demographics, I'll say for the time being, and I know China's got a real demographic problem, but the underlying demographics are very strong. And globalization is not going in reverse as it relates to those countries, right? China and India's trade balances are increasing, not decreasing. There's also a very healthy level of self-sustainability. So when you've got a couple of big engines in the world that are firing well, it can make up for some real softness, and it will be inflation-related softness or war-related softness in Europe and in the United States. So, yeah, are we going to have a recession? I'm afraid I think so. I know it's debatable, but I'm going to say yes. Is it going to be a severe or long recession? I suspect not.
Okay.
And I think a lot of it's priced into markets already.
Okay, so reasons to be optimistic.
I hope so.
Well, I'm glad we found a few. I'd like to give you an enormous thank you. Thank you very much, Bill Winters, CEO, Standard Chartered. Let's give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Stay with us. We are going to be back in just a few seconds. In fact, Mark is champing at the bit to join me up here on stage for our Reimagine series. We'll be testing some of your opinions there about the global economy's great pivot, and we'll be right back.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Okay.
We're good.
I think we're good to go. We're standing up. It's a good thing because my watch started pinging me in the last session that I hadn't stood enough today.
This is the smart watch,
This is the
which
smart
I don't
watch.
have.
Right.
I automatically just stand and
just
sit up to
stand.
20 minutes. That's my thing. Sit 20, stand 20.
You're like an egg timer. Or
I am.
Okay. All right. Anyway, carrying straight on here. Welcome to this session within India Global Forum as we reimagine the relationship between the UK and India. We're also reimagining the global economy and the great pivot here. We are going to introduce our panel. Why don't we do that now?
So in order, it's Shamik Dar, Chief Economist at BNY Investment
Welcome.
Management.
We've got Lord Jitesh Gadia from the House of Lords. Thanks very much for coming.
Sanjay Nair, Senior Advisor, KKR India, third along.
And we've also got Sanjeev Sanyal, Economic Advisor to Prime Minister in the Government of India. Welcome.
And this is a first, by the way, ED&I moderating a panel together. So
it's a historic moment.
There's room for craziness, and we might get you guys involved as well. So as it's the penultimate panel, let's have some fun.
Why not?
Let's kick it off then.
Let's kick it off. So, okay, I would say, you know, we've got a global tornado of crises at the moment, right? I was just speaking about it with Bill Winters. We have food prices are still an issue. We have rising oil prices. They don't seem to be coming down. We have a war in Europe. I wonder if you could just paint the picture. We've got inflation, concerns about a recession. We heard Standard Chartered thinks there will be a recession. Paint the picture for me. How do you see the situation? What's most on your mind?
Shall I kick off?
Kick off.
We'll go down the road.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, look, it's hard to disagree with much that Bill Winters says. It always is. So I'm not going to focus on the next 6 to 9 months. I think the bigger issue, both for the UK and India, really comes out in the next couple of years. And there are a couple of big pivots going on, which are going to be with us for a while. First off is frankly, the end of easy money. You know, we've been used ever since the financial crisis to a world in which essentially markets could price things according to where the discount rate was going, and the discount rate was at 0. So essentially all boats were being lifted. Now I think we're going into an era where that's no longer going to be the case, and allocating capital becomes a skilled task again. And therefore, you know, countries like India and the UK need to position themselves to attract that capital using their policies properly. The second big pivot in my mind, and this is a 10, 20, 30-year pivot, is that we are moving into a world which is very unfamiliar geopolitically. So we're moving back to a kind of late 19th century world, it seems to me, where you're talking about great power rivalry as opposed to hegemony or some kind of, sort of standoff between the superpowers. Obviously, you'll have an element of that, a large element of that with US and China, but at the end of the day, for the UK and India, it's how do you position yourself in that world in which the great powers are facing off against each other more dramatically, and that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and Lord Gadia, we'll sort of come to that angle, the positioning of UK-India, a little bit later. But chew on a few of those themes. Easy money, allocating capital, this environment, unfamiliar geopolitically, throw your hat into the ring. What more can you add to that? What are your fears and concerns in this
what keeps
tornado?
You up at night?
Yeah.
Well, look, the storm clouds are gathering. I thought Bill was being, I think, actually relatively glass half full. His fellow CEO on Wall Street, Jamie Dimon, who's the great survivor, recently said that, you know, unprecedented risks are combining with unpredictable consequences. And I think there is a sort of a sense that we're at the lull before the real storm. And that's certainly what I feel. Anybody who has sort of memory of the financial crisis, I'm sure it's ingrained on all of us. I sort of feel we are approaching the sort of August 2007 moment rather than the September 2008, i.e. things are going to become difficult. You look at, say, the financing markets, and I'm sure Sanjay can comment on this. You know, certainly, ostensibly, they're closed. Certainly in Europe, you've just seen a big transaction that Walgreens Boots Alliance was going to launch to sell Boots. That's been pulled. There are a lot of other transactions being pulled in the market. So I do think that we're at the sort of moment where we don't quite know what the trajectory is going to be, but we fear. So it's almost this oscillation in markets between fear and greed, which are never great emotions.
Interesting, Sanjay. He set you up there. Financing getting tight across Europe, but we had so many entrepreneurs and actually financiers from India saying it's quite a different picture in India. Where do you stand on that? Where does KKR stand on that?
Well, I won't comment on behalf of KKR, but I would say generally India is actually, you know, as we were discussing in the morning, India has taken the bitter medicine on the financial sector about a couple of years ago after the 2018 crisis. So actually India, from a financial sector point of view, is in pretty good shape. But that's the formal banking sector. That's in pretty good shape. So we don't talk much about NPAs and all that. I think the larger issue for our country and in the context of all the global turmoil is that we need to be a lot more now independent and not just dependent upon foreign flows for everything, right? And frankly, we are going to remain quite dependent for energy imports for some time because we can't overnight become energy self-reliant. And besides importing so much inflation, we have to worry about how do you get India into a position when globalization is reducing, even the flow of global capital is going to shrink. I think the biggest thing for us is a couple of pivots or vectors we need to focus on for the financing side. One, we have to harness the local pools of capital. I think it's going to be absolutely critical to fast track how to get the local pools of capital come back into the real markets, okay? Not just go into government bonds, which of course is priority number one from the government's point of view, but from the private point of view, you need to harness local capital. And there are lots and lots of reasons and committees and tax issues we need to sort out. So that's number one. I think number two, we will have to develop business models in the country that are locally built at local pricing for local citizens. I think the bringing global models and imposing into India worked. It will work. But I think that's the second big pivot. And I think thirdly, frankly, the government has to find rapidly sources of financing. How much deficit can they keep supporting and growing? So asset monetization plan, which this government has very well designed, very well structured, needs to be fast-tracked big time to get foreign capital into asset monetization. And I don't mean privatizations, but just infra operating assets. It's a fantastic plan. And if anybody can do it, this government can do it. I think we need to fast track that. So these three things. One, the government will have to fast track raising resources through creative, well-structured means. Business models have to become a lot more locally built, local technologies there. E-commerce is a massive new pivot in India. And thirdly, we will have to make sure that we become a lot more self-reliant with local capital from the savings of the people, which again is not very high, but the fact is that needs to be harnessed and taken out in a frictionless way and brought into the real sector.
Lots of advice to chew on if you're the government, and it's great because we've got the economic advisor to the Prime Minister here. How much of this do you agree with, Sanjeev? What advice are you passing on to the Prime Minister, and are you using terms like tornadoes and avalanches and sort of end of world?
Grim and grimmer.
Or are you toning it down for the Prime Minister?
I think you have got to see it in a larger historical context. So first of all, the fact that there's change and uncertainty, do remember that is always true. If you went back 10 years ago, you would have been sitting here discussing the global financial crisis. And we went back another 10 years back, we were talking about the tech bubble burst and the Asian financial crisis. In fact, we went another 10 years back, you were discussing the collapse of the Berlin Wall. So I think we've got to be a little careful about getting swayed too much by what is happening now. There's never a perfect time. And so I think, therefore, what we need to do is when we use a word like pivot, we really need to think about what is genuinely discontinuous change. Because if you don't pay attention to those big discontinuous changes and get thrown off by the noise in some ways, then you will miss the big picture. And in that context, let me lay out a few things which I think are big pivot changes. First big pivot change is that we are in a very fluid geopolitical situation. And the last time we were in this kind of situation was before the First World War. Because since then, we have either had a duopoly and then there was a monopoly. But this free market of geopolitics is actually quite dangerous, as we found out in the First World War. That doesn't mean that it immediately leads to a war or something like that. Do remember that this free market situation lasted actually for quite some time before the First World War. Between 1870 and 1914, there was actually a period of prosperity when there were multiple world powers vying for power. So this kind of situation can last quite some time, but it is ultimately can lead to very bad outcomes. And so don't be fooled by periods of relative peace, because it can go wrong. And we do need to create ways of getting around that, but creating complex alliances, by the way, may not necessarily get you out of trouble, as again we found out in the First World War. So that is one big pivot. The second major pivot is, whether it's for climate reasons or simply because of geopolitics or economic reasons, there will be a pivot away from our reliance on various kinds of hydrocarbons. Now, as I said, most of the conversation happens, I think at least recently used to happen, relating to climate. But in fact, as much of the world has discovered, there are serious geopolitical connotations of this, again linked to my first point, and Europe has discovered that quite well this year, that what happens if you end up having an economy that's completely dependent on imports. The third thing, which is again linked to this, is the issue of creating supply chains that are not only thinking about a peculiar kind of efficiency. So we have got to think about more resilience of the system, not just supply chains, but of the global economy has suddenly come back in fashion. So from just in time, we've begun to think just in case. And that is an important way of thinking. Now, in all of these things, India has a role to play. We in India do want to move away to other kinds of energy sources, not just because of our role of our commitments in the Paris Agreement, but because as a country we simply are not being endowed with a large amount of hydrocarbons, and consequently from a purely economic perspective we want to move on to some other sources of energy. How we do that, how the transition is, of course, is one issue. Similar thing, we want to insert ourselves as an important part of the global supply chain, especially in a context where people are moving out of, let's say, China, for both geopolitical reasons, but also for diversification reasons. So all of that is a context in which this pivot that you talked about needs to be thought about.
Interesting. I wonder, Shamak, if you want to build on anything that you've heard there from Sanjeev. And one of the things that you mentioned was the pivot towards clean, towards a carbon neutral economy. Now, that requires financing, and we know that the financing needs to move from Western countries to Eastern countries. India is going to be a very large part of that because of the clean tech revolution already going on. But I wonder if you can put that in context for us. We know it's something like $4 trillion a year needs to move from the West to the East, or from the richer countries to lower and middle income countries. Give us some context from BNY.
Yeah, I think your number is really important. It is a huge challenge. I mean, we estimate roughly between now and over the next 30 years about $100 trillion dollars worth of investment. Now, 100 trillion is a big number, right? It's roughly the size of the world economy in any one year. The good news is we've got 30 years to do it. There's more good news in the sense that a lot of that 100 trillion will come in the form of replacement investment. So dirty capital will wear out, and we'll replace it with clean. However, the challenge, I think, for India, UK, but also a number of Western countries, is that there will be a rump of about $20 to $30 trillion worth of fixed assets that, frankly, will have to be retired early, before the end of their economically useful life. And that's going to be a huge, in this geopolitical context, that's going to be a huge political challenge, let alone an economic one, in countries that are maybe facing issues in terms of getting to full employment and that sort of thing. So we need, frankly, an active plan in a number of countries. It's really encouraging to hear that, it seems to me the government of India is addressing this question head on. I think those questions are coming much more to the fore in the UK, but I think everywhere could do with, frankly, a lot more coordination and a bit more sort of planning.
Let's talk about the coordination and planning, Lord Gadia. What are you seeing from the UK perspective?
Well, look, I think, what Sanjeev described was more of a pirouette than a pivot. But I definitely take the point on hydrocarbons. So, look, I think there is a very clear mission here to accelerate investments, particularly in areas where we're developing an amazing competitive advantage, like offshore wind, where the Prime Minister is very well known for saying that we're going to be the Saudi Arabia of offshore wind, and there is a 5-fold increase in our capacity coming up in the years to come. Sadly, we're not endowed with enough sun to do the same with solar, but on nuclear, there's also a very interesting opportunity to frankly catch up when decisions should have been made earlier. So I do think that the hydrocarbon economy will help.
Talk us through the nuclear question, because it's a really important one. And the last time I interviewed somebody at MIT who uses a model looking at the changes we need to make in order to reach net zero by 2040, 2050. You can't do it without nuclear, but there still seems such a large resistance in many parts of the world. Do you think that argument will be won?
Look, I think we, through experience, I think we are tackling some of the historic barriers. And I think one of them obviously has been the risks around, blowouts, around the tail end of nuclear, which is the decommissioning, and other not just costs but risks. And that has become, I think, more manageable. I see even the Japanese have put nuclear potentially back on the table. And remember, there is innovation in the technologies. So I sit on the board of Rolls-Royce, which is developing a small modular reactor. And I think some of those solutions will probably be better suited rather than the big, 3.5 gigawatt huge mega plants, which can often run ahead of schedule, both in terms of time and costs. And of course, the funding is also key to these things. And in the UK, we originally started with something called the Contracts for Difference, which meant that the risk allocation was a particular way. We're now exploring something called the Regulated Asset-Based RAB models, which could also help fund these plants.
Sanjay, can we move it on? Because, gosh, time flies when you're having fun. 9 minutes to go. UK, India, Reimagine, 75. Let's rein it back to this on the penultimate panel. Given everything we've said, how important are close alliances, the living bridge, this wonderful relationship that we've been talking about again and again and again? How important is this in this very uncertain, I mean, the words you've been using, very bad outcomes you use. I mean, this is a very scary geopolitical backdrop. How important is it to have this bilateral?
By saying nothing is that bad.
Yeah. How important is it to have this close bilateral tie between the two nations?
I think it's pretty natural for these two countries, given the history, given the democracies. And I think today morning we discussed at the breakfast that there's one area that there can be a lot more working together, and I think we should think about that and see what the next steps are, is on the whole IT, electronics, digital economy side. There are a lot of things that the UK has done really well, especially when you look at the Fintech space. That's a space where our country needs a lot more Fintech models to be implemented, especially to increase financial inclusion, which is a stated mission by pretty much everyone, and driven by this government, who has made availability of amazing paradigms like UPI and open networks, and really driven the digital economy. But then, we are pretty heavy on regulations, licensing, inspections, and I think UK has followed a fantastic model of leaving things alone, a little bit more light touch, a bit more self-compliant, self-declaration. So a few things to learn on that front. I think we spoke about in the morning about digital identity, something that again could be very interestingly collaborated between the two countries. And then we heard some entrepreneurs. I think it's a great idea to use the base and the cost advantage in India. Well, it's a question mark how much cost advantage we have, but the talent and cost advantage and some of the talent that you have here. And a lot of companies today morning were saying they have bases in the UK, and a lot of European designers and engineers sitting here, as well as leveraging the India presence. So a lot to do, I think, if we just put our mind to what can be done rather than just the normal trade and IT services. You go to the next level of trying to build a digital economy, which India is desperately doing and actually doing a really good job. I think there's a lot to learn from each other.
Interesting. Sanjeev, do you want to build on that? There seem to be, we're building this digital economy. There's a lot of connections already between the UK and India that are doing that. There is some concern, however, that we've just heard from Sanjay around too much regulation, bureaucracy, and of course that is what business always reigns against, right? Rebels against. So talk to us about what you think needs to be done, or what you're advising the government to do on this.
So we take ease of doing business very seriously. We are aware of India's reputation of over-regulation, and in the last few years, through this COVID this crisis, actually the Indian government put in a huge amount of effort into getting rid of all kinds of useless regulations. So India was actually one of the very few countries in the world which put in a lot of effort onto the supply side of the economy rather than just do demand management through the last few years. So, whether it's the drone sector which we threw open, the geospatial satellites and space, all these defense, many of these sectors have been essentially thrown open in India. And so, as I said, if anybody in the audience has other sectors they feel as over-regulated, please bring it to me. We will be very pleased to explore that. Meanwhile, as far as the UK-India relationship is concerned, as you all know, we are exploring the free trade agreement, and discussions are quite advanced, and hopefully we will be able to put that together before the end of the year. So I think, of course, the world is always uncertain, and there are these sort of concerns and possible risks of bad things happening, which are always there. But at the same time, as far as the Indian government is concerned and our relationship with the UK is concerned, we are aware of these, and we are putting together what we can in order to sort of do the best that we can given what we know, whether it's building geopolitical alliances such as the Quad, or working quite hard to try and get more and more supply chains passed through India in multiple ways, and the FTA is part of that, or working very hard on this pivoting away from hydrocarbons. Incidentally, on nuclear, we have very similar issues as Jitesh just pointed out. But of course, technology is changing even in this field. It's not a static technology, whether it's there's a lot of interesting new things that have happened in the last few years in cold fusion, for example. In fact, if that breaks through, that would be fabulous, because that would very quickly generate enormous energy on unimaginable scales very cheaply. But of course, we will continue with exploring solar, which we in India are not given too much wind, but we do have solar, a lot of that, and we are already exploiting it.
Let's do it. Let's do some quick fire rounds,
Why
shall
not?
we? I'll fire a question at you all, very quick answers, and we'll do a bit of that, Edie and me, versus you two. What keeps you awake at night? Number one economic or geopolitical worry from all of you. Let's go. Shami.
Much higher rates than anyone's expecting.
Like what? How high are you worried about?
5 to 6%.
Really, in the US, 5 to 6%.
Yeah.
What damage does that do to the
I
economy?
think the markets aren't priced for that. It may be that that's what's required to squeeze inflation out of the system, and we're not really prepared for it. Everyone's asking me, are we at the equity market bottom at the moment? If we get to that sort of level, then no, we're a long way.
How much more down? If we get to 6% rates, does
I'm not saying we will, but you asked me what I'm scared about, and that's what I'm scared about. I think 6% out, you're easily another 15 to 20%.
Or from the S&P, wow.
So I would say another sort of, it's maybe not even a black swan or grey swan event, like an escape variant exactly occurring at the time that we're trying to tame inflation.
Right.
That would be the number one thing.
Double punch.
Okay, Sanjay, what about you? What keeps you awake?
I think I look from an India perspective only. I think I just find that sticky supply side inflation, sticky, just doesn't come off, and consumption and growth comes off. I think the combination of that really worries me, because frankly our economy is driven primarily by consumption. Yes, a lot of investment by the government, but not by the private sector. So I really worry that if the supply side continues to be kind of creating sticky inflation, which is what we are facing, then I think, and of course with importing energy and increasing energy prices, but then having low growth, I think that's a so-called bad scenario for India. and that keeps me awake.
What about you, Sanjeev? What thoughts? What's the biggest number one concern?
What stops you from sleeping?
Oh, I sleep real well. But I would say that certainly oil prices remaining at these levels for a prolonged period of time. That's obviously, we are an oil importer, and there's very little we can really do about this. So that is something that will hurt us, but also the world economy. So that is certainly something that is a concern. Elevated energy prices for a prolonged period of time.
Interesting. What about biggest underrated economic opportunity? Shami, what do you think?
Crumbs, I always have to go first. Actually, it's better than going last. So I think, actually, I'm not sure markets have still priced in just how big the demographic transition is going to be over the next 10, 15 years, what that means for real interest rates, but importantly, what it means for where the real sources of demand, which is what keeps the world economy going, are going to come from in 10 to 15 years' time. And frankly, India is extremely well positioned for that. But any country with a large youthful population is going to see, I think, a big pickup in its economic performance, so long as things are handled properly. So I think that's currently still underpriced by the markets.
Maybe the converse of that, given the demographics, is I think the life sciences sector has a lot more to go. So it's underpinned by demographics, but it's also underpinned by discontinuities in breakthrough research, innovation, technology.
What part of life sciences would you point to? Genomics
is an incredible area. Personalized medicine, early cancer diagnosis, detection. There is a whole slew of things. And again, actually, talking about UK-India, this is a corridor where actually we could do a lot more.
Okay, Sanjay, what about you? Show us what's on your mind, what's in your book, what's underpriced by the rest of the market that you already know about?
I think, again, from an India concept, just more efficiency in the economy, and something that the government is driving a lot is this whole thing called the Gati Shakti program, just linking the various infrastructures that we have and multimodal transport. I think it can be a big game changer, even within the context of our constraints. Just having better logistics, better connectivity, could really improve the efficiency and the productivity, which are two things that do create a bit of a negative draft for us. So I think those are simple things that are being implemented. If done well, I think they can be pretty big game changers. But I know you're pretty involved with that, so maybe you want to comment.
Throw your bit into that.
So I think the biggest opportunity being underestimated by global markets is India. I think the point is that many of the things people think about India are increasingly either not a problem or becoming a positive in our favor. For example, much of our infrastructure bottlenecks, with the exception of urban infrastructure, which still needs to be fixed, but whether it's our highways or our telecommunications or our airports, much of this is now no longer a constraint to our economic growth. Similarly, demographics, which used to be, rapidly growing population, which was a constraint, has now stabilized. Our birth rates have fallen to levels where our population is essentially going to stabilize quite quickly, but it will now transition from people being below working age into working age, and we will replace the China in the course of the next few years as the world's largest workforce. So that
healthcare infrastructure is still a challenge, although I know it's being worked on in India.
Yeah, and then the deregulation. I mean, I think people are underestimating the amount of regulatory cholesterol that has been drained out in the last few years. I'm not saying it's perfect, but we are a much better and easier place to do business than we were till very recently. So all of these things put together, I think, mean that, ironically, even with inflation and other constraints, with the one exception of this imported inflation problem, India's economy is actually in rude health. Our banking system is in good shape after many years. There's an entrepreneurial explosion. There are some parts of our economy that are just booming, like technology and so on. And so I think, if this one awkward problem of high oil prices is removed, the Indian economy can easily grow at well over 8%.
Interesting. All right, some good predictions there.
Bruce Forsyth, the very famous UK game show host, used to say, "Didn't they do well?"
Didn't they do well?
Didn't they do well? Big round of applause.
Big round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Stay with us to the audience because we'll be back in just a minute. In fact, we won't be back.
Yes,
for the
we're having a
first
little rest.
time. We're having a small rest,
Yeah.
but surviving to thriving with Ariana Huffington coming right up.
Yeah, see you in a second.
I don't think she's on yet.
Fine. Yeah, no, Karen, we'll bring her on.
Hello, Ariana.
No, you just carry on. We'll bring her on.
Hello, Ariana. It's lovely to see you.
Hello.
Can you
No,
see
great
us?
to see you. Yeah,
Can you see and hear us all right? And
I can hear you and see you perfectly. I wish I was there with you. There is an echo when I speak. I don't know if there is anything to do about that.
okay, okay. We'll try and repair that along the way, Ariana. So thank you for graciously joining us. The audience will have to reckon with a clumsy pivot from the velvet-gloved moderation of our professional moderators during the day to the relatively clumsy and ham-handed moderation that I am going to attempt. However, I have adult supervision on the side in the form of Manoj Ladwa. I'm delighted that he's able to join us today. So Manoj has set me two impossible and potentially implausible goals for this session. One, to coherently introduce Ariana and her rich history and profile. We've just lost you, Ariana. I hope you're hearing us all right. Can we get a confirmation that Ariana is hearing us? Sorry about that, folks. Just give us a second then. There you're back. Did you? Are we good, Ariana?
Yeah.
Did you? Thank you. So I was just saying that Manoj has set me two impossible targets for this session. One is to introduce you succinctly and coherently. And second, for us to contain our conversation in 30 minutes, which, as you and I well know, in our entire history, We've never been able to finish our conversations on time, but we shall press ahead and we shall strive. I'm just going to quickly introduce you, Ariana, and then let the room breathe a minute so that you can speak to us at the opening, and then Manoj and I will work a few questions at you. How does one introduce someone that's so incredibly well known, right? So I'm just going to call out the most rudimentary headlines of a very, very rich and fertile life and a body of work of many years that Ariana has authored and participated in. So many of you know Ariana was the founder and CEO of the Huffington Post, an international bestseller, and author of 15 books, and the sleep revolution in particular for sleep-deprived and exhausted persona, such as Manoj and myself, is highly recommended reading for some of us in the room. An actress, writer, and producer, named in the Time magazine's list as amongst the world's 100 most influential people, named by Forbes as the top 50 powerful women in the world. And after choosing to leave Huffington Post in a life-transforming moment, which we may not have time to go into today, Ariana has spent the last 6 years really building Thrive Global as a crusade, as an effort focused on mental health, well-being, and I would say nourishing human consciousness at the highest level. And you'll see that a lot of literature and thinking in some of the work that she's done. So that was the official Ariana introduction. A more personal introduction, if you'll permit me, of Ariana is she is, and I'm not saying this because we are on a pretty stage looking at an audience and at Ariana on the screen, but one of the warmest, one of the most compassionate, one of the most authentic, kind, and pleasant personalities that I've had a chance to encounter and meet over many, many years. So again, Ariana, a big thank you for joining us this afternoon.
A big thank you to you, Srini. I must say that any interaction I've had with you has left me feeling richer in every respect. And I want to stress how amazing it is to be able to talk with you about everything from business to philosophy without missing a beat. So I'm very much looking forward to this conversation with you and Manoj.
Delighted, Ariana. I'm going to do a deft midfield pass to Manoj to ask the more intelligent questions on the panel, and maybe you'd like to go with your first one, Manoj.
Thank you ever so much, Srini. You're so modest and so smooth, and that pass has been gratefully accepted. Ariana, I want to reciprocate the sentiment and say that we wish you were here. We've had a fantastic conference over the last 4 days, and on behalf of everybody at India Global Forum, I just want to say a big, big welcome to you. We're absolutely thrilled that you've been able to join us, and I'm certainly looking forward to this conversation and to learn more about this global ripple that you've created and this movement through Thrive. But first, I think I want to draw out something that not many people in the audience here and online who are watching will know about you, that you have a very, very special connection with India. And I'd love you to share your thoughts about that and tell us a bit more.
So, first of all, let me say that India is my favorite country in the world, even though I went to school in the UK and studied economics at Cambridge and lived in London for 10 years. India is where my journey into ideas began. I was 17 years old when I went to Visva Bharati University, founded by Rabindranath Tagore in Shantiniketan, and studied comparative religion. And it changed my life. It basically connected me with a deep ancient wisdom that is India. And now, as I work on helping to address the mental health crisis and the resignation crisis and everything that's happening with employees around the world, I feel there is so much that we can learn from India. And as you're looking at the global agenda of the forum, that includes everything from geopolitics and supply chain and finance, I think it would be great to add on the agenda, how do we integrate the ancient wisdom of India into this incredible opportunity we have right now to redefine how we work and live, how we can use the catalyst of the pandemic to redefine success, to redefine what it is to live a good life, the way the Vedas and the Bhagavad Gita taught us, and make the very modern connection between this ancient wisdom, these modern practices of yoga, meditation, contemplation, and business metrics. That is, I think, the incredible opportunity we have right now. But for me, it's rooted in everything I learned many, many, many years ago in the university founded in Shantiniketan.
That's lovely, Ariana. And I think many of us in this room would know, and many generally would know, ancient Indian thinking, not necessarily stapled to scriptures and written works, has always placed an emphasis on a balance, on well-being. It used its own vernacular, probably not vernacular that we use or colloquially reference in today's times, but the root word of the root meaning of the word balance is putting everything in its right place. And I think you'll see that with a lot of Ariana's work and writing, that it's about putting things in a way that there is an energetic equilibrium in the living organism that all of us occupy. I just wonder, Ariana, there's just such a rich body of work that you preside over and have authored and architected. But if you were to pick 3 themes that you'd like to deposit in this room and with the wider audience at large, would you mind having a go at 3 big themes that you think we should be taking away?
Well, the first thing is the importance of redefining how we work and live. And that really means transforming the cultural assumption, which is a delusion that in order to succeed, we have to be always on, and that we need to power through exhaustion and be available 24/7. It's really an assumption that goes back to the first industrial revolution, when we started revering machines, and after machines, software. And the goal with both machines and software is to minimize downtime. But the human operating system is different. And for the human operating system, downtime is not a bug, it's a feature. And recognizing that and embedding these short breaks into the workflow is going to allow us to have an employee population that is healthier, more engaged, and more productive. And the second point is to make this very, very clear distinction between seeing employee well-being and mental health benefits as warm and fuzzy, check the box offerings from the HR department, and seeing them as a business strategy that has an immediate impact on how we prevent attrition, improve productivity, reduce healthcare costs, and generally improve the bottom line. And the third thing is to recognize that the hardest thing to change is human behavior. But now we have kind of cracked the code, and by seeing, as we're doing at Thrive, that the way to change human behavior is through micro steps, tiny incremental daily steps that lead to cumulatively healthier habits. And when we help employees do that, we transform the whole business culture. And I focus on employees not just because that's what we do at Thrive, but because I feel in order to change human behavior, you need a community. And workplaces provide that community. That's why we never went direct to consumers. We only work within the community that the workplace provides. And that's where we are able to embed well-being practices into the workflow, meet people where they are, and then collect their stories. You know, Srini, you've written beautifully about these practices, and we're honored to publish that on Thrive, because we find that in order to change human behavior, you need this combination of micro steps and storytelling, because stories touch our imagination, they touch our hearts, and we need to combine mind and heart in order to see fundamental change, and then connect the employee experience with the customer experience and the bottom line.
That is so beautiful, the way in which you've described this, and I guess in many ways is almost like re-establishing a childlike innocence of how we view the world. And I wanted to take this a little further and just probe more around organizational well-being and employee mental health, because you've written a lot about that, you've talked a lot about that. But how do you sort of really convince hard-nosed, busy business leaders, the people that are in this audience and listening to this, that look, this change has to happen, and these are the benefits for that of making that change?
So first of all, let me say that skeptics are my favorite audience. I love convincing skeptics through data and a clear return on investment. That's the only way to really achieve this cultural transformation. And why don't I give you one specific example? Let's take a population that's incredibly prevalent in India, call center agents. As you know, call centers experience double the attrition, sometimes more than that, than other businesses. And we see among call center agents greater stress, mental health problems, and that, of course, affects the way they interact with customers. So we've developed a microstepic intervention called Thrive Reset, which is based on the science that it takes 60 to 90 seconds to course correct from stress, to move us from the sympathetic to the parasympathetic nervous system. Now, it's also based on ancient wisdom, ancient Indian wisdom, which tells us that we all have in us a place of peace, wisdom, strength, resilience, and that we can reconnect with that place anytime we put our attention there. So that ancient wisdom is validated by modern neuroscience and can become a tool in the modern workplace to achieve amazing results. So we partnered with a cloud software company. We used the best cloud technology, called in this case Genesis, to bring in Thrive Reset, make it available to call center agents. You can use AI to identify the trigger moments based on voice technology that tells us when an agent is particularly stressed, or you can do it when a call has been longer than 20 minutes, elevated to a manager. Any employer can pick their triggers. But the point is that in those moments, the agent sees on their dashboard or hears in their ear any kind of reset. There are hundreds of them, asking them to focus on their breathing, take conscious breaths, remind themselves what they are grateful for, because gratitude and stress cannot coexist, or get up and stretch. Basically simple interventions that turn stress, which is unavoidable, into a moment of stillness and peace, and therefore interrupt the cycle of stress before it becomes cumulative. That is a small example of how we can use modern technology to help employees be less stressed and therefore more productive, and see the data. The data is amazing on call center agent productivity and on customer success. Because just think of it, when I'm stressed, I'm not going to be the most empathetic version of myself. I'm not going to be as good at solving someone's problem. And after all, the only calls agents get are calls with problems. So I wanted to give you an example, convince you that there's data here so that we can see all the different applications of this very simple principle, which is that when we prioritize the well-being and mental health of employees, we actually do the best we can do for the business.
That's lovely, Ariana. And one of the initiatives that Ariana led in recent weeks, right, Ariana, it's a matter of weeks now, is, as we've seen gusty geopolitical and macroeconomic winds blow dark clouds across and over the global economy, Ariana took the lead in re-emphasizing the correlation, the undeniably positive correlation between employee experience and mental health and organizational well-being in its most holistic sense, not just in the way we decode them from financial statements and such. And in a matter of days, Ariana pulled together probably the largest global corporations across the planet to come up with a public pledge on this topic of putting mental health and well-being at the forefront of organizational emphasis. So if I may, Ariana, if I can invite a word or two from you, and if the screenplay is working well, we should see the pledge come up on the screen after you finish speaking as well.
Thank you, Srini, and thank you so much for signing the pledge on behalf of EY. We decided to reach out to companies, both Fortune 50 and high growth startups, because we're seeing why, as these gusty winds that you mentioned were gathering speed, a lot of companies had to make very tough decisions around layoffs, hiring freezes, etc. And we wanted to protect the gains that had been made over the last 2 years of the pandemic around mental health. We saw amazing gains at a time when we have, in India, for example, many employees saying that their mental health has been adversely affected. 20% of employees saying that their mental health has been adversely affected because of the pandemic. And in order to be able to protect these gains, we wanted to encourage employers to take this pledge that we are going to protect these advances that have been made, especially at a time when we see the mental health crisis as the second pandemic, collateral damage of the pandemic. And it's more important than ever, of course, to take care of employee mental health during challenging times like the ones we're going through right now. So very quickly, literally in 1 week, we had Pfizer and Walmart and Salesforce and EY and companies around the world signed the pledge. And now since then, we have hundreds more join. And we partnered with the Society of Human Resources Management, the governing body of HR professionals that's going to monitor these commitments, provide best practices guidance, and basically support companies on this journey.
Ariana, and those of you that are inspired to ink the pledge, I'm just going to conjecture that there are copies of the pledges at the back of the room, and would love for a movement around this. This is a renaissance that we are speaking about, not a moment of emphasis, but a movement between moments about continuing to put employee well-being, mental health, and the inevitable outcomes of organizational prosperity and well-being in a nice little equation that all of us can believe, vote, manage, and operate to in our respective lives, respectively. So at this stage, if it's at all possible, could we beam the pledge on the screen? And no, we're not able to. Okay, I'm sorry, Ariana. I think we probably have a technical glitch. We're not able to get it to roll on this.
It's on. It's that.
It is, indeed. Uncanny timing, as always. So this was on the New York Times, and Ariana briefly mentioned it, but the world's largest corporations came behind, shoulder to shoulder behind this in, I do not exaggerate this, in a matter of 4 to 5 to 6 days. That was the spontaneity and the movement that Ariana has helped create overall, and a lot more to come. So Manoj, any other thoughts that you'd like to pose?
No, lots of thoughts are coming through listening to Ariana. And firstly, Ariana, the way in which you've linked ancient wisdom to the modern context and the modern day challenges that we have, and I call it the sort of the instant fixes that we now expect because of the phone and the devices that we use, and creating that seamless, almost effortless solution to this. And as you were speaking, I started to become more conscious of my own breathing, and instantly I felt a little calmer. Secondly, Ariana, I think one must not ignore pockets of cultural resistance to accepting that mental health and mental health issues are increasingly prevalent in our society, and there will be certain communities and cultures whereby, and I'm not pointing to any one or the other, I'm just pointing to realities that where, without having access to the tools that you're presenting, there will be a resistance to the ideas that you have, and therefore ensuring that these sorts of conversations happen more and more frequently in conferences and in sort of settings where people who are in the room can really make that a difference. But I guess I don't want to take, we've only got a couple of minutes, so I'd really like to hear some more from you, Ariana, and what would your concluding message to audience be?
First of all, you're absolutely right. There are always going to be centers of cultural resistance anytime we're in the middle of a transformative movement. And as always, there are going to be companies that are ahead of others. And what I'm excited about is showing those who are resisting the data, because I think that's the way to convince anyone, Manoj, that everything we're discussing here may sound ethereal, may sound philosophical, but I promise you, it's all driven by data and science. And the fact that this data and science validates ancient wisdom, I think should give it more credibility, not less. And I know from my experience in India, and I come to India almost every year. I launched the Huffington Post in India. I launched Thrive in India. And I find that what happens to me is that I can be in the middle of incredible chaos. You know how easy it is to be in the middle of chaos in Indian streets and feel unfathomable peace. And that's really what I think leaders need to achieve. We are in the middle of very unpredictable, very chaotic times. So how can leaders find the eye in the hurricane? How can they put their own oxygen masks on first and be able, therefore, to bring their best, most creative judgment to the problems that they are facing? That's really the question that we need to answer with specific steps and specific practices.
Indeed. Amazing. Thank you, Ariana. We are at time, and regrettably, we don't have enough time to open this up for Q&A with the audience. I'm sure that would be greatly appreciated, but working to the clock and the agenda of the day. Ariana, thank you very, very, very much again for joining us today. And we look forward to having you at the IGF in person at the next event. It's been a glorious event this week. And we've had some really fine speakers, fine topics, very rich and fertile themes looking into the future. And we do sincerely hope that you'll be with us at one of the upcoming events. So thank you. Thank you from us at IGF.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Smriti.
Done.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
I can't believe it. It's the end of a day and a half here of discussions here at India Global Forum as we have been reimagining the UK-India relationship, 75 years of partnership. So we've kept you on stage, Srini, because we wanted to get your reflection of one thing that you've learned that surprised you over the last couple days.
Well, I'm going to have a lame answer to that, Edie. I haven't been
Nothing
here
you
the
ever
last
do
couple
is
of
lame,
days.
Srini.
I haven't been here the last.
Okay.
I just came back last night.
Okay.
And I only know the very cheery and the positive sound bites that I've heard about the event. And of course, I've spoken with Manoj. But I probably lack the first-hand feel of having been in the room. So my apologies. But everything I've heard is that this has just been glorious overall.
Absolutely. Thank you. Manoj, what about you? What best moment over the last day and a half? It's hard when it's your baby to pick just one, but give us something you learned that you were surprised to hear over the last day and a half.
It is a very, very tough question because I think every session has had nuggets of information, of wisdom that all of us can take away and reflect upon and work out and figure out, especially in this really chaotic, confusing, conflicted world that we're living in. And we really do need to have more positivity. And I would say that the one word that really sort of sums up the IGF, and we're only on day 4, we've got day 5 tomorrow. So I must say that it is the word positivity. Everybody that I've been speaking to outside and everybody on this stage has been so positive in their remarks and their observations, and that's so refreshing. And people often ask me then say that, Manoj, well, you don't tell the other side of the story, but there's 99 other people that tell the other side of the story. I want to look at the glass half full, and I think that the UK and India are forces if they come together, are forces for good, and therefore we've got to accentuate the things that bind us together, look at the opportunities that really matter, that will make a difference not only for our two countries, but also for the world. And we've seen whether it's the healthcare and innovation in technology and a whole host of different electric vehicles and climate finance and so on. Everywhere we can see opportunities, only if we can just bring people together and talk about them.
And the greatest untapped opportunity, according to the economic advisor to the Prime Minister, India. So the last panel, I think, summed it up perfectly, didn't it? There were grim outcomes, uncertain outcomes, likening it to the period before the First World War. But I think that summed it up beautifully. Untapped opportunities. And there are opportunities, as we know, crises present great opportunities. And India, the economic advisor to the Prime Minister would say this, is the greatest untapped opportunity.
I thought there was some extraordinary. I thought the number of government ministers who always choose. They could do other things, but they choose to come here because they do actually realize that it is quite an important forum, that where incredible people do turn up and have interesting things to say. From the Ravi Chandrasekhar, the Minister of IT, talking about very specifically about cooperation around data and the future of how we deal with people's data in a really thoughtful and considerate manner, all the way to the incredible discussions around the free trade agreement. And I remember when I started coming to these, and I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, it was a sort of distant cloud on the horizon, maybe someday, and it is within the year, we think it's an incredible...
There's a real confidence, isn't there, that by Diwali it can happen, and you had a certain doubter on your panel yesterday.
Lord Marlin yesterday.
That's right. I didn't want to name drop, but there's confidence, and I spoke to the Trade Secretary today, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, and they're clearly working very hard, and the economic advisor to the Prime Minister today said as well, behind the scenes, they're doing their utmost to make sure it happens, and what a coup it would be.
Yeah.
And those small steps, those different announcements, like Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary, announcing the 50 million into antibiotic drug discovery was something that, and the collaboration with India really sort of sums up that, that there is this real drive to make it happen. To, the days of potential actually have gone, the days of action are coming through, and confidence and trust. And I guess India Global Forum is about helping to build that trust, because once you have trust, you have confidence, the rest will follow.
Absolutely.
Sorry, no, you're first.
No, I at the somewhat reluctantly and unwittingly complimenting Manoj from a public stage. And the way I've seen this grow, the IGF community, Manoj and the team, the wider team, there's something special that's been created here, where all of us have emotionally invested capital in the community. It's not just showing up at conferences and doing our little 15-minute gigs and walking away, but really a community that I think is flourishing, as we've seen this week. And I think the prognosis for how this can be built, shaped, and become even more of a potent and powerful voice on the India-UK trans-ocean, transcontinental corridor is immense. So, reluctantly, well done, my friend.
Then you must continue that reluctance because you say it so well. Thank you so much.
What's coming next?
We have
we
have a fantastic cruise and conference on the Thames tomorrow. It's called Disruptors on the Thames. First time ever. We have around 150 innovators and funders from India and the UK and various other stakeholders that are going to be deliberating what disruption means and what the new big ideas could be for the world. So that's going to be really fun. And tomorrow evening we have our the 4th annual UK India Awards at the Fairmont Windsor Park, where the Chancellor of the Exchequer is our chief guest, and we have so many wonderful people who are contributing to the UK India space. We'll be celebrating all of them.
And once this week is over, you're not taking a holiday to the Maldives. It's looking forward towards what city is next for India Global Forum.
Yes, so sorry, I should have mentioned we have also just received an invitation to Downing Street tomorrow morning. So just a few of our guests from India and I will be going across there. We're looking ahead. We have the next IGF will be in the United States. I have this pull and push between the East Coast and the West Coast, and this debate is happening. We'll be making an announcement in the next few weeks. And then our forum in Dubai is on the 12th and 13th, I think, of December, which some members of our friends from Dubai are here as well. So we're looking forward to that. So packed agenda. And I should also mention that apart from this stage, we have somewhere in the region of 12 to 15 different boardrooms that have been taking place over the last few days on different subjects. So lots of conversations and lots of activity ahead.
And it's not just the people here on stage that make this happen. It's not just you, Manoj. I know you are fantastic, but there's an incredible team of folks in that room and beyond that helped to put this on. So should we give them a huge round of applause? Thank you so much.
And before Edie says goodbye, apparently there's a test match taking place tomorrow at Edgbaston. And as the only England supporter in the room, I'll give you this: may the best team win. May the best team win. That's all I'll say.
Fantastic. Any parting words? Anything else we've forgotten to say?
No, let's continue to reimagine and put some of those ideas into action. And the phrase that Srini used, that we are a community, we are building communities, either sectorial or different parts of the world. And this is a movement. And I just want to make sure that everybody feels part of this in whichever way possible.
Absolutely. Well, a huge thank you from me and from Mark. We've loved being your hosts over the last couple days, and we look forward to seeing you again sometime very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to reimagine at 75? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Does the UK feel like home yet?
Still getting a hang of things, especially banks. Why is it so difficult to open a bank account here?
You need the YONO SBI UK app. You can open an account so easily through the app itself.
Seriously? On the app?
Yeah, and a whole lot more. Look.
SBI UK presents the YONO app, ensuring your bank is always in your pocket. Open your account, request a debit card, update contact details, make local transfers and remittance to India too. All with YONO, a versatile mobile banking app from SBI UK.